blast and have fun.
Shit, now I'm nervous.
Joe's going to be fuming because he normally wins 24-hour races, like back-to-back Le Mans and shit.
Oh, nah.
Not today, he doesn't.
We'd have a good result because you've got to keep our nose clean, like I always say.
The other boys are in P17. They're about to start as well.
Good luck, Charlie.
Yeah, good
Stay
luck,
safe,
mate.
bro.
Good luck,
You can do it, mate. Easy. Stay calm, stay calm. I don't know if you're allowed to overtake before the line.
I didn't think you were. It's fine.
Alright.
We'll just work our way. Fuck me. There was no preparation, and it was just go. Oh, we're getting straight into this shit.
Fucking hell, it's like the Mercedes challenge.
Oh, there's one off already. In the wall as well.
I don't want to burn the car too quick.
Nah, bring it in gently, mate.
Yeah, mate, just chill out and roll on.
There's going to be no grip by the time we get to 6 o'clock tonight.
I take it the track's just green now, isn't it? So,
No, it's carried over.
okay. It looks so foggy.
It's not that
It was
bad.
worse.
to be fair. It was worse when we came in here.
There's people having bumps already.
Yellow flags ahead.
Oh, watch out, watch out, watch out.
Oh. I don't know if that was just bad, but it looks on the replay that it was bad, but...
There's going to be those kind of people you got to watch out for, because now they're going to be frustrated and start fucking dive bombing and shit like that.
To be fair, he just timed it really well. He was sitting there for a second and he just waited till he passed, so...
I've not done a 24-hour in fucking ages.
Welcome back. This is how it. This is how we do it. Carl, what was that, like July? August?
Yeah, July. It is like the Mercedes Cup, isn't it?
Yeah, couple of sprinkled in Astons and the Porsche behind. I don't know why they didn't just open it up to all of the GT3s and GT4s. I think that's just dumb.
But me, he's going to want to get friendly already, isn't he?
He's flashing his lights, mate. Let him inside on turn 3.
I'm gonna have a little look at the race broadcast. I've always wanted to be on RaceSpot TV.
Are we?
Yeah.
Yeah, right, mate.
No, I'm famous, Mom! Charlie, don't be disheartened, mate. The average iRating of the GT4 field is 3.4k. Average.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it yet, don't worry.
This is probably the highest strength of field race I've been in.
Yes, me as well.
Well, his old rear end's all smashed in, mate, so he's... Oh my Christ. He's got no back bumper, this bloke behind you.
He's 5.6k iRating.
What, the guy behind?
An avenue that he could not escape from.
Yeah, he's 5.6k.
I reckon that Oliver Furno might find himself in a bit of trouble for that, because he's trying to come through the field after all, and with maybe a bit over exuberant in towards Stoke Corner, but we'll see. This is Matt Webber through Brookland. You can see that going wrong from a long way out, and he spins, half spins to the outside of Luffield.
They've probably all got their quickest drivers in as well at the minute.
Yeah,
as you say, I think up here there will be
He'll boost it up.
few games going on, a few less battles. A bit further behind, this is the
But none of us would be able to keep up with drivers like that, so...
It is indeed. This is where the
I'm waiting for the
action is
dive.
gonna be. Just racing.
It's coming.
Full of it, really. They may not have designs on actually winning this race, certainly not by fuel strategizing their way to the front. So they're just going to race because they're out here at the moment, and that's where the excitement is going to be, right in this midfield of the GT3 field.
Yeah, Edward Hope currently as we look on at the battle for 10th and 11th with Gianni Terhar Quad Dash Racing team who are there in 10th. Now, we've already got a car down in, so this is the Prestanda Nomad 456. Ryan Scott Hamilton is going to be diving down in currently, so that would not be what they were hoping to do early.
Just don't let him fucking kill us, because he's getting frustrated.
Stop strategy to go and basically count back.
There he goes.
Of this one, so Ryan Scott Hamilton into
The car and P1 just did a 2:10.4, mate.
off kilter compared to everyone else.
This is just a Sunday weekend drive, lads.
It's going to be just at the moment, so but I'll hold off for the moment. But it is out of the ordinary, that's for sure. I'm slightly fearing it will be a drive-through penalty. But
Yeah, I think it would be silly for us to say that we didn't come in here a bit over our fucking.
Oh, mate, this is like one of the biggest events of the year in sim racing. I'm just really happy to be here. I'm on Racespot TV and I'm driving the official Brit Car 24 Hour.
Yeah.
This is sponsored by Motorsports, UKS, whatever it is.
You are on par at the moment, and you can allow yourself an off.
Just enjoy yourselves.
You've got to remember any
The drivers will deplete and all that sort of shit, so we're fine.
Yeah, exactly, mate.
We're all of athletic form, so we're fine. It will come to us.
Absolutely.
In this field, trying to really give them what they possibly can out there at this moment. They know how important it is to go through.
Right, even the guy in front is 2.5k.
Yeah, but I'm not being funny. They're not exactly running away from us, are they?
No. We're doing well. Like, and it's absolutely going to be a long game for us.
Is this because he's not saving the fuel that everybody else is, or is he just quicker? He's up 5 so far, qualified in 8th place, which maybe, as I say, it's looking like maybe.
I am going to have to disappear shortly to just go and get something to eat. And,
Yeah, it's fine, mate. I'm here for the rest of the day.
We'll not know for some time, but in towards Cops Corner they come.
I don't want to be waiting for fucking 8. It'd be nice if everyone could have like one stint, and then we think about if anyone wants to double or not double or anything. So.
Well, you're going to probably want to get a lot of yours done today, aren't you?
No, I'm here all weekend, mate.
Alright.
Well, here's the question as well.
That's another position, though. Someone's in the pits.
Yeah, that's fine then. We'll get there.
The Mercedes from the
We'll just do what we did with Suzuki.
Don't
Don't drive fast, just drive fucking consistent.
Hell yeah.
What happened at Suzuka then?
We weren't quick at all at Suzuka. We just literally were dead consistent and finished P2.
Just didn't have any incidents, like I did.
Yeah.
There was like both of us just ran deep into the last corner of the bus stop, once each, and cut the
Yeah,
chicane.
that
That
was
was
it.
it.
You are right, they're not exactly fucking off, are they?
I think I've just been a little bit reserved as well anyway for a minute.
Yeah, that's spot on. GT4s will start, 3s will start coming around in a minute, won't
I
they?
was just thinking that, like, I haven't seen
Nothing
them
not
yet.
relative yet.
I've got them on the stream, but it might be delayed. They're just coming out of turn 4 and down the Wellington Straight.
I'm not being funny, it's a long lap, so it's going to take a little bit longer anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're just coming into
He is very much on a mission at the moment, and
that section behind us.
You
I'm
will-
watching Charles Rainford.
You will be the first car they pass, though, I believe.
Yeah.
Remember, hold your line, don't-
Yeah.
Don't be on
Or I was there in the briefing as well, don't worry.
Don't expect people to do that solo, because of course that is the Lord's work. If you try,
I don't know where you are, they're just about to come into Maggots and Beckett's.
To go and do 24 hours solo.
Just in that last chicane bit now.
Currently 11th position here
At the end of the lap.
GT4 field. Now
Okay.
you're
Bus stop, whatever you want to call it.
2 drivers and a maximum of 6 drivers, and you've got to satisfy something called fair share.
Yep, so that's based on how many drivers you actually end up using in the race. We'll get into the specifics of it a little bit later on, but essentially you can't do too few minutes as a car, or indeed too many, otherwise you will be disqualified from the race. So we'll get into the specifics of that a little bit later on, but you can, as you say, do it legally with just 2 drivers.
Someone
That
got
is
black
one
flagged.
of the most typical things I always find,
Oh.
because I always like to have someone
Well done,
with me all
mate.
the time.
Well seen. I didn't even get a yellow for
I think
that.
it's, and I drivers like to be
I
with
can
someone
see.
else when they're driving as well,
So
just
good.
to make things a little bit easier. I think it takes a bit of a load off the driver as well if you do that. So,
You let a couple more of them, mate, and we'll be sorted.
That's it, mate.
End up doing two here, but we will see. It is legal in the rules, as I say.
What's the number
This number
15 car? Is that a GT4 or
Since
GT3?
He's got a black flag penalty assigned to them. Dominic Hamada.
Dominic Hamada, black flag, wow.
Slowdown penalty or something
Yeah.
of the ilk.
That's,
We don't know
one of the
that
Team
would
Red
come
X
from
cars.
Race Control, which is being spearheaded penalties by
I wonder what that was for.
David Christie,
Alright,
who is
first
the
GT3 on relative,
at
22
the moment.
seconds.
So obviously they've
Copy
been
that.
adjudicated to be at fault, and the Team RedX.com SimSport 903 number 15.
Yeah, I'm
is
gonna
have
sit
to
and
take
fanboy over
trip
Charles
down
Rainford
pit
for a
lane.
few minutes.
I'm glad we can let that's David when it all goes wrong. That's good. So we'll enjoy that later. But that's not a good start for them. Number 15 here has been losing touch with the top 5 just a little bit as head of this group for 6th place. But they're going to be worrying a lot less about that and more about where they're going to come out in the next few moments as they serve that. So we'll see where that puts them out, but not a great start to the race. One of the key objectives, we always talk about it at the start of 24-hour races, stay out of trouble, and objective number 1 has been failed for them.
Looks like there's some good scrapping going on up the road.
They've got a long time to recover their way
Leaders
back
are
through
also
the
scrapping as well, mate,
likes
so
of Paris, Bucavalas, who will be
there's not
behind
much
the
you can
wheel
do
at
about
some
that,
point.
just letting you know.
And Jan Hilden will also look to try and get themselves behind the wheel of the Team Red X car a little bit later on. There is car number 128, Amy Grimm. She's out there trying to make some progress here on the damaged, of course, number 147 cars. These are 24th and 25th positions out there at this moment in time, and they're already down about a half a minute off of the race lead. Here is Amy making her progress through, dancing through now into Beckett's corner, the left, and into Chapel, the right. And you've got to really set up Chapel for the hanger straight and get that launch along this run and go and attack along the hanger straight. And it's a slight dip down the hill, so you get that little advantage to go forward with that as well. And just looking at it from a top speed perspective, 244 the car in front was able to do. 3 kilometers an hour difference for Amy Grimm in the Prismatic Motorsports Minerva car, 247 in the BMW.
Alright then.
That's hardly surprising because of the damage to the front of that Ferrari, as Dominic Hamada does indeed.
Did he do,
So
lads?
that
I'm not
penalty
looking.
now, where is he going to come out?
Slow down.
Yeah.
Looks
Must have
like
had a slowdown or something, I don't know.
17th for the moment, hesitating because, oh no, it's 18th because I was going to say Harry Hartley Price is very far, very close behind, sorry, and now just indeed ahead of the TeamRedX.com Audi. So there you go, there's the latest battle. And that will be now a road to recovery for Hamada. But, you know, he showed decent speed. I said he was losing touch with the top 5. That isn't, you know, exactly a damning indictment of his speed. The top 5 are very quick indeed. So I'm sure he'll be able to make up some of these places again before he has to make his first scheduled stop of the day.
I don't doubt that for a second, and he'll start with Harry Hartley Price and the Clark St. James Racing number 98 as a team to start making progress on. They will have Andy White at some point to go out there into the car, so keep that in mind as the charge continues. We look though over to what we've got, and for the first time, and we were talking about it here, that it was roughly going to take about 12 laps, but it's only taken them about 9 to start hitting a little bit of lap traffic as they pass the RAF eMotorsports GT4 car piloted by Duncan Steele. So they'll go through, and there's the look down the inside.
They're on their way, mate.
Pick there,
Yeah.
did Charles Rainford, and a little bit of traffic, and they get a little bit cheeky and gain a place.
You may be wondering why, with the GT4 so far behind them already, so long dispatched, why would that affect the pass? Well, it looked like to me, although we joined it late, the 2 leaders, first and second, really got slowed up by that first bit of GT4 traffic, and so the run onto the hanger straight was a lot better for the Ferrari, number 24, and that allowed them to get the run and get close enough for a dive. They weren't really gaining in terms of speed on the straight. It was just about getting close enough to make a lunge that Charles Rainford has been so good at so far in these first 20 minutes. So
Here we go, this is a bit on television.
This is our bit on television, mate, you're right.
Smile, Charlie.
Well, there is, you can see it here along the Wellington straight. Rob Sutherland and the RD Sims.
Go on, Ed, you're gonna go.
Sport machine of Charlie Max. You got Yannaman.
You even got shout out, Charlie.
Together, so they're all trying to get through. Look at now how they dance. You can't just find yourself on the inside line.
driving, Charlie. Leave him on the outside, mate. Well done.
Together, trying to be diving into line, and he very much needed to take the outside track.
You know, those boys are pushing each other along.
This is a communication game now of how you communicate your car's body language to get the desired line you want.
And how do you...
When it gets dangerous, this is a communicate. Dangerous, this is a command. You can't just find yourself on the inside like that. For team heat together, so they're all trying to get through, and look at now how they dance. You can't just find yourself on the inside like that, Charlie, because you'll just scramble the group up together trying to be diving into line, and he very much needed to take the outside track. That's what happens when it gets dangerous. This is a communication game now of how do you communicate your car's body language to get the desired line you want.
And how do you... Oh, late dive as well from Sim Dynamics. That was pretty rude. The GC...
Lap traffic and that...
Our livery hasn't loaded on the race spot stream.
That's what we're seeing here.
Did you submit it?
Yeah.
And sometimes, ladies and gentlemen, that
No
traffic
idea, mate.
takes away and it's taken away from the likes of the Shunt Pros and Sim Dynamics and Effect Simulations and Alpha Esports, and has given WSR Esports Butt Kicker the advantage that they have been searching for. So Roy
Nothing they can do now, is there?
No.
With his positioning currently, as we take a look then at what happened to Duncan Steele, and that is a case of having traffic to traffic and a lack of patience as he gets turned around. And here's Chris Chatterton for the Nomad Academy 281 in the middle of a lovely little scrap here right now with green prints.
And that was a real lack of patience in the replay, by the way. That was ST Racing Esports who were recovering from that opening lap spin, by the way, in GT4.
Oh mate, that's fucking stressful.
Done well done, mate.
And they really were. Dear me, that could have been a pretty big accident down in towards turn 3, and it was entirely accidental. I
Just
think
constantly
Benjamin
like,
Tran
where are they, where are they, where are they, where are they?
And well done for pulling that up in time. I'd imagine he will just stick behind his time now. Sorry.
Sim Dynamics, they've gone around, they've had contact with lap traffic there through into Lovefield corner, and Remy Gilbert is going to have to wait for everybody to get going before he can come around. It's a disaster for him going through. We take a look here, catches it out with the Mercedes there and did not have the clearance to turn in that much.
Absolutely, that was not the GT4's fault at all. Often the driver on the inside is at fault for those kind of incidents, but not on that occasion at all. Remy Gilbert tried to pull down to the racing line when he simply wasn't clear. And
A bit of breathing space behind now, mate. Driving.
That to himself, I'm afraid. And he's down to 9th place now. He's just in behind.
Yeah, fair play, this is fucking
He'll try and
tough.
recover, of course, but a bad moment for the
You literally gotta have eyes on your ass. Constantly checking mirrors. Gotta watch where you're going.
He's liking that dive at Stowe, and now he's got the lead because of it.
That's brilliant stuff from 8th position on the grid. It's taken them a little under half an hour to get the place they want, and they battle in front of them with the Project 91 Racing Team Orange and the DCW Racing Blue GT4s that are now trying to go and get.
There's so many of
to
them.
the Lewis Hampton straight for what will be.
Did you say 30 something?
Is it 35 cars, Joe?
32 GTVs, 22
Ferrari and the Shunt Brothers. They are definitely in this game to take risks, and they are committed to every single corner where there's a little bit of trepidation for the likes of Eric Roycer.
Right, this is where it fucking separates the boys from the men, I think.
Yeah.
But absolutely wonderful down the inside as one of the Mercedes goes off down at turn 1. It's been involved with a GT4 by the looks of it, because there's also one of those off down the excuse me.
Fucking right, mate, this is where we show those 98 bastards how we do it.
Anyway, Chris Chanton down to 17th.
Yeah, you're right there, Doc.
12th place, Benjamin Tran there. Door to door.
Shame my livery hasn't loaded on stream.
Yeah, I'm just looking, it's not even in there.
And he looks like he's got
Careful.
the BMW holding up well, and actually Benjamin
What
Tran
the
is
fuck
the
is
one
going on?
who holds on. He's sliding. He puts himself right in the way, and now there's contact. Saruta makes contact with.
Oh my god!
Just in behind them. Yeah, another one.
Oh, I am not making that. Oh well.
Down at Lovefield.
But this is what happens when you get caught up and a little bit too focused.
This is
on the car in
fucking
front. You can't
chaos.
see the forest forest between the trees, and that is just a case of a very,
Oh, it's
very
basic
messy
Ollie
moment
behind. Punt him
out on
off.
circuit. It creates a massive amount of drama, and ultimately
dear.
everyone has
If
got
you
to
fucking
go
get out wide,
and
that's it.
scramble about as they go and get themselves forward. Now I am just hearing word in from race control that they're having a few issues
Right, roll
at
it
the
down.
moment in terms of getting all their replays across, so it is going to take a little bit of time here before those penalties come in. So if you do see an incident out there, it will be looked at by the stewarding team, but it's going to be more of a case here over the course of this race that those penalties are going to trickle in a little bit later than what we expect them to normally do. They will still get assessed, they will still get penalised, but it might take a little bit of time before we see that happening.
Well, there's a long time, thankfully, in this race, so it should be okay. As around the outside goes one of the Audis, Christian Sarut's already getting past.
I wonder, I've just looked at the approved thing and we're still in Aston Martin. I wonder, did they assign the cars before deliveries are finished?
So good job from them so far.
We were never in the Aston Martin.
Not, sorry, the Porsche, my bad.
I should say, I was going to say this earlier on before it all kicked off. They've raced really well.
Yeah, maybe it's just a admin error.
I think it is, yeah.
That's right, we look sexy on our screens.
I was going to say, we know what it looks like, don't worry, Joe.
But the world doesn't.
Really exciting to watch, of course, and the number 21 and 24 excuse me, got there and they're now leading the race.
They certainly are as we take a look at Matthew
Okay, you're going.
Chellerton in
No worries.
the Aztec Racing BMW, having to deal with Harry Hartley-Price and the Clark St James racing car out there at the moment as they dance through some of the traffic, like Peter Brett, for example. They've got
Oh,
the
shit.
racing team behind them.
Doing really well,
Oliver
mate.
Furnell looking to try and make his progress back through the field.
He's
But you'll see
got
a
no
lot of
front
these
end,
drivers and a lot
this
of these
next
teams
GT3.
all looking for the same thing. And lest we forget that GT4 still also has back.
Oh, mate, don't do that.
And they are all behind Kieran Sharp and the TSRT Esports car in second position. They let the gap go out.
Pulls in front of you and then just fucking stops in the corner.
To the car in front. Of course, that one being piloted by Alex Gal at the moment. But for Will Dames in the Gusteus Racing Team car, he's hoping for a way through on Adam Watson for position. He is hoping for something maybe a little bit elementary, but the Porsche's got the coverage. But look at what's behind them, waiting to get through.
Yeah, this is of course the 111 just up ahead of us, the previous leading car of the GT4 class, but Alex Gillard was able to get through in a very nice pass on the way down towards Maggots and Beckett's, and has since grown up to a really big lead here. Here comes some more GT3s. They're actually really quite spread apart, GT3s, for the first run through traffic, so this is going to go on for a while. Big times down the inside from a few of them, forcing Adam Watson wide, and Gusteus Racing Team are going to have a look through, but the Ferrari's still in the way, and so they're going to struggle. Watson now pulls in front of the Ferrari that's going to be stuck again. Now back down the inside of Aintree again. It's all going to be very awkward, and this battle for second is going to be interrupted again and again and again as GT3s come through.
Yeah, this is what they have to navigate here as the slower category of class. They've either got to dictate the line that the
Have we caught this guy in front up, or did he get past?
So he
passed
us, and now we've just got back up to him again.
Doing this right, he's allowing Remy Gilbert only the chance
If you
to
think
attack
you've got it,
quickly
mate,
on the
go.
power
Just
to
be
go
aware of
and
traffic.
make that move. Dive into line and
I'm not going to do anything for a second.
it's beneficial to have the GT3 car go through on the GT4 because the GT4 picks up a better tow off of the GT3.
It can hide behind a lot better, and so it can be a real help.
GT3 outside.
It really
Yeah, I
is
know,
give
I
and
know.
take. We've already used the famous phrase, but it does sometimes advantage you, sometimes not. So
Sorry, mate, you're going to have to get around the outside.
It falls this time around, and it's just constant for these GT4s. If you take the
Oh.
less of them than there are GT3s, so you've got to be wary of that and know that this is just going to be a constant, really. Will James now can't quite follow the GT4s as closely as he would have liked in the sector there. There's a GT3 coming through. Now, will it help Adam Watson get down the inside of Kieran Sharp? No, he's not quite close enough, I don't think, although Sharp did have to turn in later. He gets across in time, though, and he retains second place.
Well, it's amazing what apostrophe missing on a team name can do, because you saw there from behind, it is in fact effectively a cookery team. It's Gusto's racing team out there at the moment we'll see what Gusto can do out there at this point. Adam Watson, they're happy to sit in this position at the moment, and this is the sort of game that you can see, because it's a case of, can I scramble a lap, gain a lap on the car in front of me, and then you're trying to gain that lap each and every single time you're out there and you're making this run, and if you can keep adding the laps, it counts when you go over to the end of the race, to the outside, then searching goes the out.
Sorry, mate, the opportunity was there.
Go for it, mate.
In the side and get that sorted, and Will Dames being very cheeky here, going through the loop, leading to Aintree Corner, trying to take that advantage, but just can't quite manage it there. And
Where is he?
Quite a bit of that.
I cannot see him.
He's still there. He is.
To the inside, and then you start wondering, well,
Got another one diving as well.
He's not going to be able to get any this time round. Will James has been pushed to the outside.
Well, he's going to have to wait.
He was hoping probably that the Ferrari would dive Adam Watson as well, but he didn't. Now round the outside, it's not going to be possible through there, so the car length will remain between the two, and Adam Watson will be able to breathe a bit of a sigh of relief. Alfie Bevan trying to recover from that spin on the opening couple of laps of this race. Is up to 21st in the number 21, and Project Not Last is going very well.
Yeah, they are going very well at the moment. They've got the Quartermass Motorsport car that they've just gone through on of Ben Bennyworth, so they've certainly done very well in that regard to keep themselves very focused. But look how busy it starts to get for Ollie Furnell as he now looks to really follow the wheel tracks that Matthew Cheverton is doing in the Aztec Racing car, just in front. The 290 currently in 17th position last time.
Paul's working on the livery.
At this point,
he said he's seen it and he's working on it.
Oh, do they think they'll be able to get it in although it's running?
Well, I've just remembered they're not using trading paints on the stream, they're using the livery pack, so you can edit that as much as you want, whenever you want.
And it very much is a log jam.
Ah.
If it's trading paints, you're fucked. But if they, like I said, the livery pack.
Chicane, Furnell has done a decent recovery so far, but there has been one contact, of course, that we saw at Stowe Corner. He's got stuck up on the inside rather and made side-to-side contact with one of the BMWs that spun to the outside. That's going to be a good run, though. That's an example of GT4 traffic gifting an opportunity to one of the GT3s, and Furnell gets down the inside, can't quite get through though, and is going to struggle in towards 3, and it's a good run around the outside of the BMW, and it will now use Connor Gibb, I think that is.
Right, breathe for 5 seconds and the leader will be back round.
Yeah, that's wonderfully done. It takes bravery to hold around the outside, and the confidence in the grip levels was very much there. But
the
remember,
leader is
compromised the line slightly with the way the CG there of Connor Gibb, not quite a BG, but he's certainly hoping to get himself forward. But the way that the Aztec Racing team had to try and take that corner, there was maybe a half a chance of that advantage to go through. But again, when you're going through this level of lap traffic, you are always having to be alert to when is my opportunity, because it does present itself at any given moment, and you do have to wake up and say, this is
right, this is where I'm going to try and take the opportunity to run a little bit, I think, before they fucking come back.
Which is Cobbs down the inside. Oh, you're going to be as brave as you want.
I want a 2.5 gear.
Cheverton breaks out and somehow still holds the place. My word.
That was unbelievable, really, that they're all even facing the
right
way.
in that case, gents,
they're all in the
I'm going to bugger off and go and feed myself.
Okay,
fantastic driving from all involved, and we're going to see plenty of those moments throughout the day. This circuit is quite big, of course, but there are 54 cars on the grid, and that means these kind of moments are going to be all the more common over the course of the day. I think Oliver Furnell, though, might be a little bit surprised how difficult he's finding this at the moment to try and get through and up just one place. Of course, a big recovery required after that opening incident, and for a team that has been right up towards the pointy end in this race in years gone past, this is a big job for them to recover the situation.
Started in 10th, down in 18th position, so a drop of 8 off of the start. Definitely could recover it back. Speaking of recovering it back, Edward Hope now finding himself very much locked up here in this one, because Remy Gilbert has found himself with his move that he wants to. So Team Loose Spurwing have found themselves down a position. You've got the Glass Tech Racing 29 in the mix as well, so it's 2 then for Sim Dynamics that they've got through, and they've had to work hard for that position, or those positions, so to speak, and that puts them where they want to be. Now just 11.5 seconds off of the race lead, and now with a bit of clean air to focus to get to the Prismatic Motorsports Athena car driven by Rachel Conkerley.
Yeah, a great recovery so far from Sim Dynamics, I've got to say, after that spin in towards Luffield a few moments ago. They were running it up inside the top 3 at the time, of course, dropped to the bottom end of the top 10, but already to be in 6th place is a pretty good recovery. It shows that Remy Gilbert might have been just holding back and fuel saving early on in the race, and now he's really starting to put on the pace a little bit here. It's going to be a long time until he can get up to a battle for the lead again like he was in before, but it's a decent recovery for now. I'd imagine he's going to leave Will Humphrey and Edward Hope behind to continue their battle now for 7th place.
Yeah, he'll be definitely trying to get onto the power, and he'll be definitely hoping that Edward Hope, pardon the pun, is going to be
Bring
getting
them
involved
TC
in
down a
William
clip.
Humphrey in the Glass Tech Racing car, because the more that they battle, the more chance he has to break away, and he'll speak of the devil, get exactly what he wants, a massive lunge down the inside, and will he be able to get it committed through the second part then, in the first and second parts of the Vale? He does. That's a wonderful lunge by Edward Hope.
It was Max Verstappen-esque, I would say. I shouldn't probably repeat it, but it was good while it lasted, and a decent overtake at the time. So there you go. 7th place for Edwin Hope, and up 6th so far, by the way. 13th on the grid, and now up inside at 7th place. So might even be able to leave behind William Humphrey, although I think that could be a little bit more difficult for him. They do seem
What a
relatively
absolutely
evenly matched,
fantastic
although,
broadcast.
We'll see when
Like, it's
in the next few moments.
it's
Humphrey
just sound when
very
it's
close
such great
behind,
commentators.
free
It sounds
entry.
like
I'm surprised if he doesn't
any
reach
other
the
GT
same
race.
kind down in towards Brooklands this time round, but he might surprise us. Down the inside, no, he will stay behind. I imagine that will be, he'll just continue in that position for a few more moments here, down in 8th place.
Yeah, and he's certainly hoping for a way through. Then is William Humphrey in the Glass Tech Racing car. We're going to hear a lot here of the rules of GT3 and GT4 engines. We're going to go here on board for a little bit as we head ourselves. Racesport TV, fan immersion. So we've been keeping an eye here on William Humphrey and the Glass Tech Racing team and the work that they've been doing to try and stay close in their battle with Team Loose Spurwing here for 7th and for 8th positions out there at this moment in time. So they've been keeping themselves rather close together. A race that over the first 40 minutes has been fraught with action up and down the field in both categories, but right now it's a big battle at the top of GT3 and it's looking very much like a great runaway start to the stint for Satellite Racing GT4. There is the 41 WSR Esports butt kicker Audi of Eric Royseth, who is then trying to go through, and Team Loose Spurwing have just been given a black flag penalty.
So they're starting to trickle in again. 40 minutes gone and we've only got one so far, but there'll be a lot to go through from here to the to the end of the race probably. Edward Hope going to have to be coming in to serve that black flag at some point soon, as we know now. So that's not an ideal start for them after some good overtakes made.
That fucking front tyre's feeling it a bit.
He's going to be going backwards pretty quickly, probably back to where he started in 13th place, maybe worse off. It is still a good battle for the lead, although
I can't tell if he's flashing at me or not.
Really slowed down. I think Eric Rossell.
I'll keep an eye out, mate. I wasn't looking at him particularly.
And that's why these two have left behind Effect Simulation and Alpha
It's
Esports.
fucking hard to know.
Who were earlier on staying with the front two. They're not anymore, and I think that's because Rainford has just kept this pace up, and he's now split the group apart. So
1 sec.
not much fuel saving going on, I wouldn't say, at the front of the field now, even if there was in the first 20 minutes or so between WSR and Sim Dynamics. Rainford isn't interested in any of that from the looks of things, although, you know, happy to be proved wrong. He might just be very quick.
Well, I think he's definitely very quick. You're talking about drivers who are knocking about the 8,000, 9,000 iRacing range, which puts them in the top 1% of all sim racers in the world on iRacing. So if this is an elite group of drivers out there at the front of this field, likes of Andrew Dawson, Stanley Daylon, I would definitely say Stanley Daylon is a
given our
fantastic driver
pace,
in 4th position. So
would
this
it
is
be
telling
worth
you
looking
the
at
quality of drivers
fuel
that he's got at
saving
the
to get an
moment.
extra?
And they will be looking at trying to break away from that group, but by no means
An extra
could you say as well
lap.
at this moment in time that this is an easy group to try and break away from. Especially when you consider it's a 24-hour race.
I can't see what's happening in the car at the minute, but I'll have a look in a
they've
minute.
got a 1 second lead over.
Well, you're coming up, you've got your 12 laps at the line there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's still
But I'm just wondering if it would be worth it or not. I haven't tried any fuel lift, any lift
23
course.
hours and 18 minutes to go, but the battling has been great so far, and there's still more to be had down in towards turn 3 here, just in behind. And the interesting one here is that Christian Saruta is onto the back of these guys. It's Dominic Howard.
Yeah, probably wouldn't hurt.
In 11th and 12th, of course, Howard also recovering from a black flag earlier on. So a couple of drivers trying to recover from incidents earlier on, and Saruta now will be just closing onto the back of these two, although still got a little bit of work to do.
Yeah, and that work's going to be important, and after Saruta having that little half slide going through at the loop, it's definitely cost them a little bit of time.
GT3's coming through now.
I suppose there'll be plenty of chance to do that when you're letting traffic through.
Yeah, I was using about probably 0.2
long haul to try to get through, but it's getting busy
less.
up at the front. Royseth getting close now as he runs through this next section of road, and we are firmly back.
They fucking sneak up on you fast.
Yeah.
Trying to make sure that, well, like name and nature, he's got all of the GT3 leaders heaped together.
I'm sure I just looked and it was about 4.5 seconds.
It could have been under pressure if there wasn't so many GT4s around, and Rossef is going to be under real pressure here as well. Andrew Dawson is going to have a much better run because Rossef was just caught up behind one of the GT4s. DeLond is going to be right onto the back of them as well here. Rainford with the first chance to break away maybe after that bit of traffic that initially really slowed the front two into Myers and Beckett's. They were stuck behind that train, that battle in GT4, and it allowed the front four to come together again, but now it's Rainford who's got the advantage.
Yeah, you just find 3 or 4 GT4s in play, and all of a sudden the dynamic of the front group will just absolutely change. It's cost a second here for the 41 team, but as they dive it in to Brooklands corner, which is a much wider and faster effort than what I would say now the legacy circuit here in iRacing is, which is a much tighter section as you go through Priory corner to reach that bit. You really get the sense that you've got to carry momentum, you've got to carry speed, you've got to keep that pace up. And Roy said, found himself a little bit boxed in to where he wasn't quite happy, and suddenly he's finding himself not in a battle for the race lead, but now looking to hold on to the honour of second place.
And I'm sorry for a controversial opinion, but I thought I'm quite glad we're on this layout of the circuit. You've got a great overtaking chance down in towards Brooklands, I believe anyway, and racing through those couple of corners very good indeed. Coming out of there, of course, really high speed right the way down to the very end of the lap. But Rossap here is going to have to really put the work in to try and
take me with you.
Charles Rainford. It's going to be difficult, and traffic's going to be pretty much a constant, by the way, for the remainder of this race. You look down at the bottom end of GT4 already; they are over a minute in some cases, nearly a lap off of the lead. Nearly 45 minutes in, they're already strewn all over the.
Well, I'm not racing you. Just fucking go, innit?
They are here, they are there, they are everywhere, and they are very much a Dr. Seuss book at this moment in time, with how much they are having to be spread apart and split apart. And it means that flow, that momentum when you're in GT3 is constantly getting buffeted.
So am I trying to save or not?
Yeah, I would, mate. Just to cut the lift and coast.
Getting a penalty next, and that is going to be the only racing Brit Car team. It's Aiden Carter's Aston Martin that's going to be caught out in that, and they are quite high up at the moment. They're 7th in class in the GT4, so that is going to be a big hit for them.
Yeah, it certainly is, and we'll see what that means for the remainder of the race in a few moments' time. As just to ahead of, by the way, slightly surprised that the No Limit Sim Racing Academy car, that thing's still being driven by Colin Kidd just up ahead. Yeah, it is indeed. So far off the lead at the moment, they've not really been able to stay with the battle for second place, which is still going on. And you know, I've seen Colin Gibb driving plenty of times before. I would have thought he'd be able to stay with that battle for second place, but it's really struggled so far. He's at the head of this group now for 5th place.
Well, the question that you've always got to ask when you've got a setup like this, and why are drivers maybe struggling more than they can do, is how much are they actually sacrificing in their setup to make the other drivers in the group are basically comfortable with the Mercedes and the way they're driving? Because you've got Louis Gregg, you've got Zhao Diaz, you've got Tanner Prater and Caleb Koski, who are all there, who can all get behind the wheel at some point during the race. You need a car that works for every driver, not just the quickest.
Yes, well, this is true. This is true, but you know, he qualified up with them, so clearly it's something has gone on in the meantime that, in my opinion anyway, that means that they're a few seconds away. I mean, to be 5 seconds off the battle per second with this amount of time remaining is not exactly a red alert kind of concern, but either way, just surprised me a little bit looking through the order again in GT4. Of course, not as surprised as I am, but Satellite Racing got out to a 10-second lead. I know Alex Gall is good, but he's against some good drivers as well. And what a lead he's got 45 minutes in.
He's got a comfy pair of shoes in the number 64 car, and he'll have Niels Kerr that he can go to as his next driver in that group. So there's always that to keep in mind as it stays close here now for 4th and 3rd positions, as I believe that we just had a car switch as Alpha Esports have made the move, and Andrew Dawson for Effect Simulations can't really argue too much about it there. He's lost the place outright, and now he's going to have to work hard to get it back.
See if he can do in these last moments. I think this is the part in the stint now where you might well have done all the things saying that you can, once you know that you can get to the end of this stint on however many laps you're planning to do, you can start to push on in the last 10 minutes or so, and maybe that's what Sandy Delon is starting to do, because I'm surprised that he is down in 3rd at the moment. I thought he would have been the quickest in the opening part of this race, to be honest, against the drivers he is around, but he's 3rd at the moment, 3.5 seconds off of the lead, even with the bit of work to do to get back to Eric Rossell, who is still in 2nd place, 1.5 seconds behind Charles Rainford.
Yeah, they definitely do need to start thinking about, well, how much are they going to try and work together in a race like this? How much are they going to be in a place where they can say, you know what, we need to just get ourselves into a place of happiness where we can work together and stay close. We are nearing that pit stop window. You'd feel that they can only go maybe an hour out there in terms of their stint, and they always talk about in races like this getting to the hour mark, but how about 3 wide? Oh, it's going to get close.
Oh, big crash.
Stay long, and the iSport GBR car of Callum Gibson gets turned a massive instant down the stone.
That was always going to happen as they crowded each other off the road towards Stoke.
Around, stay long. Start thinking about, well, how much are they going to try and work together in a race like this? How much are they going to be in a place where they can say, you know what, we need to just get ourselves into a place of happiness where we can work together and stay close? We are nearing that pit stop window. You'd feel that they can only go maybe an hour out there in terms of their stint, and they always talk about in races like this getting to the hour mark, but how about 3 wide? Oh, it's going to get close, and they're going to go around. Stay long, and the iSport GBR car of Callum Gibson gets turned. Can say, you know what, we need to just get ourselves into a place of happiness where we can work together and stay close. We are nearing that pit stop window. You'd feel that they can only go maybe an hour out there in terms of their stint, and they always talk about in races like this getting to the hour mark, but how about 3 wide? Oh, it's going to get close, and they're going to go around. Stay long, and the iSport GBR car of Callum Gibson gets turned a massive instant down the stone.
Joe, you jumped in next.
Yes, mate, yeah.
Pit stop set.
Cool. Just gonna go for a quick slash then.
I don't think there's anything that's mentally, like, that could mentally prepare you for this. Like, I've had tough times before, but this is fucking mental.
Yeah, it's just about keep it safe, enjoy it. You know what I mean, mate? Like we are in deep today.
I'm literally just as much in the mirror as I am looking forward.
Yeah, 100%.
You've got to be so gentle on these tyres, mate. You get them hot, mate. That left front just doesn't do anything.
Yeah, I'm going to be driving like a prick, mate, to be honest.
Yeah, it's just like you can go so much harder, but there's no point in going so much harder because you're just going to burn a car out.
Yeah.
Okay, all noted.
Yeah, honestly, mate, you just got to watch the tyres on the front at least. That's my biggest takeaway from this, is you can get that front tyre hot and then that's it. You rely on it for 90% of the track.
Yeah, alright, copy that.
The best way to do it early on, and that's exactly what Prismatic have done. A couple of positions gained, but mainly due to other people going off, and there is nothing wrong with that in the opening hour of the race.
Looks like we've worked a gap from it anyway.
In the pack, this is the Ferrari of Maurizio Sciglio, recovering of course from that spin out of the final corner at the end of that one. Jake Pitt also recovering from spin, so is Matt Webber as well. This is very much a battle of recoverers here for 26th place in GT3.
Yeah, we saw Jake Pitt go around twice. We saw Maurizio Sciglio go around on the opening lap, and then you got Matt Webber here in the number 53, who is technically up one place at the moment in this race, and will certainly be happy with the progress of one, but would like to make it two. And speaking of the devil, ground's going to go Matt Webber there at the final corner, just about stops it on the line, which I would say is a win in some respects, but he will now have to look around and say,
I was turning in, mate, I promise.
Driving Miss Daisy at the moment. So for the WMG 44, which is actually the 53 car as classified in this one, they're not going to be too pleased. Front to rear contact. I tell you what, that Ferrari of Sciglio's did very well not to repeat what happened on lap one.
He's going to start to have nightmares about this final corner. Good save,
oh dear.
Good save, and
bit fast.
Didn't quite do the same, unfortunately. So he spins around at the final corner, just reversed quite nicely out of the way, but gets back going again. all the way down in the lower end of the top 30 now, I'm afraid. So another incident down at the back, but it's been a very action-packed opening hour of this race. I'm sure Race Control will have a lot to look for.
Go on, my mate, you're safe.
On here, and that's exactly what they'll be doing at the moment. Of course, black flags have to be served, by the way, within 3 laps in this series. Very different to a lot of the ones we cover here at Race Spot, where you can do them at the pit stop as a sort of time penalty. You can't do that here. You've got to serve them within 3 laps. It's a sort of traditional penalty style, if you like, a very sort of Formula 1 style penalty serving system there.
Yeah, it's very much using the iRacing penalty system. So what happens within the iRacing system is that you do have that penalty, it gets assigned to you, you get assigned officially in iRacing a black flag. And with the black flag penalty system in iRacing, you have 4 laps to serve the penalty, but on that 4th lap you will get disqualified. So effectively, you've got 3 laps to go and serve it.
The fuel usage getting any better or not?
Schumacher 1995 situation here around Silverstone, which nobody really wants to be in around this track. But Team Loose Spurwing have served that penalty and have found themselves back in 9th position, and they're looking at the RAF eMotorsports GT3 car, Ben Cullen. Now what a start they've had to this race. We haven't really talked much about them, but they're up 9 spots, 17th to 8th.
Yeah, this is a great start. And it's a kind of the point in the race where we can start to look at really who has made the best starts in the field. Yeah, it's good early on to try and get as many positions as possible. To be honest, the cars are all as close as they're ever going to be at the start of a 24-hour race. So I know everyone says, well, back off and be careful, but actually if you can make up some places early on, you can really save yourself a lot later on. If you are trying to make overtakes at this stage in the race, now that everything is a little bit more settled, it can take a bit of time and cost you quite a lot of time. Doing them all at once at the very beginning is probably a better idea. And Ben Cullen has made up the most places of any GT3 or indeed GT4 that I can see in the field.
Yeah, we've got 53 cars running. We actually only had 53 cars starting because the 78 THR Sim Sports car did not get themselves onto the grid. So everyone's still out there going. And Christian Schumacher, Project 91, ex-Thomas Enger Sim Racing team car, is now got Hadley Simpson for company in the Hyro Motorsports machine. And behind that, there is Chris Chatterton in the Nomad Academy 281. And that Nomad team used to run in one of the British GT3 leagues here in iRacing. It used to be called Bosra, which I managed to commentate once upon a time. But when Bosra decided that they couldn't race anymore, basically there was nowhere really for all of those drivers to go. And so they effectively became Sim Racing Nomad because they had nowhere to go. And so that's where the Nomad Racing team name came about.
That's well done. Good Sim Racing story. Good that they can continue on and race together now. Racing rather well as well here early on in this race, although could be in a bit of trouble down in towards Brooklands here. They all could be, as Christian Schumacher is looking pretty punchy again on the way down here. Can't quite overtake Hadley Simpson on this occasion as Chris Chatterton continues to just watch on behind. And they stay in the positions they are. We really are settling in now, nearly an hour in. You'd imagine pit stops are just around the corner.
They are very much around the corner, and there'll be around a few of them at this point because they'll be hoping that they can get to the end of their laps and hopefully find themselves through. Now the 909 Effect Simulations car for Andrew Dawson. We were expecting a penalty to come.
Plenty of handouts at the moment, aren't there?
So
what, penalties wise?
Yeah. They'll be due down in the pits, and the issue that they've got is because they're so close to the pit window here as they go in to serve their penalty, if they're anywhere close on fuel, they will have to try and either take service then the penalty, or take the penalty and then, you know, scramble around the lap to get the service.
I think that's why they're in right now. So otherwise you would normally just do the 3 laps. I don't know why we do that and just do the 3 laps, to be honest, but people generally do. And then they'll make the pit stop. But I don't think they've got 3 more laps to do here, so I think that's why they're in initially, to serve their penalty, as Chris Chatterton does get past Christian Schumacher, rather surprisingly actually. Thought Schumacher was pushing on and making up positions, but has taken one step backwards there. As
we just need to let Ben know that pass on the grass is not acceptable in this race.
Yeah, so that is a very nice move by Chris Chatterton to get the Mercedes through. You got the Ferrari there of Hadley Simpson, but I wonder really, because we haven't seen too many Lamborghinis out here really driving, whether that Lamborghini is maybe a little bit more aggressive out there in terms of how they're going forward, or maybe even there is a slight amount of damage to the front clip of the Lamborghini that might be causing a little bit of cause for concern.
We'll
4 laps to go,
Can't
mate.
see any as Charlton gets down the inside of Hadley Simpson now, and that was pretty easy. Simpson not getting a very good run onto the front straight, and so here comes Saruta.
Oh, well, livery's on stream now. Yay!
Not on the brakes there, really, for me. But Simpson can't hold on around the outside, and that is another place gained as he's on a funnel as well in the BRT Mercedes coming through.
Yeah, it was down in 18th, now up to 15th, and looking at 14th now as the next port of call along past the national pits there on the right-hand side and over towards Cops Corner. They will have to clear the traffic here on that inside. It's Mark Custers there for the Samson Canard Esports number 7, which has been running a very nice race. Down 2 though from where they started, but here comes Ollie Furnell. He'll look to the inside at Maggotts Corner, which will turn to the outside here, and now look at this. This is a case of knitting in a car, because you've got to try and go up and under, up and under, up and under. You knit one to par one, you get your cross stitch going, and you try and get a run down the hanger
You make sure you're well fed before doing this shit, man. There's just a lot on the brain.
What he's got here looks to the inside line and should be through, I would imagine, braking late. On the ideal line as well. Simpson is going to do a very good job to hang around the outside there, but can't quite do it. And so here goes the Mercedes, and indeed into the pit lane now for the Ferrari. I wonder when this first scheduled stop of the day.
Yeah, and it's right on the hour, because you look at it here, he's about 30 seconds short, but he'll get the fuel stop time as he's down there in the pit. So I would say at this moment in time, Ewan, that's perfect. They've got a strategy of play it to the hour. They played it to the hour.
Well, yes, but if this was in 23 hours' time, then there'd still be 30 seconds to go, and he'd have to go around again, which he doesn't have fuel for, clearly. So I don't know if it's exactly ideal, but it's okay for now. There's a long way to go as Charles Rainford gets through on a lap GT3 for the first time. Now, officially, we do complete the first hour. I would reckon you want to be doing 30 laps a stint, to be honest, to be absolutely comfortable. Oh! Big contact! Saruta's in the wall at the hands of Chris Chatterton, and that will be a big hit at the bridge.
Bit keen.
This was in 23 hours' time, then there'd still be 30 seconds to go, and he'd have to go around again, which he doesn't have fuel for, clearly. So I don't know if it's exactly ideal, but it's okay for now. There's a long way to go as Charles Rainford gets through on a lap GT3 for the first time. Now, officially, we do complete the first hour. I would reckon you want to be doing 30 laps a stint, to be honest, to be absolutely comfortable. Oh! Big contact! Saruta's in the wall at the hands of Chris Chatterton, and that will be a big hit at the bridge.
You never want to go and have an issue at that part of the circuit, because that is the case of trying to cross the beams over and just not having enough clearance for it. Christian Saruta and Project 91 have been caught out a little bit in the wars here today, and that is just a case of the symptoms of falling back. It started after a great qualifying and then switching their drivers up. You can see here trying to move across, and that is just as clumsy as it gets in GT racing. Was trying to move across to the inside, and then ultimately it's the Nomad Academy car that has completely hooked the quarter panel.
Yeah, you know, I like Chris Chatterton. I think he's a good driver, but that was not his finest moment by any means. That was pretty clumsy in the Wellington straight there on the lap before pit stops here. That was very clumsy indeed. Here is Rainford into pit lane. A very productive opening stint indeed, and Charles Rainford can pack himself on the back and hand over to James now for the second stint of the.
It has just meant that the 41 car has gone longer than others out there. So you've got Alpha Esports who have stayed out, Class Tech have stayed out as well.
Come on, Mr. BMW.
This was what I was expecting, to be honest, especially for WSR. Eric Rossev there, especially early on.
Go.
Fuel saving at the front of the race. That's
Go.
why Rainford.
Oh, he's boxed anyway.
He's got the speed as well.
Oh, what a criminal.
He tried to keep up.
2 laps,
He
mate.
wasn't quite able to keep as much fuel back then, but he has got an extra lap here. Going 31 laps is a great sign for these drivers and these teams who are managing it. Of course, we'll see just how much it's going to give them by the end of the race. Is it going to give them one less stop? Can they do it on 22 stops throughout the day? I think that could get difficult. However, it's a good start to do 31 laps here for WSR.
It is a very good start for them, and if they've got the fuel game that's working for them in the Audi, they're definitely going to be smiling with the way they're going about Alpha Esports Glass Tech. They're all going to be there in the same sort of strategy, so to the 909 effect simulations. And
it must be about mid-pack now, surely.
14th, yeah.
Class category traffic, so Team Green Paint, Quartermass Motorsport, and the Wild Things Racing there of Denise Pope, who's driving about at the moment. So you look around at this, and how much of an advantage are you going to get? There's the peel off right, and Eric Royset is going to dive in for the pits. You've got to be very committed here to the line. It is an 80 km/h or about 70.
Sorry, man, I'm going to make you go around the outside.
So
Just checking in quickly, lads. Looks to be going all right.
So far,
yeah,
so
mate.
good,
through this run, and now we'll be looking at finding their box, which will be
Happy
down at
days.
the very end of the pits. Which
He's
will be
about to
the
box,
final
I'm gonna take
available.
over.
They'll get their fuel, tyres,
Yeah,
and the
sound.
drive change should they show so
Alright
rich
then,
before they
I just
can
got to
come
bugger off
back
down
out
Tesco's.
and
They've shut the
again.
fucking high street because they're turning the Christmas lights on. So I've got to
Surprising how
walk
many
down.
driving
I
changes
drove
there
down.
have been so far, to be honest.
Oh, you can't get to Tesco's unless you take the fucking diversion. Yeah, alright then, whatever. I'll drive back to my house and walk down.
Looks of things, and
So,
we will
I won't be
see
back for another little bit now, but then I'll be here.
Exit the pit lane in a few moments' time.
Alright,
Back
no
in the
worries.
car again, but Stanley DeLonda's carried on. So has Andrew Dawson.
Alright, sound, see you in a bit.
In a bit, mate.
Dawson was in 3 laps ago, of course, for his penalty. That shouldn't have changed things, I wouldn't have thought. As this is James Rainford making his way. Hopefully, those are the last in.
We got one more.
One more, mate.
Let's see who comes out first between the two of them. There will be
I could do with a fucking holiday after this.
Carried on for 30 seconds.
You still got a long way to go yet, mate.
The Alpha Esports and the simulations, and then of course the basic racing team, and that looks quite comprehensive compared to James Rainford over towards Eric
Yes.
Royset. And look at the
You would be
margin that he's
factually
managed
correct,
to
my
find.
friend.
It's about 4 seconds, 3-4 seconds that he's managed to find.
He's found a lot of time there in the pit lane. That's pretty impressive indeed from Rosev and his.
They've got live timing as well. Didn't realise.
One lap warning.
Yeah, he boxed in this lap, mate. Box, box, box.
Right. This is where we got to try and not get tangled amongst some duty-free cars.
Yeah. Yeah, you're going to have to let him go and duck
Ah,
in
he's
the
alright. I thought there was another one.
Nah, you're alright. Good shit, mate. Solid start. Can't ask for more than that. Just watch your pit lane entry. Slow.
Yeah, absolutely. Fucking
Oh,
kills.
mate. That's mental. Right, where are we? We're quite far down.
Okay, that's good.
Right, all yours.
Thank you, mate.
Just fucking take it real steady, mate. Honestly, it's mental.
Okay.
That is fucking mental.
Legend, mate, legend. Right, we tip for everybody. When you're setting up a pit stop, remember and untick fast repair,
Yes.
so that we only use them when we absolutely need it.
Yeah, absolutely. record, the tyres are done at half a tank. It's good to know for later in the race. Jesus.
You what?
The tyres are already done and I've only got half a tank of fuel in the car.
Yeah.
Good luck, Joe.
Cheers,
Right,
mate.
have fun, don't die. Right, you got a GT3 following up pit lane. Cold tyres. Are you staying here a minute, John?
Yes, mate, I'll be here for a minute.
Right, I'll go get some food in a minute.
No worries, mate. Tommy.
I've got no rear view mirror.
Oh, you're not going to think I'm on.
I don't know. It's just black, and I don't know why. Yeah, I've got a radar, so... But it doesn't tell me which side they're coming from behind, it's just yellow. So I know there's a car coming, but I don't know which side they're diving. I've not changed anything in the settings, so I don't really know why. Yeah, I just use the in-car, like...
Until I get the triples up and running, I'm just going to do the virtual.
It's not much I can do about it now.
Christian driver, mate.
Yeah, that's all I can do really. So, well, when I get a clean lap, it'll be alright.
How's it going?
I've got no mirror,
Oh,
so I'm relying on the radar. But it's quite jarring because it just comes up yellow when there's a car behind, and it stays yellow till they're on one side of you till it goes red, and it tells you what side they are. But I don't know until they're literally there. Literally. And it's been a busy couple of laps.
Do you know about radio sport?
No. But that would just be the same, wouldn't it? That would just say car right.
Yeah, but you would die. Yeah, I suppose.
I can know they're coming. I'm not surprised they come. It's just because it's just all yellow behind, and then they just go up the right or the left. So it's not so bad on the corner, which is quite clearly an inside corner. It's the ones where on the straight or whatever, you just have to stay dead straight. You don't want to move to the left or the right.
I use the blind spot indicator as well on race lab.
I've not used that. It'll be fine. Once I get out of the car, I'll just look at the mirror and see why it's turned off. Alright, mate.
good, Joe?
Yeah, all good, mate. Apart from I can't see behind me, but
You're killing it, mate, all things considered.
cheers, mate. It's hard to get a clean lap in. I've got pace for like low 13s if there's no traffic. Can you check see if that was my fault?
Yeah, hold on.
I think it looked like he came across you.
He came across the track, mate.
I came off the throttle when I seen him, but it was too late.
Yeah, you were on the curb and you stayed like parallel on the curb, and he's just come out wide. Leave your nose.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Is there any damage? I don't think there was. It was just a like more of a push than a hit.
Yeah, the car looks alright to me.
Cool.
Yeah, it wasn't hard. It was just.
It was more
sort
like
of
pushing
rolled over the
across.
front.
Yeah. It wasn't a bang or anything.
Not really sure why you just pretended you weren't there though. That was silly.
I got out of the throttle. If there's a protest, we can argue. So I just came off the
Yeah.
throttle as soon as I seen him. It was too late though.
We'll be fine. About to get lapped by overpass.
Yeah, well that was going to happen, so don't worry.
Mr. 9K iRacing.
Whoa.
Yes, so Alex behind. If they win the race, he will make a whopping 14 iRacing.
That's if it was not hosted.
Yeah.
It'll make even less than that, seeing it's not an official, so. fucking try hard.
That guy that put it across your nose didn't lose that much time.
Okay. That's a mental place to fucking send it.
Yep. He's got no bonnet.
Yeah, he hasn't had one for a while, I don't think. Obviously I wouldn't know because I can't see anyone behind me.
Is he flickering for you?
God, the understeer is atrocious at the minute.
Yep.
Did they say in the driver
Phase of the
briefing?
stint again, where it's just really, really shit through there.
Anything about safety cars?
No, no safety cars.
Okay.
Didn't expect that. Apologies for the language.
Holy fuck, man.
We're all good. We're all good.
No, I let him go. I knew he was coming.
That Audi that's just past you is a
Yeah.
9.1k.
Wow.
And he's in P3 in class, and if he stays there, he would normally lose iRacing.
Right, this is the Aston Martin again.
Okay, punt him again, yeah?
Sure. Let's go in.
Fucking hell, nearly did.
You're right, you're clear. Fair play, mate. Fair play.
Cheers. It's fucking insane. How many laps have I got left?
7.4 at the line, mate.
Copy that.
Ready to take over as well.
Where's that Aston gone?
What you say?
Where did the Aston go?
He's 3 seconds back.
Oh, there was another car there. There's 3 GT4s, me, him and someone else, and he's gone.
Oh.
Hello, gents.
Hello, mate.
Sure, I was about to make a comment about you.
What?
I was going to say you must be back soon. You've been fucking gone for ages.
Raphael Frey is in here.
Yellow flag
Have
ahead.
Have we been murdered?
No.
No.
Alright then. Where's the...
5 laps to go, Joe.
Copy that. God, it's a tough out here, lads.
I did try to tell you.
Well, it's worse than if anything, you played it down a bit.
Are you jumping in, Jamie?
I was going to mate, yeah.
Yeah, Sam, that's right. I'm just eating.
Oh, good.
The pace is frenetic as well.
Yeah, mate, I'm just going to keep my eyes open and, like I say, Mr. Christian Driver.
Yes. But put it this way, it's not boring. If anything but there's something happening every lap.
Just make sure you got your mirrors turned on, guys.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with mine.
Ben.
Who drives around without a mirror on? Why do you say that as if I drive around without a mirror on?
Well, mine's not working.
Just check it, is what I'm saying.
Oh right, I've never had a problem with it.
Oh, that Duncan just threw some weird lunges, man. He's gonna have a look.
I'm ready to go, Joe, whenever you are.
Copy that, mate. Well, I got 2 laps.
This one and one more.
Cool.
Right. Bring her in, please, mate.
Copy.
Second spin, well done.
Cheers, mate.
If we can keep doing that, it'll be alright.
Tight pace wasn't really there, but
No, but it worked. Here we are. Nice one, brother.
cheers, mate. Oh, that's a lot of fun, that though. There's a lot going on, Jamie. So yeah, just take it easy, pal.
Well done.
Right, don't forget your TC and your brake pressure.
Yes.
Alright, good. Just checking.
Can anyone remember what standard was?
1 and 11, Ben, and bias is 53.1.
Sad.
Another one bites the dust. I need a piss. I'll be back in a sec.
Okie dokes. Right, good luck, Joe. Jamie.
Good luck,
Just get
John.
round.
Stay safe, mate.
Nice clear exit.
yeah, they're in a stressful environment in what they do being in the armed forces, but they're able to then go and follow their pursuits, and they're happy to let off steam, being able to do things like motorsport.
Yeah, and it really gives them an opportunity as well to take some of the skills they've learned and try and apply them in a slightly different form of fashion, which I think is important. Now, we have got a driver change then in the Satellite Racing GT4 as they'll put Niels Kerr behind the wheel to go through. Kieran Sharp now has jumped into the car, just jumped out of the car, and they've put Tumas Kana in behind the wheel of the number 99. So they will make the change there. So they've put the Finn in behind the wheel, and be going off and away shortly to go and get his next stint gone through. Now they've built a wonderful gap up there, and Satellite are certainly no shocks to it, but as we focus with the 281 for a moment, and Taylor Lane out there driving, someone who's been out there in the iRacing service for a very long time.
And been involved with Nomad for a very long time as well as Taylor, so yeah, we're seeing those with the change of drivers as well in GT4, and I was given good information because Adam Watson has jumped out of that Altitude Esports car, by the way, and Jeremy Rouleau is in behind the wheel there. Pretty much finished that full pit stop cycle now. I think there's only, let's have a look at the Standard Nomad 456 in GT4 that still owes a pit stop. Everyone else has been in and served their service, and a change of drivers, change of the guard, and this is where now we've seen the pace that teams have been able to do in those first two stints with their opening drivers. Look at that, Owen Carroll in behind the wheel of the Gustos Racing Team car. I expect that car now to start looking forward to, you know, not just being in third place, but looking forward second and then pushing on for trying to get to the leader.
I don't doubt that for a second, Paul. Owen Carroll is the sort of driver who you can look down at his resume and the races he's been involved with and how quick he has been, and you say he is a top-tier sim racer if ever you had one. He is, of course, a reigning IMSA champion, so to speak, in his collaboration, of course, with Casey Kerwin in the XSET team. So Owen Carroll is certainly, when you talk about him in sim racing GT circles, he is what is known as sim racing royalty.
Certainly up there, yeah, absolutely, and you see him in and around those top events. When it comes to the special events as well, he'll be up in there in the top split of races and putting on a good show and a good performance. But he's got a fellow Mercedes, but GT3, the Effect Simulations car, and they don't want to be held up too much on the 909 because they're in fourth place. And they've got the Glass Tech Racing Matt Hoyland car just a couple of seconds behind them. They would not want to have been held up there through Beckett's, but they were. It cost them about half a second there.
Yeah, and those half a seconds, that, you know, the more that you get caught up like that, you'll soon find that you're there alongside, and it won't necessarily be your fault. You just caught the traffic in the wrong place, and we often see quite a bit of that. Glass Tech have certainly been driving a wonderful showcase to get themselves to where they want to, being, of course, in that fifth position, relatively keeping it out of trouble. They started ninth here today. They've got themselves up into the top five, and they are looking to continue in the same sort of vein of form if they want to go for it. But now you can get the sense of Hoyland running round the outside of Jeremy Rouleau there in the Altitude Eastwood by Sim Stickers 111. That he's had maybe a little bit of a better time of it dealing with the traffic, and that gap of 3 seconds to Effect Simulations is one that we definitely need to keep an eye out on here, with James Ebram currently piloting his way over towards Brooklands Corner on his 70th lap of the race.
You can sometimes have spells as a quote-unquote lower category car where you don't have any lap traffic come through for a while, and you just get into your rhythm and get into your zone, and then all of a sudden you get woken up because suddenly there's two GT3 cars coming up behind you, flashing their headlights, wanting to get past as soon as possible. That can sometimes happen, and it's just the nature of these endurance events. It's what happens out there. I mean, I'm just looking at my track map, and the 456 of the Prestanda Nomad Casey Waters car has got no traffic anywhere near them, so they'll be able to focus and just be able to just hit their marks and do their thing. And then they're going to have 3 or 4 GT3 cars coming up in the next 2 or 3 laps that will affect them. So it's just how things go here in this one.
Oh, this is brilliant stuff. The Wild Things having to battle it out here right now with Alejandro Ulate at this moment. The Aztec Racing 390 putting themselves into play. They've just lost the place there. Now it'll be for 21st position. So Darryl Young getting himself through in the wildest of cars out there. I do want to put some emphasis now on second and third, which are now almost changing for position. Ronnie Smith and Sean Cooper, and through goes Ronnie Smith in the Alpha Esports car up into second position. I've been taking a look at Sean Cooper's times. We consider that Remy Gilbert was running 2 minutes to 2-minute ones at the end of his stint. You're looking at what Sean Cooper's able to do. He's roughly about 202s, 203. So you're talking about a 3-second difference per lap then for the car which was second and now finds itself in third.
That's what you've got to compare from the start of the stint, because of course the lighter fuel load in the stint means that you'll naturally be going quicker. But yeah, Sean Cooper just hasn't got the pace. You look at the average lap time pace of those around him. Crofton Woodhatch, 5-lap average of a 2:01.759 right now. Ronnie Smith, 2:02.148. Sean Cooper, 2:03.562 average. James Ibrahim is at 2:01.751. So those average lap times, there's a bit of a difference there for Sean, and he'll be just having his team in his ear going, just focus forward, just focus on what you're doing. The time will come to you. But it's maybe that's contact on that outlap. It's just rattled him a little bit, and he's just having to get back into that rhythm and get into the zone properly.
Oh, and then you're going to see something like this, for example, where you've got Josh Porter of the Shunt Bros, who's looking around thinking, well, what do I need to do to get the gap past the Ram Ranch team? Side by side, Richard Wishow getting his move done and gaining the place. That is a lovely bit of scrapping between them at the moment, and that Ram Ranch Lamborghini gets exactly what he wants on the Shunt Bros.
Nicely worked, nicely done there, and Ram Ranch now will be going forward. The Shunt Bros are just going backwards in this race. It's not been their day so far in that Ferrari. We have found over the years that Ferrari becomes a bit stronger towards the end of a stint, though, compared to, say, like if there was a Porsche out there. There isn't any Porsches out there, which actually, when I think about things, is no surprise really, given the nature of this track. The Porsches are very good on their brakes, very good on corner exit as well. It's just on a track like this, you want something that, because there's no real braking zones here, you want something that's very good through the mid to high speed corners.
Yeah, and those mid to high speed corners are pretty much
Ferrari. We have found over the years that Ferrari becomes a bit stronger towards the end of a stint, though, compared to, say, like if there was a Porsche out there. There isn't any Porsches out there, which actually, when I think about things, is no surprise really, given the nature of this track. The Porsches are very good on their brakes, very good on corner exit as well. It's just on a track like this, you want something that, because there's no real braking zones here, you want something that's very good through the mid to high speed corners.
Yeah, and those mid to high speed corners are pretty much here, there and everywhere. When you look at the slower sections of this circuit, it's not a case
So
of
fucking
very
sick.
starty, say, like
Oh, for fuck's sake, man!
International circuit, a very wide circuit. So you look at the hairpin style corners like
Still the cars around you.
of this track. So you got farm into the loop. You know, you're still travelling, and we were seeing it on the pole lap from Alex Gall in the satellite racing car. He didn't leave third gear at all over the entirety of his lap. It just goes to show you that you've got so much
How's the car
room to
feel, mate?
manoeuvre and carry the speed across the lap.
I
Alright.
would say with that Aston Martin, the gearing on that car is a bit different
No
to some of the other
damage, is
GT4s. It is a bit
Can't
of a
really
funny
tell.
gearing on that
It
one.
was a
So,
horrific
that
netcode, by
also
the way.
might explain why he didn't leave going lower than third gear at any point
That bloke
on
in
the
that
lap.
Porsche has
But
been
yeah,
a prick since fucking green though, so
it's
Wouldn't
a
get too,
great flowing track for these cars, and gives them plenty of opportunities. Back to that race for second place though, and Owen Carroll, having got ahead of
I think we got
Jeremy
damage on the left
Rillo,
rear,
has
but from
now
the contact with the
tried
Ferrari,
to
mate.
pull
So
away, but is not able to do so quite so much. That slipstream
Yeah.
with Porsche.
Stunning bumper though, so he should be fine.
Now.
Yeah, it's doing a very good job here at this point, and mind you, it is the first lap where he's been able to sit in behind and see what he is capable of doing to see if he can match the pace that Owen Carroll has been able to throw, as that looked like a car that was diving down into the pits, and it will be Chris Steiner in the team Reddix.com SimSport 904, which will be in to make it stop and will depart from its position as it tries the alternate to get itself into line. So we'll see how that goes as the race goes on. But Jeremy Rouleau, this is the first real test that we're seeing right now, and it's a case of two 211.6s to hold together. And I'd say if Jeremy can hold himself in this amount of stability and keep himself this close, they won't be so worried about where they are at the moment, because they'll be carried along effectively by a leash to go and get themselves in, and a TSRC esports car can't match up. So Tumas Kana is going to be looking around going, wait for me, lads.
Absolutely. Phoenix Sim Racing, by the way, car 49 has a mechanical meatball warning flag, so they've come a cropper out there somewhere on this lap. Mike Barber, I know his fan club will be disappointed, but to hear this, they are heading onto pit road, and that is where that contact was, and it'll be that left rear suspension that's been damaged. That's what will have given them that mechanical warning flag, and they'll be crawling that car onto pit road any second now and getting service done.
Yeah, they've got 4 fast repairs available here, which to many people sounds like a lot when you can.
If the world of electric has sparked your interest, plug into...
Doing well, mate. Keep it up.
Give these teams an opportunity to say, right, I can be a little bit more aggressive, because if we do get it horribly wrong, we do have to burn one of those fast repairs. It's not the end of the world so long as we can drive it back to pits.
I still think, though, at this stage of the race, you can't have that mindset. Oh, it's a puff of smoke there from Sean Cooper. You can't be going in and thinking, well, I'm just going to throw a move on somebody and be aggressive and well, if I get damage, oh well. In an event like this, you want to save those free quick repairs, those fast repairs. Just you can't have that mindset. Oh, it's a puff of smoke there from Sean Cooper. You can't be going in and thinking, well, I'm just going to throw a move on somebody and be aggressive and well, if I get damage, oh well. In an event like this, you want to save those free quick repairs, those fast repairs, just in case something happens later on in the race. It's a long old race, it's a full day, you know, it's a full time, twice around the clock, and you've got to keep yourself as much of an advantage over your competitors as possible. And if you burn through, say, 2 or 3 of those fast repairs in the first 6 hours, it's a long old time to then go with just 1 fast repair remaining in the race.
It very much is, and you've got to consider that they've got the instant points to figure out as well. You don't expect to be picking up many here around Silverstone, but you consider that you've got 1 effectively for every 12 minutes worth of racing here. It's 120 before.
Greg, no move being made as yet as the Nomad car now coming to lap these 2 GT4s, but 5th and 6th place in class as very, very wide car 17 in your GT4, so I believe it was 17, it's 20 Mercedes anyway.
Yeah, it's Jacob Roblat from the team Heat Together, so able to just about avoid dramas there, and that is 1 lap down on Louis Gregg. My word, get a look at what happened to Alfie.
What's that, mate?
There, just behind the team Heat Together car, because that might just be the same
yeah, good save, very good reactions, and well done to them to hold on to that one. But certainly, this is an intense race between these two right now for 5th place in class, and right now, Hemming and Greg, between the two of them, Q Controls, Reparto Corsa, and the No Limit Sim Racing Academy car in 6th place. So great to see these two. They're just a minute behind the Satellite Racing race leader. Adam Watson has messaged me, by the way, saying that they're hoping that...
yeah, it's nothing personal, but we have nearly used a quarter already of our X count. We're not even 3 hours in. So, let's all just be mindful.
Yep. Away in the lead of GT4.
I blame Pender.
Niels Core is a very, very accomplished driver and had been, I believe, a part of the Core Motorsports team once upon a time. So he's definitely someone who's got a lot of pace to burn as Louis Gregg continues to go through. I do want to point out the number 49 car because we've been seeing a lot of the Phoenix Sim Racing team. They've had a drive-through penalty. They've had themselves, of course, the black and orange mechanical flag, and they've got a second drive-through penalty.
Oh dear. It's not just a drive-through penalty, is it? It's a stop and go.
Yes.
For Phoenix. So, yes. It's going from bad to worse for Phoenix Sim Racing, I think it's safe to say, and they'll be hoping to get this particular hour of the race out of the way and be able to move on and progress forward in this race. Car 6, second place, Gustos Racing Team. Owen Carroll has still got the Altitude Esports by SimStickers Jeremy Rouleau car behind him. Can't shake that 111 car.
No, he very much can't at the moment. This is a case of needing someone to pull the string, so to speak, at this moment in time, and they're not quite getting exactly what they need from it, because that slipstream is keeping Jeremy Rouleau very much in play, and they are practically matching times here for the Satellite Racing GT4 team, which is very happily running in the high 210s and the low 211s at this moment in time. So at least for the moment, you could say that the Dream Mean Machine, which is there in second position, is not quite getting everything its own way, but we'll be very happy to see exactly where they are at the moment with what they've been doing in this race, and say, you know what, let's go and attack through this next section and try and see where we can get to, maybe at 3 hours, at 6 hours, at even 12 hours, hopefully get exactly what they want out of it.
Well, that's the plan. It's whether it all comes off is quite the other thing for them. Lap times, Niels Core last lap was a 2:10.8 compared to Owen Carroll's 2:11.5. That pace, that relentless pace from Satellite Racing in GT4 class is just what's setting them apart right now, and certainly we've barely seen them on screen, and that's because they're so far ahead right now that we're being focused quite rightly on the battles that have been going on throughout this field, and there is still plenty of battles going on out there on track. So you want to settle down with your beverage of choice at home and enjoy this one, because this looks to be an absolute cracker of an event.
Oh, it really does, and we've been certainly keeping an eye out on who's been making progress, who's gaining, who's losing, who's in the wrong place, who's in the right place, and at the moment we're talking about right place, just there's a car with half a minute's more pace than you, and it sometimes can be a bit demoralising, but Owen Carroll's just got a little bit of a break there with the lap traffic. Jeremy Rouleau has been unable to really hold as much together, and maybe that might give them just a little bit of a reprieve as we take a look back for 5th and 6th in GT4, and the Q Controls Reparto Corsa team continue to hold. Louis Gregg here at this point can't quite find any angle possible to make this move on Miles Hemming, and this might be quite frustrating for the number 43 3 team. They've had Connor Gibb in the car. They've still got Tanner Prater, Shao Diaz and Caleb Koski, who can all get in behind the wheel. I'd expect the 2 American drivers of their team, being Prater and Koski, to jump in behind the wheel for the night hour shift. But at least for where they sit at this moment in time, it's tough for this team to really make that progress, because they find themselves a full half a minute off of the next group. So this is really their next hour, 2 hours, 3 hours is, can I clear this car and can I make some daylight?
There comes a point where if you've been not able to overtake the car in front of you for 4, maybe 5 laps, settle in behind them, because you may end up just slowing each other down. Although there's a move into Stir, and Lewis Gregg is going to possibly get the job done. Yes, he does. Nicely done there through Stir corner, and Miles Hemming, I think, was looking at things and thinking, do you know what? We're compromising each other here. We're losing touch on Tumas Kana in front in 4th place in that TSRC Esports car. Let's just work together and try and pick the pace up a little bit, because as I was about to say, sometimes if you can't get past and it's been 4 or 5 laps of attempting, you're slowing each other down. It's actually better to say, right, let's just get into a rhythm behind the car in front of me, and then we'll just work our way from there and pick up pace that way, rather than trying everything in your ability to make moves. And making moves is effect simulation, and that's why.
Off the road, and that looks like the opening corner for Sean Cooper. It looks like he's gone off there the circuit and spun it to the inside, so he's gone off very early then as he's gone through. So we'll take another look in through the opening corner. Is he tangled, or no, he's just scared himself behind the GT4, caught himself there on the inside curve, and then by the fact that he's lifting off through the most committed corner, he's just completely wiped out the effect of downforce on the back of the car, and the car's just gone, no, don't want any of it.
To commit one way or the other into lapping lap traffic. You can't half going to lap traffic, and that's what happened there in that situation. He half backed off going in, but then half was like, oh, actually I'm going to go for it, and that compromises you. He's then cut across the inside of the corner, had to avoid the action on the car in front, because the car in front is thinking, they're not making the move, I'll take my normal line, and you end up with an accident. You commit one way or the other when you're going through lap traffic. You don't mess about. You don't half-heartedly make those moves, because that is when you make mistakes and when you lose places.
And as such, they now drop back to 4th position. They only have 1.2 seconds over the Glass Tech Racing team as we focus on car 91 out there, which is the Project 91X Thomas Inga sim racing car with Nomad Academy just behind. Nice to actually get a chance to talk about Thomas Inga for a moment, a driver who did a little bit of everything when it came to motorsport, Paul. A little bit of F1, a bit of IndyCar, a lot of Le Mans, and was a class winner in GTs in Le Mans.
It's basically whatever form of motorsport Thomas has probably done it. He's one of those drivers, and absolutely great to see that name associated here as well. But certainly that 91 car. I will say one thing, and I have this rant every time we do an event like this. Teams with their car number in the name of the team, you'd better have that car number going into the race, or else it'll confuse me, it'll confuse people at home. I like to see teams who have a car number in the name. So okay, Project 91 is their official title, but they've got the 91 car, and it works beautifully. It's a nice livery, livery colours as well. And they've got some very talented drivers behind the wheel as well, Aurelian and Le Penroux behind the wheel right now.
So I take it, Paul, you don't like the WMG hashtag 44 number 53?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly that. You've got to put your car number in, make sure that you get that car number.
Well, that's the lottery when you get into a race like this. It's a first come, first serve system, so you've got to make sure that you get the number that you desire. And in terms of the number 44, it's actually belongs to the DCW Racing Orange team. Jack Holmes currently behind the wheel as they run themselves over towards this next section, and the car in front of them is not who they're battling for position, but it is Sherlock, Luke Sherlock, that is, in the Odin Racing Brit Car team out there at the moment. Might just have to correct myself. I will correct myself. It is for position. This one is going to be for what is 44th and 45th. Sorry, no, I'll correct myself. 41st position overall right now, which would put that roughly 9th and 10th in class.
And you are correct. It is 9th and 10th in class. Showing that those commentators can do maths. It's just not complex maths. But yes, I am actually a little bit disappointed that DCW Racing haven't got their luminous yellow and blue paint scheme on their car. Always seems to stand out with those DCW drivers, and makes it nice and easy to spot them, so going a bit stealth. Sean Cooper is dropping down even more places. He's lost 2 places on this lap to GlassTech and to BRT, so in your GT3s it's going from bad to worse for that Sim Dynamics Sunoco racing team.
Well, GlassTech had made the move at turn 1. Matt Hoyland took that absolutely fantastically. The issue that you run into then is the fact that Josh Benson absolutely took full advantage, as here comes the Prestanda Nomad team, or sorry, the Nomad Academy, I think that is, making the pass through on Project 91. So Taylor got that through only for the briefest of moments, because he got off the exit of the corner, realised, hang on, I don't have it, and then Hyro Motorsport decided, you know what,
so good, mate.
Your position will tickle my fancy. Joe O'Harrison picking up that move. But really a lovely little bit of work being done, especially there Josh Benson there in the BRT team, the basic racing team, using all of that experience, being a former Formula Ford driver. That is a little bit of a tongue twister for you, and being the coach and founder of SimCoach UK.
Yeah, say that 5 times over. Yes, and not only just made 1 place, made 2 places up, because the basic racing team, Josh Benson, up to 4th place now, getting ahead of GlassTech Racing. So Matt Hyland went from 5th to 4th, then back to 5th. So all in the space of a lap. It's just how things go out there for them. But yes, the BRT on a bit of a charge right now. And Josh Benson, looking at his lap times, he's up there in terms of lap times. Last lap coming across the line right now. Benson with overtaking as well was a 2:03.0. So yeah, affected by overtaking, but it's been up there in terms of lap times.
Yeah, you definitely can't shake a stick at what he's been able to do at the moment. 4th position, remember that team was down as far as 18th place in this race. They had a really torrid start, but they've really done well to pull the gaps back, and they have certainly clawed themselves back up into that 4th position. So it's smiles all round by the work that has been done, and it is worth noting that that lead gap is slowly pulling out at the moment. Crofton Woodhatch is doing a job of keeping Ronnie Smith then at bay. That gap now 19, soon to be nearing 20 seconds out there at the top of this field. But at least for the moment, we are starting to see a bit of that split coming into play. And also try and keep in mind that Team Loose Spurwing, who have had a penalty already in this race, mind you, are looking around and thinking, you know what, we've got a half chance here of finding our ways into the top 5. They're only a couple of seconds off of Sim Dynamics.
And if you think you've had a penalty and yet you've got the opportunity of moving forward and gaining places, that just says it's a little bit of a bitter pill to swallow, is that. You end up at the end of the race thinking, oh, what if, or what could have been. But yeah, that team, they do have a good outfit there. Will Hook behind the wheel right now for that Team Loose X Spurwing car. And certainly they'll be looking to move forward. That's another team that I commentated on recently in the Porsche Esports Sprint Challenge Great Britain. So great to see them being involved in this event, as well as Altitude Esports have moved forward, by the way, in GT4 to 2nd place.
They have, they've got the move done, but not quite fully, because Gustos are starting to come back. Owen Carroll looking looking at this side by side as they will dance their ever-inclusive dance towards Brooklands corner and hoping it's going to work around the outside of Owen Carroll. How often does Owen Carroll get overtaken around the outside of, around the circuit? It's got to be one of the first times we've ever seen it.
I wouldn't necessarily say it's one of the first times that we've seen it, but it's not too often that happens. You can count it on one hand probably of how often we've seen that happen. But that I think is showing a little bit of the experience from Owen there as well. I'm thinking, right, okay, you're that desperate to move ahead of me? Fine, go ahead. I'll breathe off the throttle, allow you around the outside. You've got to work for it, and then I'll do a little bit of fuel saving back here. But do you know what? That gap between these two and the race leader has kind of settled at around the 28-second mark. It's been in and around that sort of gap for the last 5 or 6 laps now.
It has been, and the Satellite Racing GT4 car has just been trying to get down into a rhythm. They've just done a 2:12.2 on that last lap, so it's been a little bit more difficult on this lap with the way the traffic's been playing its factor into it. And for the teams, of course, of Altitude Esports and Gusto's racing team, they are sitting around looking at it thinking, you know what, we do have a half chance of closing all of this gap down. It's now down to 26.5 seconds here in terms of what they're trying to chase down and work with. So they've certainly got something in mind in terms of how they can get that gap down, and it's not going to happen overnight. It is going to happen through a little bit here and a little bit there, and it is going to be that sort of responsibility. If those two can work together, that's good. Of course, they won't be very happy with what's going on with James Ebram, who is trying to take as much of the track as he can, and he's going to get turned. He's going to get turned by Owen Carroll. Carroll has to hit the brakes hard to stop hitting Ebram a second time, and a freebie for Tumas Kana.
Oh, Kana will be loving seeing that and saying thank you very much, chaps.
Cheers, Stephen.
And I'm going. That effect simulation car, though, I think Owen Carroll will be having a few 4-letter words in the car there. And it just, you see, what's happened there is the effect simulation car has got caught up behind Jeremy Rouleau in that Porsche, has had to back out of it mid-corner when he'd been normally accelerating away. Owen Carroll behind is just anticipating that GT3 to be accelerating, when in fact it's backed off and bang, 2 into 1, doesn't go.
Yeah, and on top of that, Ebram's lost the place for third here to Josh Benson, and is under pressure from Matt Hoyland at the moment. So there was the contact. You can see he pinches down in the middle of the corner. He's trying to cut back here, but he's got no real acceleration by the time he started that cut. And so Owen Carroll just can't get out of it quick enough and just runs into the back of it. Just like that, the troubles start to begin. And the chase on here is now, here comes a battle for position as Sean Cooper looks behind at William Hope, hoping for a way through. Now he'll go the other side of the lap. Traffic they're going through of Owen Carroll to try and make this pass. They've got now same lap traffic in Luca Munro, who's there in front, but down to the inside goes William Hope. He'll now have to go the long way around at the next section of road, which will of course be at the Vale, and he throws a huge dummy down to the inside. Oh, that came from a light year back.
It's a bit of a move, bit of a throw there, and well, if it works, it works. A lot of traffic around here right now. A big grouping of cars out there on track, and it's just having to work your way through now. And so, yeah, these cars having to safely work their way through, and that Spurway car working its way past Carroll, and now going for Tumas Kana. Kana caught up behind the Ferrari, and again backing out, having to back out there onto the Wellington Straight, and here comes the car of Sean Cooper trying to get the place back.
Will look to the outside, but it's not going to have enough drive to make it happen, trying to pick up something through the middle of the corner. And for Sim Dynamics Sunoco Race Fuels, they will remain in 7th position after that big scramble. It is a big scramble. You've just thrown all of the elements together at exactly the same time, hoping that something sticks, and it did eventually for them, but that's what you got to be very switched on for. Any opportunity, you got to be ready to pounce. The moment that you're not, it's going to be the moment where you run into trouble.
Certainly is, but well, Cooper's having to just
What happened there?
settle in behind, and it's
Fucking asshole just coming
what could
through.
have been here for the Sim Dynamics Snooker racing car, and just dropping down
Because he
through the
bumped
order.
me.
Now,
And then he fucking didn't make it.
is going to be battling away. James Ibram is
all of the elements together at exactly the same time, hoping that something sticks, and it did eventually for them, but that's what you got to be very switched on for. Any opportunity, you got to be ready to pounce. The moment that you're not, it's going to be the moment where you run into trouble.
Tired of big bulky bags of processed kibble? Or defrosting expensive meats?
and it's been a case of what could have been here for the Sim Dynamics Snooker racing car, and just dropping down through the order. Now, Matt Hoyland is going to be battling away. James Ibram is trying to get that move completed in that effect simulation car. But Plastic Racing, Matt Hoyland in the Ferrari, not giving it up. Mercedes versus Ferrari. How many times have we said that in motorsport in recent years? Around the outside, you get the better power down around the outside, and that Mercedes holds on for now.
Yeah, and that's the key words for now, because Matt Hoyland is looking around at James Ibram thinking, you know what, I think you're a bit vulnerable after what happened a couple of laps ago. I want in on that fourth position, because you got to remember, 6 seconds down the road is Josh Benson, who just... did a 2:01 flat on that last lap. He was the fastest driver by far compared to anybody else, including the leading duo. He was half a second quicker than both of them. So at least for the moment, James Ibram here is going to be a big blockade for Matt Hoyland if he wants to try and go and make that move to jump up into fourth position for Glass Tech Racing. But it's again the patience factor here. Hoyland can't have everything his own way to begin with. He's now going to have to start crafting a way to making that move, and maybe if the 909 finds its form and rhythm once again, it might not be a case of make the move, it might just be a case of hang on.
Thank you very much to Adam Watson, by the way, in chat, who pointed out that through the loop, the GT4s are actually quicker entry into mid-corner through the loop than the GT3s, so that means that yeah, you have to have a bit of compromise between the two of them. Speaking of compromise, Joe Harrison has had a spin out there and collected another car. Was it a Nomad car that they collected? I believe so.
Oh, you can see it here. They're trying to get out of the way, and there's not much you can do there. They all chalked up over the top of each other. I think it was Roberto Concepcion there in the number 53 machine. So that's the WMG #4453 that you don't like, Paul, that's gone around.
Well, there you go. Get the right number and that wouldn't happen to you. No, to be fair, that was just wrong place, wrong time. They've done well to get on the anchors and to avoid initially, but then around the go, and to make matters worse, they got hit in a position where it's damaged the suspension. They've got a mechanical warning flag, the meatball flag, and that was right past pit entry, which means you've got to do an entire lap with that damage before being able to pit.
Yeah, no, it's not great for them at the moment, and it doesn't look quite nice for what they're having to deal with. It's going to be a lot of wheel work to get themselves over to where they want, but it doesn't stop the racing continuing on for them at this stage, and especially for the Nomad Academy 281, Taylor Lane still chasing down Aurelian Lepenru, who is there in the Project 91 ex-Thomas Enger sim racing team. They've still got Luca Monroe in front, and they've also got a bit of lap traffic in the form of Raphael Ray for Samsoy Kanan before they reach the leaders overall. So these are the first of the drivers a lap down, and look how busy it is getting, because all of a sudden the Project Not Last team is trying to find a way through, and they've got through one. Alfie Bevan has picked that one up with a bit of power.
Bit of power, but also a bit of stealthness as well. He was having a bit of internet problems there, was Alfie, so working his way through and getting that position taken for Project Not Last. I think they're safe in their position of not finishing last right now, but will they be able to say that in another 21 hours and 1 minute?
Well, that's the next question, but of course we've got one non-starter in this race, so effectively they can't possibly finish last.
Well, but if they're a non-starter, therefore they did not take part in the race, therefore only 53 entrants have taken part in the race, so that means that you can finish last.
Well, they've got 7 laps over Connectus Motorsport at the moment, down at the back. I think they're safe for the moment. I think they're going to have to run out of fast repairs if they're going to get caught up in that regard, but I think Alfie Bevan and co have done quite well to keep it out of trouble. But again, it's the question mark that you always run around of. Have you remembered to check off the fact that you want to fast repair each time you go into the boxes?
Also, it depends on what are they not wanting to finish last in. Are they not wanting to finish last in class or the race overall, or in the amount of instant points that have accumulated, the amount of penalties received from race stewards? You know, it's a whole list of things that you could be not last in.
It's a pretty important game, and I don't think they want to be last in, how much do I put this into? Probably everything at the moment. They don't want to be last in at the point, so I think for what they are hoping for and what they are getting into, I think that is going to be something really important. In fact, Alfie Bevan has just dived into the pits, and I think at least at this stage
10 laps to go, Jamie, killing it, mate.
Quite happy with the work that they've done.
It's pit stop cycle time for us now. We're on the hour, so another hour in the books. And so is that a change of driver as well for them? No, Alfie Bevan's still there. I think he's having problems with his internet as well, as you can quite clearly see on the screen there. That won't be helping matters for them. And it's at that point where you as a team, you might say, actually, let's get the next driver in now. Let's see if you can sort out that problem so that you can then go back. We've got a car reversing down the pit lane.
What? What's going on there? That's a missed box and a half, and I think that would have been Daryl Young for the Wild Things Racing that missed it. And missed it by a fair mile. It sort of looked out the rearview mirror and would have had the...
You might say, actually, let's get the next driver in now. Let's see if you can sort out that problem so that you can then go back. We've got a car reversing down the pit lane.
What? What's going on there? That's a missed box and a half, and I think that would have been Daryl Young for the Wild Things Racing that missed it. And missed it by a fair mile. It sort of looked out the rearview mirror and would have had the crew go, hey, you're back here, mate.
I mean, it's a good job it's not real world motorsport, because you're not allowed to reverse in the pit lane. You'd have to be pushed back. So, yeah, thankfully it's in the sim world here, and we don't have to take into consideration the safety of our pit crews. But yeah, that was, well, living up to the name of Wild Things Racing, getting it completely wild and wrong, going onto their pit stall.
Yeah, they did. We'll take another look at it here. Daryl Young putting himself back then into the pits, having to really reverse back, and he would have had to have been very careful with that reversing back there, Paul, because you can get disqualified here in iRacing for going backwards, of course. So that was a case of just enough within that through, but they nailed that reversing.
Oh yeah, that was proper sort of, yeah, right hand down, left hand down, yeah, you're good to go, spot on. And they got that done, and pit stop has been cycled. They've come out at the moment in 22nd in class, but of course we're still on pit stops by a lot of people yet, so we'll have to see what happens in a bit.
Yeah, so we're going to get a lot of great racing going on. I just had found ourselves someone who wants to talk to us. He is, of course, the team manager over at Project 91 out there, and it was Louis Hesketh who is waiting to have a chat with us. I don't have the ability to drag him in, unfortunately, so I believe someone's going to have to do that for me. So Louis Hesketh here is with us right now, and Louis, it's been up and down for your Project 91 team so far. Started fourth with a bit of great qualifying, and then it looks like you've been through the ringer a little bit.
Yeah, that is certainly true with our GT3. Not amazing stuff otherwise, but obviously it's a long race, still just under 21 hours to go.
So there's still a long way to go, of course. You're one of those teams who are looking around and thinking that this is going to be a lot of work over the course of this one to try and go through. I believe you just had some contact with the Nomad Academy, just going through that section of road. But talk us through the process here of what you're looking at here, what you're trying to achieve here with this team, and what you think is realistic over the next few hours in terms of your next set of goals.
So with the team, this is obviously our first time appearing in the Brit Car 24 hours. So with our GT3, especially the Thomas Enger partnership for this race, we are looking for a top 5 result, especially with some of our strong drivers. We have William Chadwick, Russian Pony Sports GB runner-up. So I feel like with him and our pro esports drivers, such as Racing Unleashed driver in the Formula Series, I reckon when they both get in, especially with Christian when he gets back.
There's people getting black flag, Mike.
Yes, there's penalties being done left, right and centre. I'm just listening to the mainstream, and they're basically saying that some of the drivers are the Porsche esports Pro Series drivers.
Maybe it's because they feel like they're not, you know, in an event like that there.
Yeah.
I just think that that Owen Carroll just got given a penalty.
Yeah, I'm surprised that our GT4's managed to get in. We had some issue with the entry.
There's 3 teams. I've selected the wrong car for this race. 3 teams. How do you do that?
Really?
Yeah, 3 teams. One of them has quit already because they picked the Merc GT3 instead of the Merc GT4.
Because at the end of the day, it's Owen Carroll, isn't it?
Is that like THR Simsport?
I think so, yeah. Well, no, that's a GT4, isn't it? So.
What it is, we've just seen as well as a car pulled off. Prismatic Motorsport Athena, I think, have just been caught out in something. So that's Georgie Mackay behind the wheel as well.
Imagine paying the entry fee and not even running.
I know, you just give it a bash, wouldn't you?
Now at the moment, but the floor is
yours. Unless they were disqualified, I don't know.
Give yourself a little bit of headline.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for streaming as well, guys.
Well, no worries at all there. Louis Hesketh joining us then from Project 91. Their teams, I would say, are doing okay at the moment here in this race, and they're looking forward to a little bit of a charge.
Oh, that looks nice.
Stage to this one, Paul. A couple of issues there that we found.
Have you been involved in the Christmas tree picking show?
They're just putting it up, funny enough. That's what she's doing right now. That's what I just said. It's really nice. How the fuck did you guess that?
Were able to get back going again, so it looked like that was just straight out of the pits.
Yeah.
Ben.
It's been
Yeah.
Oh, is it? Did you see it on her Instagram? Did you just guess that?
Certainly.
No, I've seen it on her Instagram.
Oh, right. I was just saying it's the most outrageous guess in the world.
For Owen Carroll there.
No, Rick, no, I seen her put it on Instagram.
Right, gotcha. I've even seen it.
To me, it looks like a stuck pit limiter.
Were you involved in selection, or does she take full control?
Full control, mate.
Our producer.
You say that I don't know if I've got the fucking right to say that or not. You say that like that's quite often the situation.
It always is. We're a married man now. I get no say.
I brought the car with the pit limiter on, he drives out, had to do an entire lap. It would have been quicker to take the turn.
We've gained a spot somewhere. I've got no idea where.
Pit limiter stuck. 8.5
Take it.
minutes, if you're wondering, around Spa-Francorchamps. But they got going again in the end. But yeah, that looked like a stuck pit limiter.
It very much looked like a stop pit limiter, and as such, that is
Such a fucking box.
there a little bit, so she was able to get going. So you can see
I'd best start getting ready, and I'm
I'm
gonna scratch my bollocks for a minute.
Georgie, the limiter's still on, and she has to come to a full stop to try and say, right, I've got to stay out of the way of everyone here. So pulls off of the road at about the 150, 100 metre marker because, oh, I don't want to deal with any of this. And ultimately, we'll take a look here, going fully onto a stop. Just watch the dash here for the moment, because the blue lights indicate that, yes, the limiter's on. So fully puts it into a stop, and now needs to find a way to disengage it and get it back going again, and looking to put the power back down. And there you go. There's a little bit of revs. Can I get that?
Great heads-up driving, Jamie.
Yes,
Smashing it, mate. Well done.
Go back going again. Some of the small pitfalls that you find when you're doing a sim race.
That, I think, would have been a Birmingham screwdriver job of giving the wheel a hit with a hammer to try and get that sorted. Yes, not the best way of starting your stint there. After coming out of pit road. Speaking of pit road, it's getting a bit busy out there with GT4s.
I'm not fighting any of these guys. They're all really fast.
I was thinking.
Yeah, no, mate. It's just we're only here for the attrition, really.
Yep.
We're never going to beat any of these on pace ever.
Just over an hour, and there was a free repair taken by the Project 91 car.
Yeah, so that'll be one of their 4, I would say, bullets used in this race, if this were to be used in terms of a poker term out there. So they've used one of their chips, they've cashed it in and said, right, I've got a brand new car then to go out there and go and work with. Now, they have changed driver over at Sim Dynamics. They've put Paul Allen in behind the wheel at the moment. The Penrose stays in behind the car. Josh Porter still in behind the car as well. And Tristan Engelstadt leaving the pits then for Quad Dash, who have quietly been going about business and doing what they want to, and they've in fact just jumped some teams there in the stop, so they'll be quite happy with what they've been able to achieve there.
Great to see the shot there as Class Tech Racing change of driver Matthew Jones. They're onto pit road right now with their pit stop. There's still the battle going on in GT4. These two seem to be stuck together all the way through this entire stint. It's certainly interesting to see these two, and the little blinks of the internet connection there. Just to remind everyone that we are racing over the internet across the world. We've got drivers from throughout the world competing in this race, so you do have to marvel at what you're able to do nowadays in terms of
at least it appears
racing.
to have brightened up a bit,
I'm going
lads.
back to the days of dial-up where,
Yeah, it comes and goes though, doesn't it?
You had ghosted races where you had no contact whatsoever, and you just raced your own race even though you had other cars around you.
Yes, and of course that is right in the early days of sim racing, which has gone up and has changed throughout the years, and there's always been a little something here and a little something there that has always made this push. But this is what I love really about iRacing as a platform in general here, boys, that it has been one of the great sim racing platforms out there, and I would say it's not so much of a game as it is an MMO.
Flashing back at him, Jamie.
There in terms of what it's been able to achieve, and its longevity in the way that it has been built up and has developed. You know, there was a time where you couldn't get multi-class racing in iRacing. You know, it's taken the time and the development. I remember a time where, you know, we were saying tracks like Long Beach, for example, would never make it into iRacing in a full capacity just because of the computing requirements for it.
Not just that, I mean, I can remember when it was a time before multi-class, not just multi-class racing, but time before driver changes. I remember that coming in. Of course, you've had the dynamic track that was developed, and then most recently the weather system that has been brought into iRacing as well, that has revolutionised how the racing happens here on iRacing. And certainly it's really enjoyable, and it just keeps on developing and growing, and that's what you want from a racing title, a racing simulation like like this, and you want to see that evolution. Every 3 months, there's an evolution to the product. There's new vehicles coming to the product. The thing that I'm most looking forward to in the next build of iRacing is our race leader Crofton Woodhatch comes onto pit road. My personal favourite thing is a track that I have been calling for every year on the iRacing survey that they ask each year, what track would you like to see in iRacing? And every year I've been putting down Thruxton. Well, I'm finally getting my wish, Jack.
You absolutely are, and I do love Thruxton as a circuit. It is that high-speed thrill ride where you're always going to be looking around. I remember touching on it on the old Token 2 days, racing on against that with my cousin Thomas, and having that wonderful scrap up there. And it's a wonderful track. It's one of those where you've got the technical final corners, you've got the technical first sector, and then it's just go as flat as you can to the middle sector, and that's what I think so lovely about it. But Crofton Woodhatch staying in the car, then in the Audi, and look, he's even in the pits and he's got his blinkers on there. I would say the hazard light to let everybody know that he's stopped, he's parked, and he's safe.
Well, that's as soon as you put the pit limiter on, and you'll see they'll switch off. There you go, the hazard lights go off. So it's a way of identifying that the pit limiter is on. You'll see that with a lot of GT3 and GT4 machinery, even TCRs as well. Have those flashing headlights normally, or flashing indicators. Yeah, certainly Hugo Luis reminding us, of course, that even though he's younger than me, he seems to be older than me. He's got that in iRacing, when he started, they didn't even have the driver hand model on the steering wheel. So yeah, that just goes to show just how far things have come in iRacing. And even in my time, I'm coming up to 10 years of commentating on iRacing myself. Next year will be my 10-year anniversary of commentating on iRacing. It was February 2015 for me, my very first commentary on sim racing. And I've just seen so many developments over those years, and it's been great to watch as Alpha Esports now go on to pit road for their pit stop, as these two still fighting it out as Lewis Craig and Miles Hemming.
Well, I'll doff my cap to you, Paul, because you are 4 months my commentary senior by the sounds of it then, as I jumped online first in the summer of 2015 as a sprightly young 17-year-old. But at least at this But either way, the battle continues. A little look to the inside, a big move to the outside to try and see if there is any angle of attack, trying to pick up the exit. He's going to go bumper to bumper. Watch out for the Ferrari that's going to start fighting its way through. Watch out indeed. Josh Porter, part of the Shunt Bros, finding himself in the middle of that. Nothing really there to it. And remember, the Shunt Bros, they needed to get through there because Paul Allen sat very comfortably right behind them.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I think that Sim Dynamics team are trying to just recover a little bit here with the change of driver, and that means now the Shunt Bros, they'll be looking behind them and saying, right, what pace are they able to do? Car 23's at a standstill out on track, just got moving again. That's the iSport GBR car of Nathaniel Treadwell. He's had issues out at the loop.
Yeah, to spin, it was alongside Christopher Smith of the RD Sim Sports car, so it was the position. It looks like he's been tagged around by the Effect Simulations 909, which has had a penalty today as to the outside searching again. Tries the ever despondent Miles Hemming, trying to find that pass and still can't quite find a way to get back through. This has been some great racing between them, but Effect Simulations going through the ringer, and I tell you what, turn 4 for them over there at the loop. We saw what happened with the turnaround, of course, with Owen Carroll. We've now seen them on the other end of it, running to the back.
Yeah, and this is the thing, you know, it's multi-class racing, and you've got to have a little bit of compromise between the fewer. Because GT3's working their way through the GT4
You ready, Ben?
traffic,
No.
and that's just cost.
Yeah, man.
2 laps to go, Jamie.
Copy.
Copy.
Car, a few
strategy set.
And flattened the curb on the inside of the final part of Beckett's. And that Porsche just won't be too happy with that. It's a good team. They're up 2 places at the moment. They've got sights set a lot further up, as we heard in our interview there. So we're looking forward to seeing what they can do in this. And meanwhile, there's a whole mess going on here. GT3's battling, there's GT4, DCW Racing Car involved in all of that as well. There's Mike Pierce that just worked their way through on. But all sorts happening there as we finally get BRT and effect simulations onto pit road.
Yeah, and they do so with about 20 minutes to the hour out there at this point, so they'll feel quite comfortable with the way that they've been saving their time, and I reckon that they are going to get at least 1 pit stop saved over the course of this race by the way that they're going about it. And on top of that, they might even be looking at a second now driver change then in at the effect simulations. It's Matteo Frigerio who is going to be behind the wheel now of the 909, so it's their 3rd different driver they've put in, and there is Le Penroux who is hoping that a position can be made, and I think Aurelian still not quite able to do it. Maximise the run through the loop, get the power down a little bit earlier so you can attack Aintree Corner, and then onto the Wellington Straight. You've got a really good chance of making Brooklands the home for an overtake.
It's 2 cars with the same motor, but very much different ways of going about it. The Audi, the R8, and then the Lamborghini, both with that V10, but the chassis a little bit different. The design of the cars very different indeed. You can certainly tell which is the Lamborghini out of the 2 of them. But these 2 providing us a great show, great race.
Hello, Alex. Yeah, no, it's going quite well. All things considering, like we're just driving around, but the pace is crazy. The strength of field is 3.2k for GT4. So the leaders are 5.8k, 6.8k, and 10k. So it is what it is. We're just having fun.
Over the course of today's race, and they're going to have to come back in again.
30-second stop and go, so that's a big penalty actually.
It is a big penalty.
The Sim Racing Collective also have a team. They're in 3rd.
Out the order by about 50 seconds or so, which would put them effectively in this race well outside the top 5 to about 8th or 9th. And that's not nice to see there. That is a hefty hit for the RD Simsport team and Christopher Smith. They're going actively in this race well outside the top 5 to about 8th or 9th, and that's not nice to see there. That is a hefty hit for the RD Simsport team and Christopher Smith. They're going out through, so he won't be best pleased. He was trying to stay out of the way of what was going on and found himself caught up in a place he didn't really want to be.
And that's given them the mechanical meatball warning flag as well. So let's have a look then. The BMW on the inside has contact with another car around the outside, and RD Simsport nowhere to go in all of that. They're going to have to come straight onto pit road.
It's the 74 car of Phil Webb there for Team Greenprint, which is down currently in 20th
What's this lap, Jamie?
position right now that he's come together and had that moment with, and the rear doesn't look too nice for Phil Webb either, so I wouldn't say that he's got out of that unscathed, so to speak, as he will now return to the circuit there in the replay and continue on forward. But really here for the racing action that you've got, it has been a wonderful showcase here, and you take a look at the GT4 category at the moment and give a little bit of an update here on your race leader Niels Keur for Satellite Racing GT4. 23 seconds the leading margin here at the front, and they've just been quietly going about it, but Altitude are slowly cutting that gap down. Jeremy Rouleau over the course of this stint has taken about 4 seconds off the race lead.
Yeah, they have. They've just been eking away at that lead, and that's just allowed them to catch up as we go through the first couple of corners, looking as you say, coming into the pits. They were lapping about 1/10.5 a lap quicker was the Altitude Esports by SimSticker's car. So they're just chipping away at that lead. That's all you need to do as a chaser. Just keep on chipping away at them and seeing what the other cars can do around them. But yeah, Satellite Racing, Niels Kerr, after showing that early pace, is that Aston Martin good on a heavy fuel load, but as it goes through its stint, it's a little bit worse.
Please, mate.
Well, I think it's worth.
You might have to coast to the box. You're on 0.3. We'll find out.
Great stint, Jamie. Good job, mate.
Roughly about the low 211s to the high 210s, and now
solid effort.
We're fucking still alive. We're doing alright, guys. We're doing alright.
210s consistently. So I think they are burning.
I think that's the only mission, is to not die.
Yeah, it's all we can do.
209.8. So I think Niels Kerr, not as quick as Alex.
Over to Benji boy.
GT4, but I think he's still going about his business, and he's still
20 seconds
putting
of
some
options.
nice times together.
They should go, mate, because the tyres are done with half a tank of fuel still to go, so it's more than 20 seconds. You should be fine.
And back out again. Rouleau stays in behind the wheel, and they will come out just behind William Hope's team, Lou Spurwin car, as we take a look back at Prismatic Motorsports here, and the ever continuing battle that you can see on screen.
53.1.
It's not just the comparison of lap times in the state of their own car, but it's how it compares against the competition.
The top of the TC one?
Yeah, it's not the TC page, mate.
And is that other car getting more time gained throughout the entirety of the stint compared to that leader, as the car 43 has had issues
over the stint? I brung it down 2 clicks as the tyres went off.
That was fucking awesome, sorry. Good luck, Lindsay.
And that is what happens when you just carry a little bit too much speed into a corner.
So you mean to tell me, Paul, that the No Limits car had in fact a limit?
Yeah, sorry. Cool tyres, Ben, cool tyres.
Greg loses a little bit of time there with that slide at Stowe Corner, and that ultimately costs them a little bit. And of course, you can't fight too much against the limit of grip, otherwise you're just going to find the car turns around. And that is a car, of course, that is pushing on a little bit too hard at the moment, knowing that the likes of Miles Hemming, for example, they're trying to pull away with.
Here we go.
Alright, enjoy it, mate. Just keep an eye on the mirrors, because they're a bit mental.
It is, of course, Simon Davison versus Brad
Pretty
Scott, then in the Phoenix Sim Racing car, a car that has been in the wars, so to speak, and has not been in the good books of the stewards either, but still holding a gap right now, and this is for 28th position on the road.
It certainly is. Brad Smith, Simon Davidson, the two together. Very stealthy car is that Phoenix Sim Racing car, with its livery and with that nice lower down Lamborghini compared to that big lump of a BMW with the face that only a mother could love on the front of that BMW, in my opinion. Other opinions are available, folks. You don't have to all shout at me. But yeah, certainly Phoenix now just pulling away a little bit and getting that gap up and trying to gap out and make a recovery drive, because when you've had things not go your way,
what's this fucking prick doing?
You bounce back ability. That's the word that I've used a lot.
I don't know, driving into you for no reason, but looks at that one.
It's that ability to go from adversity.
It literally just fucking weave straight into you.
Put that in the back of the mind and go forward with what's going on. They've built that gap over Simon Davidson with the traffic, the RAF E-Motorsports GT3 going through along, as well as them catching the Prestanda Nomad 456 with Casey Waters currently behind the wheel of that right now. And then Owen Carroll's number 6, which they find currently piloting around here in the order, as the Satellite GT4 has now decided to make its call down in onto the pits, and Niels Kerr continues then in behind the wheel
X already.
Number 64 team, and so too TSRC.
It is what it is. It's going to be fine.
Who have also dived in. So
everyone defaults to getting a few more X on their first stint. So
there is car number 6 currently 5th position and giving chase, finds itself about 25 seconds behind Altitude Esports, and there are your leaders, and there are where they are sat, and they are just waiting for the cue to go to get back out onto track. And on cue, there is Niels Kuhr, who goes out for a third straight stint.
So, what can Niels Kuhr do? Where's the 111? That's just coming through in towards Club Corner right now. Is that Altitude Esports by SimSticker's car. So those are the two that we've been sort of keeping an eye on in GT4. But that Aston Martin does seem to have a good fuel range on it, actually. And that will work out nicely towards the latter stages of the race for them. So in some cases, cars, if you know you've got a frugal car, sometimes what you see is teams not brim the tank. They'll just fuel it to maybe be a lap or so less fuel, so that they're carrying a little bit lighter car and can have that little bit of extra pace compared to others around them. Or they go the full brim the tank, go the full extent that it can possibly do, and then have the shorter pit stop, if not even removing a pit stop from their cycles throughout this race.
Yeah, that's certainly worth keeping in mind. They did lose a couple seconds in the pit stop window, though. Just keep that in mind. The gap's gone down to 22nd. Now the team, which seems to be part of the John Moxley School of Sim Racing, it's the Wild Things racing team with Daryl Young at the moment, trying to find a way past James Smagerscale here in the Aztec Racing Team car. This is going to be for 17th place and to the outside of Stowe. Trying to get it done. Can you get the rotation through the middle of the corner? Answer's no, but you've still got this run through the Vale to Club Corner, which can give you the chance. Big lunge there down on the inside, and it's going to try and pinch on that inside line. But again, running a bit too wide. Oh, it's just some clever car placement by James Smagerscale. He holds on.
And that could have been
something different, unique, something we haven't seen before.
The car position when there was contact, if it had just been ever so slightly further ahead, then they would have ended up turning themselves across the nose of the car that they're fighting. So Wild Things, you've got to be careful with the Aztec racing car. You can't do the Formula One school of overtaking, which is throw it down the inside, doesn't matter how fast you are, get out of my way. And, well, that's a better move. That's a nice move into Brooklands. And there we go, Wild Things moving forward.
Well, that will make their hearts sing as they make that pass, and they will jump on and gain a little bit more out there. And they will look at Project Not Last as their next challenger. James Le Pavot is who is next in the car with them, and they've got themselves about 15 seconds to try and chase down in order to go and gain that place. So that will be in their minds over the next 30 minutes or so, how they can claw that gap back down, and they'll be quite happy with the work that they have been able to achieve, at least at this point of the race. Every single car is within 10 laps of the race lead at the moment, with Connexus Motorsport there. The final cars at the moment, Ben Kirby currently is that car, and you can see him right now on screen, just about to be passed by the Wild Things, and just has there by Daryl Young. So he is the last runner in this field at the moment in the number 31, trying to stay somewhat close to the Triple S Brit Car team, who find themselves then about half a lap ahead as things stand. But ultimately, through the first 3 hours or 3.5 hours worth of racing, the story of this race has been really about a tale of two leaders, so to speak. It is 15 and 20 seconds respectively for the WSR Esports Butt Kicker team and the Satellite Racing GT4 team, who haven't relinquished their positions in the race since the opening hour of running, which gives a good indication of where the pace lies. But there are two very intense chasers who are keeping this race honest from a GT standpoint.
Yeah, certainly are, and it's keeping the intrigue in the overall and GT4 race lead going throughout this race. So yeah, it's definitely keeping us on our toes in the commentary box and giving everybody at home a nice bit of enjoyment as well to see this. But that's been the main talking point. The other talking point for me is just how a couple of teams who have had issues early on in the race. I mean, let's not forget BRT. They had their issues on that opening of the race, and that they've been able to work their way back forward, find themselves in third place with Josh Benson, and I think it's some teams that have had a bit of issues that have been able to progress forward and recover things. I think that's also been another one of those side talking points of this race.
Yeah, and the work that they've done to pull themselves up through the order has been fantastic to see, and we do like the work that BRT have been able to do. And quite one of the funniest things, though, is what they've got in terms of what they give us for the team information. That apparently they've got Tom Griggs, who will come into the car a little bit later on, who apparently does a hilarious impression of Ferrari engineers, and then they've got Alistair Kirk, who they'll put in, and they've not been very nice to Alistair Kirk. They've given him the nickname of Meatball, in the fact they'll probably use up all the fast repairs, which I hope is not the case, but Project Not Last might be going a little bit closer to last, because they've just been given a black flag penalty.
Certainly have, not leaving space. We saw the incident on replay. It was that one which RG Sim Sports got collected along with the 74 as well of Team Greenprint.
They're not as good on the brakes as you expect, are they?
No.
Not leaving the space there.
It's really surprising. Like, why he's not up my inside and gone there is fascinating to me.
Because we're used to being in GT3s and the prototypes pass much more downforce. All they've got is a bigger rear wing and a splitter. The weight's all still there.
It's a drive-through penalty for them. Stop and go, should I say, sorry. So having to come to a physical stop in the pit box and then go in again. And you say it was about 22 seconds that you lose, with it being a cut of the inside of the last corner.
Yes, especially when they're running at about, I would say, 70 to 80 kilometres an hour pit lane speed. And it's one of the funniest things that I think is a measure of this circuit, and it's this unique pit lane that you have, because it is such a massive car.
Did you say, Charlie? It wasn't really English, mate.
I said, how's it feeling?
Yeah, good, man.
On the final lap of races, for example, where they can just jump.
Track's in quite a nice state at the minute, actually.
Slightly quicker to go down there than it is to take the natural racing circuit, which is why this is one of the most fascinating pit lanes.
It's got some temperature to it, at least.
In terms of how much of a pit lane speed do you have and how much pit lane transit time.
The track goes the same way at night, though, doesn't it? Because I ain't done any dark driving.
I did about 15 laps.
You won't trouble.
It's really dark.
1993 European Grand Prix. And everyone will have seen the clip of the start, his start of the race. He was
I'll just drive later if you want
to
get some day running done.
The first lap, so an incredible drive from him that day. But he set the fastest lap of the race by going through the pit lane, because at that time there was no pit lane speed limit in Formula 1, and the old pit entrance on the Grand Prix loop at Donington Park actually cut a big chunk of the track at Goddard's, and so he went across the timing beam in the pit road and set the lap record whilst in the pit lane.
I believe that was also his final victory, Paul, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the last first place trophy that Ayrton Senna ever got was a massive Sonic the Hedgehog.
Was that not the Australian Grand Prix?
It might have been. It might have been. We'll have to do some research.
Literally doing that right now.
Perfect. We got, though, some great racing that's going on here, and we'll keep an eye on the effect simulations in the meanwhile as we do our research, who find themselves currently out on track in what I believe is 7th place with Matteo Frigerio. They've just got the gap on Peter Plastov in number 18 car in 8th place, who are up 9 spots over the course of this race, which is to be exactly the same as Project Not Last at the moment, or it would have been Project Not Last, because I believe the Wild Things Racing now have the biggest move in the field, up 10.
Yeah, certainly big moves being made there. I can confirm Australian Grand Prix 1993, Ayrton Senna ahead of Alain Prost and Damon Hill in the end. That was the podium there. That was his last race win. I think there was only ever once that Ayrton Senna, Alain Prost and Michael Schumacher shared a podium. as well that year. So it's one of those strange things that you think of. 3 of the all-time greats of motorsport only ever sharing one podium, but there you go. But yes, back to subject matters that are more important right now, rather than my reminiscence of my childhood watching Formula 1. Yes, there's been some big moves through the field. I mean, Ram Ranch, they're up 6 places from where they started in this race. They've been slowly going about business moving forward. Team Lucex Berwing as well, 5 places gained from where they started in this one. I would say that big loser though, Sim Dynamics.
Very nice start to it, but the moment after the driver change from Remy Gilbert, it started to go the wrong way for them. So for Paul Allen and co, they're all looking around and looking at their team information. They said that they're all a bunch of 40 to 50-year-olds, with the exception of Remy Gilbert, who of course has just about got out of school, so to speak. So they are a team that has a lot of experience to go and work with. And look at this now as they attack over towards Stowe. This is Quad Dash, who are having to deal with both the Shunt Bros and Nomad, but Tristan Engelstad is going to lose out to Josh Porter there through the first part, and that's going to be one gone. I think Taylor Lane might want in on this as well.
Yeah, Taylor will get stuck in, that's for sure. I've commentated on Taylor many a time and shared a track every now and again as well, so Taylor won't be shy in making a move in that one. But yeah, close action here, all for 10th, 11th and 12th places in this race. The Shunt Bros, again, enough one of those teams that's having to do a bit of a recovery drive after that contact and spin in Beckett's for them. So yeah, Shunt Bros, they're moving forward, and it's a case of Quadash and Nomad Academy trying to follow them, and that's a move to the inside, but that's not going to quite work through the loop.
That was more opportunistic than you'd think. It was a big missed apex there by the number 24 Shunt Boys, and now here comes Taylor Lane to take advantage of the dive. Engelstad leaves the door open but takes the late apex there in the Audi and comfortably dispatches of that. And it's very much a case of that Audi being a very compact car in comparison to the Mercedes, which has definitely got a much longer profile out there, which effectively is a case of with how far back you are in the sense of where the car sits, where you sit the driver compared to that massive engine that you've got in the front. It's almost
I'm just going to pop off for a bit, lads, and just get something to eat and that, something to drink out of the rig.
By the time you've got the whole of the load poked in, you've poked about 2/3 of the car through and you're going alongside.
It's a big old lump, is that Mercedes, isn't it? It's great to see. And it's been such a successful car in the world of GT3 racing as well. It's a bit long in the tooth, is that particular Mercedes now, so but it still puts on a great performance. I've been keeping an eye on our overall race lead, by the way. 14 seconds is, or 13 seconds should I say, is the gap, but the average lap times, Crofton Woodhouse average lap times of 2:02.361 compared to a 2:01.774, so a big swing there in terms of lap times. Alpha Esports have got the bit between the teeth, and they're trying to push forward and trying to get towards the leader.
I'm looking at the last 3 laps here from Ronnie Smith, 2:01.6, 2:02.1, 2:01.7. You compare that to WSR Esports, it's 2:02.3, 2:02.9, 2:03.1, as there is James Smagersgale, who now moves back into 18th position here, and he's having to falls back a bit more because that's Joe O'Harrison for Hyro Motorsport, who dives on through and makes the move. So that gap is quite substantially being cut now by Alpha Esports, and they'll be very happy with the work that they're currently doing out there to bring that gap down. We look back then here through the corner, the middle of the corner, to Quad Dash, who have got that gap now over Project 91, but Nomad have got their way through. So Taylor Lane has got the pass he has been looking for. Tristan Engelstad looking the wrong way.
Fuck me, he didn't come from a different postcode. Fair play, chap.
Yeah. Engelstad will not be happy with that, and will be wanting to just get moving forward again with Tristan in that Quadash racing car. But yeah, Shunt Bros and Nomad Academy both making it through on them right now. But look at the traffic ahead. Shuntborough's having to work their way through some GT4 traffic, a few cars together, including our second placed GT4 car. So bit of traffic involved. There's some clumping of cars. I mean, look at it down the hangar straight there. That just shows there's clumping of cars out there. I'm looking at my track map, and you've got big chunks of cars all together. And then there's huge gaps out there on track as well. If you can get into one of those gaps, you can get your head down and move forward. I do feel that your race leader, Crofton Woodhatch, has had to work his way through all of that traffic. And I think that is where potentially he's been losing some of that pace. He's now got a good gap in front of him between him and the next lap traffic, which is the 258. Which is the Audi SimSport Krista Smith car. So he could get his foot down now and start progressing forward again, but there's been some big chunks of GT3 and GT4 traffic all together on track.
Yeah, Ronnie Smith's going through a secondary patch of it right now, led by Luke Sherlock. So there is a lot out there on circuit, and you can see here how everywhere you look, there is a gaggle of cars that are all trying to go together, because apparently gaggle is now the collective noun that is used for a group of GT3 and GT4 machinery out on the circuit in Silverstone.
Certainly one way of describing it. Oh, it's top of the nose there, coming out of Woodcut, and there's as we go through the right-hander at Cops Corner. Such a tricky corner, but it's such a rewarding corner as well when you get it right. And every car that you drive through there, for some reason, just seems to want to understeer towards that exit curb, and you've got to be careful with it. So we're looking at the Driving Miss Daisy car of Rude Show, and ahead of them CRS X-Car Esports Paul Simon ahead, and Paul Simon, a car that's been in the wars a little bit. Of course, we saw contact at the loop a little bit earlier on in this race, about an hour or so ago, and this is a chance now for Driving Miss Daisy.
It is. They are a charity team, Driving Miss Daisy, that runs to support Mission Motorsport and looks to promote the charity out there. And so a lot of it is with what they do. Linda Noble, who's part of the team, is a UK Armed Forces veteran, along with her teammates Class, Paddy, Michael, Jeff and Rudd, who are dotted all around the world. Apparently they're not the fastest out there, but as a team they have lots of fun, and we've been seeing that lots of fun currently out there over the course of the racing, down in 28th position. They've gained a couple over the course, and they want to make that they want to gain a few places out in this race, because if they can get past Paul Simon in the CRS X-Car Esports number 50, that would be a very nice gain for them out there at the moment, with Rude Schul currently behind the wheel giving that chase.
Oh, it's good to see charitable causes as well getting support through sim racing. It's great to see that here as we look at the Nomad car being followed, and well, Nomad a little bit nomadic in their race right now, a little bit further back from where they would like to be, but certainly have been trying to move forward in this one. They have gained one place in this race, but I think they'd want to be a little bit further forward in this one. And don't worry about Quadash Racing. Tristan Ingolstadt has seemed to have just calmed the waters and has got a bit of pace back in that Audi. Speaking of pace, the leader is still getting caught by second and by third place to a degree as well, although it's a bigger gap to BRT. But that WSR Esports butt kicker team and Alpha Esports, slowly that gap is closing after getting the way through that traffic.
Yeah, so it's 43 seconds and under now for BRT to the lead. It's 14.5 between WSR Esports Butt Kicker and Alpha Esports out there at the front of this pack. Taylor Lane, we continue on our focus as the Nomad Academy keeps an eye out on the Quad Dash racing car that's refusing to give up the ghost, so to speak, with this battle. They're trying to stay in range of the car in 11th position overall, which is that Project 91 ex-Thomas Edgar Sim Racing number 91 out there at this point. So that's where all of the eyes of focus are on, trying to chase down this entire group. And there is Taylor Lane, and it looks a little bit darker from when we last saw him out at the moment. So someone's going to have to try and flick a light on. He probably might have to do that at his next pit stop.
Some drivers actually like being in the dark though, don't they? Some drivers actually prefer it. It helps them focus with not having any outside distractions on them. So yeah, definitely you can see some drivers just say, do you know what, I actually like racing in the dark. And certainly we see that from our onboards every now and again. I know Ethan Critchley, who races for WSR Esports Butt Kicker, he's one that loves being in the dark. It just focuses him, and he's just got that light from his triple screen setup, and it just means that he can keep important things on his mind and not have any distractions going on.
Yeah, that certainly will seem to be the case. Here's Luca Monroe, who is out there at the moment, just keeping his eyes focused, often glancing over to his right-hand side there, keeping an eye in the mirror currently on where he is going in his United Sim Team Ferrari, currently in 31st position, down 11 right now, because he's got the Ram Ranch Motorsport car of Richard Wishow, who is there just behind, who will want to put a lap on him at the moment, as the first of the cars a lap down in 9th position in this race.
Yeah, a little bit down on the pole position is the 9th place car, but yeah, Luca Monroe, a prolific person in the sim racing community, is involved in a little bit of the online journalistic side of things as well as Luca. I know he's heavily involved in many of the events that Motorsports UK Esports put on as well, so always good to see Luca out there on track. By the way, we've had on the YouTube chat, thank you very much to Ryan Harrison, that one of the drivers
dropped a gear there and then it turns better.
I was doing a weird mid 2-3 and then back down to second again.
Well, normally I sit in third for the first part for the lap.
Yeah.
I thought, oh, I'll try second to try and get a better launch over to the next part, if you see what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But then it's turned in better, and that's where the fucking... See what I mean about that BMW? It looks like an accelerated Hyundai.
How's that going to affect their fair share at the end of the race if they can't get it?
Or have you not got the paint? Have you not got the paint pack loaded?
It's just blue on mine.
Right.
That the internet fairies can get things fixed and get it back working again.
Oh, deep joy, the internet fairies. Yes, that's definitely what they're going to be needing right now. And they are going to be in a real bit of trouble if they can't get themselves back into play in that regard.
This feels really nice there.
At car number 3, this is ST Racing Esports and Valentin Goppelt, who is there behind the wheel. He's looking at Miles Hemming and the Cube Controls Reparto Corsa 888. This is for 5th in class, and we saw how earlier it was very difficult to get by Miles Hemming, and even when you do get by him, he doesn't go away. So this is another case of Goppelt now, who's going to find out why the difficulty of passing Miles Hemming is pretty much going to be right here, right now, stay at the back of him for a few laps.
I didn't realise we had Fatboy Slim in the commentary booth there as we go through here, but yes, definitely it's one thing to catch Miles Hemming and quite another thing to overtake him, as the great Murray Walker used to say there. So yeah, it's again, it's the different cars, they do different things around this track. But Porsche really nimble through the tight and twisty stuff, whereas that Mercedes, a bit more grunt, a bit more power, and certainly we'll see how those differences pan out. That Mercedes doesn't tend to understeer, so you've almost got to sort of V out your corners to a degree. Like Luffield, for example.
It's not second and it's not third.
Corner, you let it sort of go out, get the car turned, and then
yeah, so I go second, third, second,
out of the corner,
for like a split
Porsche
second.
can keep that nice sort of tight line through there. Through here, though, Maggots, Beckett's, and into Chapel, it's a one-line job for these two. But that Mercedes, if you could get this hooked up right here, have a great run down the hangar straight. You don't get the most aerodynamic slipstream between the GT4s, though. That is something you notice. Not as much aerodynamic devices on these cars as the GT3s. Look to the inside, but no move being able to make.
I'm very surprised there. Miles Hemming was later on the brakes than the ST Racing Esports driver there, Valentin Goppelt. So Goppelt found himself in a very, very good position to try and make that move, but ultimately got outranked by the Porsche there on the brakes, and that's going to be quite concerning if you've got the grunt to make the move. Obviously, if you've got more speed, you've obviously got to scrub more speed.
Yeah, so as it go through the opening, by the way, issues for the RAFE Motorsports GT4 entry of Dan Cross was stopped down the Wellington Straight, so something's happened to them on this lap, but they've got back up and running and out there on track.
Oh, they've had a big spin coming through that corner. I wonder if they actually got tagged as they went. Oh, yes, they did. So they've come together with a GT3 car out there, turned themselves around, found reverse to try and get off the circuit to a safe point where they can rejoin, and just having to wait, and a little bit of the Austin Powers moment for them before they can get back and going again. So Dan Cross will be like namesake after that one.
Yes, certainly. He will not be happy with that, and I'm sure down the team radio, down Discord, whatever they use, Mumble, TeamSpeak, any other any other voice over internet protocols available to them, I'm sure there will have been a few terse words being said at that point when they got tangled with that GT3.
Yeah, I'm sure there would have been there, and look at this.
It's basically streaming this.
Behind this battle with Miles Hemming here, because Ram Ranch want to get through. Alpha Esports, by the way, they want to get through this, and so too do Phoenix Sim Racing. So they're all there, and it's a case of, do we have any room to go and make that move? Answer to that once more is going to be no. Hitting the brakes, gonna have to leave some room here, gonna have to leave some room here. Round goes Phoenix Sim Racing. Brad Smith a little bit too eager.
To quote another commentator that we hear, it was $1 short on that one. That was it's too late to make the move. You were never getting the car slowed down in time. You missed the apex. You slide out into the line of the Mercedes. The two cars are always going to converge lines, and I'm afraid, Brad, that's on you, in my opinion.
Yeah, there's not much more he can do. See the gap that he's trying to get into, and he's trying to slow down for, and obviously
he is.
I know he's a mile back, and he gets it in and in and in and in, and please rotate, and he just doesn't get enough rotation through the middle of the corner.
It just came from absolute downtown, and yeah, it's just. It's a 24-hour race.
Oh, look, it's us.
If you get compromised through Stowe Corner, it costs you, what, half a second? Just wait. You'll get them on corner exit going into club. It's fine. You compromise. That's what these events are all about, compromise.
Yeah, some drivers don't like compromise, and so incidents like that happen. Brad Smith continuing on his way, and now he is in a battle for position because that's brought Paul Simon into play.
Paul Simon, he'll be loving that. He'll love seeing that car in front of him and thinking, right, okay, got a chance for place in all of this, and we'll be looking to make the moves. And here's the thing as well, with that Phoenix car, with it having that spin, it's put a lot of heat through its tyres. So it won't be handling quite as well as it normally would. It'll need to take a few laps just to get the tyres down to their working temperature again, and that's the best opportunities for you to make moves on that car in front of you, and Paul Simon will be looking for an opportunity.
He certainly will after those hyperheated tyres of Brad Smith are where they are. It's taken him a whole lap, by the way, to get around Valentin Goppelt. So that tells you all you need to know about how much of a struggle he's had. And Goppelt not making life easy for everyone and very nearly gets tagged by Paul Simon. He really doesn't like the bottom end of the GT3 field at the moment, because right now he's looking here, there and everywhere. And right now he wishes he'll be wrapped up in a bit of bubble wrap right now in his GT4.
I mean, the thing is, with endurance racing, with multi-class racing, it's always about, are you running to your line? It's up to the faster car to safely make that overtake. That's another thing that a lot of drivers seem to forget in multi-class racing. They just see a blue flag and expect it to just pull over to the side of the road and get out of the way. No, you run your line, you run your race. It's up to the faster car to go past safely, and that's maybe not what we're seeing here in this little bit of a run right now.
As we've just seen Taylor Lane make the pass on Josh Porter of the Shunt Bros, that was for 11th position, so an important pass in the context of their races right now, just on the outskirts of the top 10 and comfortably making their way through on Valentin Goppelt there to get by the lap traffic without any trouble at all. So there is still more to be done in a race like this, where they all start continuing on with their relevant chases out there at the moment. Croft and Woodhatch still leading, along with Niels Core in their respective categories. And this isn't just a sim race, so to speak, for the sake of pride here, Paul. There is a little bit more on the line than that. And of course, that goes to be with the prizes for the winners, who will both get in category class to a butt kicker gamer system and Haptic Connect software.
Should have waited then, shouldn't I? not that I would have won, but that's not bad, is that, is it? It's certainly good going for them to have that sort of prize on offer, and yeah, definitely great to see these drivers and teams getting rewarded for their efforts out there and getting themselves a good prize if they are the winners.
No, you're right,
Paul,
to be fair.
the team that you don't like, the WMG hashtag 4453, have just been given a black flag penalty.
Oh dear, that's dearie me. It's a 30-second stop and go as well, isn't it? So a big penalty for them.
I think that would have been for the incident they had with Mr. Cross.
Possibly, yes. Well, we can check that actually, and that was with the RAF e-motorsports team. Was that? Yeah. So that's why they've got the penalty there. Yeah. So it was on the exit of the Aintree corner, and yeah, big issues for them, getting themselves a penalty. Do you know what? It's talked about earlier, just a few minutes ago. Compromise. Yes, you're faster on the corner exit, but you've got to work your way past them safely, as DCW Racing are involved with this racing further down in your GT4 field.
They are. This is Mike Pierce behind the Porsche at the moment in the number 42 car, and they've got the car behind them, of course, which is the Project 91 Racing Team orange car piloted by Matteo Tonello, who is there in that next position and nearly getting clattered and run over by the TSRC Esports car, third in class, Tumas Kana, trying to go to the inside. A bit of miscommunication between them. They have the GT traffic of Andy White and the Clark St. James Williams racing car, which is always causing dramas. Tonello moved all the way to the inside, but Tumascana was always going to try and make that move down on the inside, and that very nearly ended nastily.
Nearly, but didn't. That's the important thing out of all of that. It didn't end nastily, and that means that they were able to carry on here as through the right-hander at Club. We've started to get the pit stop cycle again for GT3 because we are another hour gone here in this one. Yeah, certainly been intriguing as again we've got another disappearing car getting the cloaking device on in your GT4 field. So yeah, another pit stop cycle is coming up here for your GT3s, and that gap has increased slightly back again at the very front of the field. Car 53 is at a stop out on track, so something's happened to them.
But that's Matt Webber, and they would have just come out of the pits from serving their penalty. So whatever's happened to them and what Matt Webber's done, because they did a driver change at the stop and go, they'll be able to now say that they've been caught up in even more troubles.
Please don't say that they're if ever there's a time you do not want to give yourself another penalty, it's on the exit of serving yourself a penalty. I just hope for their sake that isn't the case.
Yeah, you really do hope that they haven't been caught up, so we'll take a look. They just come out of the pits here and are able to get themselves back off and going. Webber has, he gets run over. He gets absolutely run over leaving the pits.
Oh,
So,
Niels is quick.
That did the grievous bodily harm there. Oh, it's Will Hope. Oh, great avoiding driving there from the Ferrari as well. But Will Hope absolutely just pile drove through that car.
Can someone laugh at my joke, please?
In pit road. They've hit the brakes very early.
I'm back.
I think they caused that themselves. I think they've thought that they just
I heard a peep from Jamie there.
Through and done possibly the worst thing that you could do.
I'm back. Sorry about that.
The brakes at a point that
Oh,
you're
alright, mate.
expecting the car to be hammering the brakes.
Well, here's the important thing, and it's that you've got to remain consistent out there. You've got to be predictable, and that was probably the least predictable thing. They were hitting the brakes to let the lap traffic go through and past them, but without realising it, they're on the middle of the racing line trying to do that.
Oh dear. Just panic, I think, happened there. And,
such a stupid off track. Stop fucking doing that.
Down from that contact, and yeah. I mean, me personally, if I'm that faster car coming through, I'm not expecting that at all at that position on the track. Yeah. Yeah, good luck if you're the stewards. They've been busy so far. Not too busy, to be fair. It's actually been a relatively clean race, to be fair. But yeah, I think the stewards will be having a look at that one and thinking, that's not great.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for them to go and deal with there. William Hope, by the way, in that fourth position, running a very lonely race, I'd say, at the moment here, Paul. He's about half a minute from any category class car that he is close.
They're both just driving across that inside curb, by the way.
Yeah, you can do that.
Away by about half a minute, and they've got about half a minute over Glass Tech Racing in 5th place. So at least for the time being,
I don't really understand what kind of advantage it gives, but you can do it.
Through the final section of circuit there, as we took focus on Tristan Engelstad, who we can see there in 13th position. It's Brad Smith directly behind with Paul Simon. That battle continuing. They're all around Aaron May at the moment, but the focus here right now for the Quad Dash team is how do they get to the pros.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing that competitor, and you won't. If you've never done motorsport, if you've never been involved in motorsport, or if you've never done sim racing and you're watching this, you do not understand just what a mental boon it is for you to see your competitors directly in front of you. It's the GT4 coming on at a very acute angle on the exit of Brooklands there. But it's a real mental boon and a real lift for you to see your competitors in front of you and then just see them getting bigger and bigger and bigger. It means that you're catching up and you seem to go faster. As soon as you see sight of your competitors that you're trying to catch up to, and you start and you see them, you seem to just get that little extra, a little half a tenth of a second extra to catch up to that car in front, and it's great. You really get the bit between your teeth, and there's no better feeling than when you do get there and then the fight with competitor. You don't, generally speaking, in a 24-hour race, you don't see people tripping over each other and trying to fight like it's the last lap of the race at this stage, but certainly if you're involved in, say, like a sprint race and you've caught somebody up, there's no better thing than trying to outwit your competitor, your fellow competitor, and it's great stuff. And this is why we love motorsport. It's not just the actual cars themselves and the tracks, it's the mental aspect of what goes on out there between these gladiators.
There's a game of classical chess performed at 200 kilometers an hour. You absolutely have to love it. It's something that gives everyone a bit of fight and vigour about, as Ramranch's number 69 car of Richard Wishome here is going to look behind Jan Duffner, who is there for Team Redex.com Simsport, the 903, and as they dance onto the brakes and fly about then into Brooklands and then Luffield Corner, these very difficult sections of track, you can already start to see here on the outside of some of these corners a bit of that marble that's starting to form here. So these drivers have been putting down the rubber, and there hasn't really been much of a respite here on this circuit, because we've still got 53 cars which are putting down the rubber and saying we're attacking. So that line is very much coming into play a lot quicker. Worth talking weather for a second here though, Paul, because I'm just taking a look at the schedule. But it doesn't look good for about 7:15. It seems like the fog is going to return and the wind's going to just shrink down a little bit.
Track temperature has dropped about 3 degrees Celsius from when I took over on commentary from Ewan, so definitely we are seeing these conditions change. Of course, it is about 4:12 in the afternoon in Sim. The sun is going down here.
Tell you one thing that does do my head in about this America a little bit is going into T1 you're in 5th and then down to 4th, right?
And the track will get cooler for them, and that's when things really pick up. That's when drivers can really push and get those fastest times out of their machine.
Hello.
And push on. And there's no better than that golden hour of cool air, cool track, and you can really just give it some.
I am here.
Oh right, you are here. I was just saying, you can't hear the downshift.
No.
So like, I click the paddle and I don't know if it's actually gone down without looking at the fucking dash.
904, that then for 43rd and 44th positions overall in this race, and a move done for class category, where the iSport team have been doing really well to pull themselves back into a position where they can attack. It has been a very important race out there for these two, who will keep an eye out on each other and realise that next for them is the Onid Racing Brit Car team, which has had a lot of support with us here over the course on YouTube. So we've been keeping an eye out on how everyone has been doing and been looking around out there at this moment in time. So we do welcome everyone here, of course, who's been doing well. Let us know how you've been doing and how you've been spending your Brit Car 24 hours of Silverstone, your butt kicker Brit Car 24 hours of Silverstone. We want to hear the best stories out there. We've heard that PTK has been involved in some way, shape or form from some of the drivers, but from you, the fans, we want to hear what you've been up to as well, as the number 29 car has dived down into the pit. So that is Glass Tech Racing, and the 45th of the Matthew Joneses gets in behind the wheel, not to be confused with any other 44 Matthew Joneses that have been here in iRacing before. So Matthew Jones in behind the wheel, taking over from the work that has been done by Matt Hoyland and and by William Humphrey at certain points in time. So they've got that to go and deal with. We're firmly in the pit cycle, and into the pits then will come both Ramranch and the likes of Onid Brit Car. And speaking of battles out there, it is getting dicey with some of the GTs out there. Keep an eye out on it as the Sim Dynamics Sunoco Racial car, which now has David Hornsey behind the wheel. So Hornsey going through, but it is Samson Canard side by side with the No Limit Sim Racing Academy. This one for position, and it is once more a case of look out. Louis Gregg on the inside, Flo Dart on the outside. Traffic now flies on through. That'll be the Effect Simulations car of Matteo Frigerio, who makes that pass through. Darms now in through Maggot's corner, gets the pass done, but loses the back end and will go spearing off to the left-hand side. Uses all of the road available to avoid it, but ultimately goes around with a little bit of drama there, Paul, and not what Samson Canard were hoping for. Flo Darms can't quite go with the flow.
It's just, not worked out for them there, and then dropping down the order once again for them. It's been a difficult race, I think, for them, and just the back end. It turns carried a little bit too maybe off.
I felt like that white girl was on the super
Let that GT3 car go through. They're nowhere near the apex, and as the point that you were talking about, Jake, 53 cars are putting down dirt and debris onto the track, and you get offline, you get on those marbles, around you go, and that's what we saw there.
Oh, there's more troubles. Gravel Trap Racing UK. Jack Cowie has been around and it's again with the Samson Canard car, which seemingly can't catch a break.
Oh dear, going from bad to worse then for Samson Canard. And here we go. Here's it's just that little bit of an overlap there, playing around in the gravel trap for Gravel Trap Racing. Here's a bit of a dive in defence of the Samson Canard car, and oh dear, I don't like that rejoin either, to be fair, Jack. So I think there might be a little bit of a word in the to the number 46 from the race stewards on that rejoin. As onto pit road we go for more cars getting their service.
Taylor Lane for Nomad Academy down in on the lane. That Gravel Trap Racing UK 46, by the way, is 2 laps down from its nearest competitor of the United Sim team, down in 32nd position. Liam Doyle will now get in behind the wheel for Nomad as they come in and make their stop. Therefore, Quad Dash, they'll put Mike Fowler in behind then for them. So a few changes of drivers, and it's about the right time for it, I'd say. Just over 4 hours done here in this race, so it would pretty much line up quite nicely with a lot of these team strategies of 2 stints here, 2 stints there, just to get that nice rhythm and momentum going. As Ramranch there, the number 69 team, they've got Nathan Nickerson behind the wheel now for them, and they are looking to pilot on and gain a couple places. There is Nathan, he's strapped in and all.
Oh, look at that steering wheel. That's a very nice steering wheel. Why wouldn't you show that off on stream there from Nathan? So 9th place right now in that Lamborghini Huracan, but certainly steel motor folding chair there.
Someone else with a black flag.
that wheel is sat on. I just hope that
mate, they were being handed out left, right and centre when we started.
John Moxley on him. So definitely Nathan,
not gripped up there, that's
doing
annoying.
a good job. And yeah, that is do you know what, to be fair, you can tell he doesn't use
Have you dropped the TC at all?
Pristine,
increased it.
No hand marks or anything.
Yeah, as in went down in number.
A case of, I want
No.
people to show this.
Well, yeah, since Jamie got in.
Show you just how nice my bright
Yeah, so you've gone to 11.
But something not quite bright and shiny is what's just happened for Project 91 Racing Team.
Because I actually, as the stint went on, I came down to 9.
Out there on the road at the moment.
Because it started to get, well, it just got a bit fucking wishy-washy, so I thought I'd try it.
with the 15.
No, I just went in there too hot, mate.
Just
fucking didn't get the front grip.
Car in 6th place overall at the moment for Jan
down
Duffner.
to
So it's a
Dropped it
penalty
to 10, see how that
for
goes.
Project 91
Say again, Jamie.
I am not confident enough yet with just a single screen to start going for that yet. I'm just going really safe.
What's that, mate?
others.
Like the traction control.
Yeah, you're very
Oh,
much
you
rely
do
on
whatever, man.
everyone
Fuck
seeing
it.
you broadside across the circuit and not react to it in the sense that
The way that we're going to
broadside
gain
through
places
the middle
here
of
is by
your
not
car.
driving
So,
like idiots.
You're always hoping
Yeah,
to
exactly.
get out of that situation
So-
as quickly as you can, and that's why we often
Although
see drivers
before,
have bad rejoins from that position, because they just simply put
before
do not want to be stuck in a
it
position
appears
like that.
kinda
No man, of
fucks us
course,
a
just
wee bit.
coming out of the pit. They have put Charles Rainford back
The
in
what,
behind
sorry?
the wheel then
Free-
for
four
the
free
shuttle
fast
rows here,
repairs.
and Charles Rainford
Yeah, see,
took the opening
when I
stint.
signed up
Not
for
only took the
this,
opening stint,
and I
but
found out
took
that there
car
was
to the race lead.
4
They're a little
fast
bit
repairs,
further back from the race
I was a bit
lead.
like, oh,
He
okay,
started
that's cool.
first, but they put an extra
But then,
one
like,
to his name. Maybe he's double first.
as
I'm
it's
thinking.
unfolded,
No,
you'd
don't
be
worry,
doing
Charles.
well
No,
to
no,
have a
it's
big
not.
one
It's
around
just
here,
two ones. That's all.
touchwood.
It's just a graphical error.
Um,
That's all it is.
So I
times
think
either.
4 was a
Charles
bit
has been
extreme.
wanting to get the bit
Yeah.
between his teeth, though,
Yeah, I
and
thought
push
4 was a
on
bit
now
much.
and try
Like,
and
fair enough,
move
give somebody,
forward in
give
that
everybody
short rose,
one.
Ferrari 296.
Just as like a get out of jail free card,
Yeah.
give them
person,
1.
those
But
Ferrari
4, that's
296
like 1 every
Favourite
6
centre.
hours.
Yeah.
Beautiful piece of machinery.
So you can
I
write
mean,
off
we
4
could-
cars.
I've been fortunate enough to
Yeah.
stand in the pit lane next to one as it's
Charlie,
coming
you
in for its
gonna-
pit stop.
I don't mind. I didn't
They
know.
are
I didn't know
really
what we were
wonderful.
doing.
I'll tell you what is interesting on strategy.
I
I'm
just
quite-
figured we were going to get everybody in for one single.
Yeah, well, it depends what everyone else wants to do, because I don't mind waiting and driving in the dark later. If
Yeah,
everyone
like-
else wants another turn, what's it still
Yeah,
like?
likewise, I don't mind seeing it through the night if anybody wants to go and get some kit.
Well, shall I do a double then?
You certainly can if you want, mate, yeah.
If you're in right headspace for a double, because it's quite a lot.
Let's not confirm it yet. I've got how many?
No,
I've got 20 litres left, so I've got
I
a
mean,
bit of
I
time.
can jump
But-
in whenever, but I'm happy to wait till later if everyone else wants to have a go now.
Trust me, you find out about it. He will let you know his opinion one way or the other.
Because I know you like to sleep, Ben, so you can jump in a few times probably tonight.
Yeah, if I do a double now and do at least one more tonight, that'd be fucking brilliant, really.
Yeah. Well, aye, if you're up for that.
When he's not happy with you in particular.
Got about 5-6 laps
Having
left.
said that, great racer.
Alrighty.
Loved racing
I feel
him
good,
and,
you know?
he's a hard charger, but he's
So,
so quick. And
let's
in
have a
the,
think.
World Sim Racing World GT Championship that we cover on Racebot TV, he used to be known as the king of the endurance rounds, where they have the hour and 3/4 races. And he always seemed to be the one that would just get the strategy right, and it would have the pace and be able to pull out those wins when necessarily it wasn't the quickest car. So yeah, definitely Ross behind the wheel now. Keep an eye on his times and what he's able to do lap time wise.
Clark St James Racing then find themselves into the pits. The number 98 car, lead taken over at the moment by the number 5 out there at the moment. That's Josh Benson for BRT right now. So they're doing what they need to out there at the front of this field, and they're trying to go longer and longer and longer. Flo Dart still having to do some defensive work now. DCW Racing Orange have caught up to them. So Jack Osborne, who's been caught up in issues, Flo Dart, who've been caught up in issues right now, they've got a battle of position.
Yeah, and they are going to be duking it out there as onto the power once again goes both of them through Aintree. People often wonder why is it called Aintree. Well, that's the where the British Grand Prix was held for a while. It was Aintree racecourse in
Oh, we gained a place.
Down the inside goes the 44.
Yep.
Jack Osborne trying to make that move stick, but fighting back is that Mercedes, number 7 of the Samsung Canaan car, Flo Dart, doing everything he can. Look at me, Bobby.
Get the
Where
camera,
are you
I just
going
got
with that?
passed by Ross
To the inside of
McFarlane.
Woodcote Corner, that's where you do it. Aidan Coleman there for the Aztec Racing 290, just about
only Max
finding a
Verstappen
channel.
was in here.
Osborne with the inside at Cops Corner. There could be more up and under shenanigans as they will almost push through this section of road.
Jimmy
This
was
is
here,
a
then they would
wonderful
be.
battling. Lights are starting to flash
Yeah,
here, trying
you're
to
right
find any which way
Shame
to
Jimmy
stop
ain't here, really. I thought
through
it'd
the
be something
corners.
that he'd be doing,
Osborne
but
still having to defend. but as they go single track, I would say that is move completed, but Darbs is looking for drive off the exit, Paul.
Yeah, I think he's got it as well. He's going to certainly have the slipstream as little as it is and trying to distract Jack Osborne with the flash of the headlights. But Jack is somebody who races in that World GT Championship I was talking about earlier. He knows all about hard racing and close quarters racing, so Jack is well averse to this as BRT through all of this, having to go left,
Another
go
black
right
flag
through this battle in traffic. There's nothing worse when you're
They've already had one as well, that's hilarious.
car come across two cars that are fighting tooth and nail over their position, because you don't want to get involved in their race. You don't want to cause an incident, but also you want to get past them as quickly and as efficiently as possible.
Yeah, you absolutely do need to make sure that you're going through that and you are dealing with it as they go. A stop go penalty in for the number 53 team, which is the WMG #44, which has got yet another penalty applied to it. They are not going to be best pleased there. That is Matt Webber, and that would have been for the incident when they just came out the pits.
Right, so Race Control have decided that they were predominantly at fault for that. It was with contact with car 14 is what they've put down on the incident. So
which would be Team Moose Spurwing.
Yeah, so yeah, the Race Control have obviously felt that they were the predominant ones at fault, and therefore giving them a drive-through penalty. Stop go, sorry.
Fuck it, gents, I'll go again.
Yeah, so we'll see them here. They will stop in their
You
box,
said it.
and then at some point they will be allowed to go once again. So for them, it's going to be a case of definitely
if you don't mind, I'll take a couple hours.
Race, or as it's known here, stop go penalty.
Yeah, it's fine, mate. I'll be here.
Yeah, go do
they race along the
go do
Wellington
it,
Straight,
mate.
looking to drive here over towards
Do whatever
the
you gotta
next
do.
section of road of Brooklands
Yeah, I'll go and get
Corner.
some
This is
dinner and have a wee
Ramraj
lie
here,
and get
who are
ready
having
for,
to
like,
deal
sort of
with
set
the
myself for
scrap
the
with,
night.
the shunt bros
Yeah,
who tried what
we'll
they
only
can
talk
at
about
the
touching
moment
each
to
other's
gain
thumbs
those
and
places.
shit.
This is
So-
where Charles Rainford is
Ben.
at his best, where he can go out there, be aggressive.
Strike two.
Drive. Nathan
You're on
Nicholson
stream.
knows that he's got a very quick drive.
Oh, am I?
Yes.
Alright. What was strike one for?
Talking about the white girl and
Whether he can get
I know.
the top 10 side by side through the go-through Cops corner.
I missed that,
and,
I must
certainly
Oh, for
hard
fuck's sake.
charging going on right now. Ram Ranch is holding on for the time.
I didn't know I got a strike for that.
you can't say that.
Why?
Lovely stuff there from the Chumbros.
Oh, be careful on the exit! He's going to get turned! He's going to get turned! Nathan Nicholson!
You're being very
just
specific,
got the
okay?
number given, somehow
Keep your
holds
head on
the
the road,
barriers.
driver.
Oh, did all the work beautifully to make a move like that. You could have framed it in the Louvre in Paris, and then ultimately a little bit of contact off the
Fucking
exit
idiot.
with just a tiny
Wait,
faintest
you
bit of
fucking
contact.
turn. I'll be awkward for that, mate.
Now,
prick.
he's got the job done there, but the car, the car on the outside has got the run out the corner. Ram Ranch, they get the better run. How he kept that away there from the wall, I don't know, but Charles Rainford, oh my goodness. And it was just because he got that clear call, that's why he went all the way out to the curb for the left at Chapel. The problem is that Ram Ranch got the run. They can get on the power slightly earlier on that outside line, which meant that they got the run out the corner. I tell you what, if I'm a steward, I'm saying that's a racing incident. I don't think that. I think it's more of an incident rather than somebody being at fault for something silly.
I don't think it's silly at all. I think that it's something that you rightly say there, Paul. It's just a case of two drivers fighting for it, and they're playing with some very fine margins, and it is the finest margin that causes arguably the greatest overtake of this race to have a shocking slash through the middle of it, like say you're throwing a can of soup over the top of it. It's very much that. Basic Racing Team dive into the pits finally, and they are almost at half an hour.
Do I need to save or
If
not?
they can continue on this rate of pace here,
I can't
Paul,
tell it to you around
here
the
at
line
4.5
here.
hours, that means they can save one pit stop basically
very
after,
small
I would
amount,
say, about
probably.
9 hours. So they could save 2 and a bit pit stops over the course of this cycle.
You're at
if they
2.4
continue at
now.
this rate. Tom Griggs now behind the wheel.
Well, how does this all pan out for Tom Griggs and the Basic Racing team? Yeah, you're absolutely right to call it out there, Jake. They're able to go just that little bit longer than the competitors on each of their stops, and that means that, yeah, you save yourself a pit stop. That's a good, well, I mean, I'm looking at the full length pit stops. You're talking about 1 minute and 8 on the actual cone to cone. Granted, it's not that much of a loss because you're cutting the inside of the last corner and also the first corner as well, so you don't have quite as much of a loss as 1 minute 8 there. But it's still saving yourself a good 50 seconds there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's saving a lot of time. It's an important amount of time that he is now getting able to save, and it is something that we are definitely looking at and understanding as something truly magical and wonderful being concocted here by the Basic Racing team, and they are doing what they can. We've still got, of course, the night shift to come along, which will be slowly starting to bring itself into view here in this race, because we are...
There is lap time there, by the way.
4 in sim time.
Is there?
The sun will soon set. And we will
Just
soon be
watch my
putting
fucking
ourselves
photo.
into a position here where the night and crucially the fog is going to start bringing itself back into play. And if you know anything about Silverstone, especially when it comes to racing in the night, the fog sometimes can roll in, and it can roll in heavy around here. We focus with Liam Doyle right now, the Nomad Academy, 281. This is 11th. This is for a top 10 at this moment against Nathan Nickerson, and if he can find a way to make that pass, I'm sure that he'll be very happy with that top 10. But we've seen that Ramraj, they don't like giving up that top 10 very easily.
Why would you? You're in the top 10. I mean, they will have been affected, will Ramranch, in terms of lap time a couple of laps ago with that contact, but certainly these drivers working their way through, and now, as I say, 11th place for Nomad Academy. Liam Doyle behind the wheel, just freshly in, and will be focused forward and thinking, I fancy 10th place, you know. But Nathan Nickerson puts up a bit of a fight, that is for sure.
1.4 at the line, mates. You're coming in this point.
It's worth pointing out, is slightly faster on the last lap than Camilla DeHaan, so we'll keep an eye on that race lead gap.
My service ready.
Opened up now to 22.5 seconds. It was classified as 23.1 over the line. So Alpha Esports right now, maybe not having their most quickest driver in behind the wheel, but when you consider they've got Stanley DeLond, who has been out there, has been fantastic up there for the likes of the Apex Racing team, and at the time he was absolutely part of the same team, I believe, as Ross McFarlane once upon a time, part of Ash Sutton's team once upon a time. So he's done very well. Ronnie Smith has done very well. They've still got Geordie Speckens that they could go to at some point during the course of this race, but I'm sure we'll see that in the future.
We will, as we lose a little bit of coverage from one of our cameras there. We'll cut back to the other camera then. So, yeah, it's been a wild ride as this opening of this race, and to think the sun is slowly setting here. Because of the timing of the race as well, it's actually 4:30 in real life as well, UK time. So, 4:20, 4:30 in sim. Perfect, well, not quite perfectly in sync, but near enough. Yes, it's certainly been an action-packed race, and I've thoroughly enjoyed so far. I've still got a little whiles to go yet, and Jake, you're clocking off in about 25 minutes, aren't you? So a well-deserved break, I think, for you.
I wish. 15 to 25, yes, I will be needing to jump on, or jump off, so to speak, and continue my day, but I'm sure that this racing is...
New fastest lap for you. Boys, I just did a 209.
And we got this going through. Maggots Beckett's over towards Chapel right now. GT4's starting to get a little bit dicey out there on on circuit, because that is Tumas Kana here, and the recovering
You're good at doing that, aren't you?
from the penalty that
Yeah.
Gusto's racing team have been trying to concoct, and right now he is hoping for anything at this moment to not break this up. And then all of a sudden Denise Pope comes through, Phil Webb decides that he wants to try and jump through, and Amy Grimm's waiting back there as well. So remember, Amy Grimm is
Fucking hell,
battling out
Swindon
there
within
with
as
Phil
well.
Webb for position.
In about 20 minutes time, if someone could tell me how Swindon got on, that'd be fucking fantastic.
Are you wearing your Swindon shorts or not?
Nah. I've got my Ting Room
the race leaders
t-shirt on there, my
first
Ginstead.
and second place in GT4, but this last lap has not worked out for them. I don't. My timing has gone really funny because
Here we go.
Round 2, cold tires. Another 3 laps
That's because it's their out lap.
to be done.
Good luck, mate. Thanks, mate.
That part of the last corner,
Let's not die.
last lap, you're actually setting yourself your quickest lap time, even though you're going through pit
Let's
lane,
not
but,
die.
It doesn't count towards your fastest.
No, it absolutely doesn't. And so if you want to try and find that pace and that advantage,
I'm still mad that iRacing makes it so as that,
through legitimate means,
like, it doesn't, fuck's sake, it doesn't make sense to double stint tyres.
Has been your leader by a minute, and that's because he hasn't yet
Say that again.
stopped. But Tim Perry, of course,
Yeah, it is a bit.
11, Altitude Esports by
It doesn't. It'll never ever benefit you, Charlie, to double stint tyres in iRacing. But like at Le Mans, like when we go, and any other race, there's like boys in the middle of the night that are like 3 stints on a set of tyres.
Yeah, I mean my tyres, the tyres, when we came off my, at the end of my stint, my lowest was 83%.
At the moment is hoping that he can just
What's
have
the
a
lowest
nice
on
clean
mine?
ride.
Oh,
He doesn't want
stupid.
any
Lowest
strain,
was
he doesn't want
70.
anything that troubles with the car. He doesn't want to become
I'm not getting any more X.
You've been waiting this long to get that line out, haven't you?
Was that front left, Jamie?
Yeah. No, Tumas Kana.
Yes, I believe so. Hang on.
Has kept a good pace in that
Yeah,
TSR sports car.
front left.
Yeah, that
Those Aston Martins we've
takes
been
a
seeing
pounding
have
round here, doesn't it?
all gone a little bit longer on the fuel. They seem to be a little bit frugal on their fuel usage. But when you've got Owen Carroll right behind you, who's been consistently quicker.
Feels so heavy with a full tank of fuel in.
0.2 per second quicker than the TSRC car, but that Gustav's racing team, Owen Carroll. Owen's been in that car quite a while now, so do you have them switch drivers, do you think, or is it a case of, Owen, you're doing a good job, keep at it?
I think Owen's done a very good job. If there was anyone that they could switch to in the number 6, which I think would be interesting, they do have Oliver Newberry, who is there that they could put into the car, which I'd expect would be their next port of call. Of course, we're expecting a little bit later on in the race that Reese Carroll will jump in, but I think he might be for the graveyard shifts over the course of racing. Cube Controls just dive in now into the pits. The 888 Miles Hemming still behind the wheel of that car at the moment, as they've got one of the earliest boxes in the pits. Now, Paul, what makes it so difficult sometimes for drivers when they do get one of the earliest pit box? How easy is it for you to just completely miss it because you realise that you're so early into the box that you've got to stay switched on?
Well, you think you're coming round that right-hander at club in the pit road and then immediately having to turn into your pit box. Now, we've seen teams miss the pit box in the middle of the pit lane, so you can miss it anywhere. The worst place that you can have the very last pit box at in any of the sim racing circuits here in iRacing is actually the Nürburgring, because there's a barrier that sticks out, and then immediately your pit box is there, so you have to come in at almost 90 degrees to get into your pit box, and then you're having to give it the hard left hand down out of the pit box to be able to get out and away, as we're seeing pit stops for the TSRC car. So as well, Gustav's Racing, Satellite Racing, they're all on pit road now from the lead of GT4.
Ian Pfeiffer will get in behind the wheel for the Satellite Racing GT4 team. Tunis Kana sits in, gets a driver change, and they will switch at TSRC over to Conton van Vingerden, who will be in behind the wheel. So Van Vingerden will be going through. In fact, it will be a change for Gusto's, but they'll put Will Dames back into the car. So it looks like they're going very much with a two-driver tandem over for the opening quarter of the race.
Why not? If they're in the zone right now, and it's part of the plan to just get as much out of them at the start, keep your others fresh, so that when it gets to the overnight stuff, you've got fresher drivers coming in who maybe, even if they're not in a friendly time zone for jumping in overnight, it means that you've got freshness there. They're not as tired, they've been rested up, fueled up in terms of nutritional food and drink, and then away they can go. Yeah, certainly interesting to see how they're just jumping back and forth between the two of them. So does that mean that Owen Carroll, after this double stint, will jump back in, or do they then bring in one of their fresh drivers?
Well, that's the
Hello
question
there.
as we find Ash Hill
Hello.
under
Yeah.
an immense
How's it going?
amount of pressure in the number 21
Yes,
Project
fun.
Not Last car.
Still got four wheels in the way, mate.
Anything exciting to talk about, or is it alright?
To try and find a way
We
through,
were last for about
he'll be
5
hoping
minutes.
that the Aztec Racing 290.
We were what?
Oh, he tried the inside,
We were
it was
not
We
blocked
last.
weren't last
Oh.
for 5 minutes.
Outside to try and make the move happen. Still has the commitment to go late on the brakes.
Hello.
Who's this? Danny?
Oh,
No.
Aiden, what a move.
Hey, geez.
Right.
That BMW was
Hello?
Hey mate, you okay?
down the straight.
I have a
tell
question.
you, but,
Go for it, mate.
Onto the brakes.
If
they
you
go
look at the
through left,
general chat
through the right.
Yeah.
on Connect, I put a beautiful Dutch sausage there. And Alex is saying it's a sausage roll.
Is one thing, but now they need to.
Right, let's have a
to
look.
show
It is a
that they have
sausage
that
roll.
pace advantage.
I don't get what it's a sausage roll.
It literally looks like a sausage roll.
It's a case of,
But it isn't a
trying
sausage.
to push on in that BMW.
This is
They're strong right now
for
to
people who
start
go to
that
school,
car
this is
over
like their
the,
lunch.
The team not last car.
Yeah, it's a sausage roll.
Looks like he's certainly hoping to try and have
Is it like a bread sausage roll? is
It's a
it?
Yeah,
roll
like-
in pastry.
It's
It's a sausage in pastry, basically.
Yeah, that's a sausage roll.
Yeah, straight out of Greg's.
Making his way through the effect simulations car, which is now
What did you call it?
to sixth position, just the six
frikandelbrood.
cars now. Of this race,
I ain't saying that.
Team Renault's got a car.
Say it again.
Ahead in that regard.
frikandel.
Over at the opening corners
Yeah, because isn't
of the
sausage
circuit,
frikadellen
we
or
do have
something?
some more
Yeah.
good sim racing
Oh yeah, it's like
available,
Piccadilly
and
Racing, isn't it?
that as well. We take an onboard
Should
look
try one
with
when you're in the
Gabriel
Netherlands.
Yilmaz
I'm
here
pretty
at
sure
the
I had
Racing
one of them at
390.
Spa,
This is
or
against
something
Max
similar to
Verstappen.
that.
Yeah, isn't Belgium like quite famous? Like you have like sausage, chips, and mayo. Is that the same in Holland?
Yeah,
No,
No.
no.
it was in Belgium with like
In Belgium, they have
yeah,
chips,
sausage
sausage, and mayo.
thing.
So what is it? What's the bit in the middle? Sausage. It's just sausage meat, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like. Wait, let me search it up. What is in English?
It's sausage in.
It's
pastry.
pork in
It's pork.
in an English one. It's pork.
The first one you've posted at 16:34. That looks like my sausage after I finished swimming.
Minced.
Minced. Go on.
I can't even see it, but I can imagine what it looks like. Is it one of the cocktail ones out of the Tesco's?
It's like all wrinkled.
Charlie's been giving me strikes, by the way, because apparently I'm on stream.
Oh, you have been on stream for a while. We've still got a livery on, and that's a Liberty.
Right, I'll go back to my. I will leave you.
I got.
All right, mate.
Yeah,
I'll
good
catch you in a bit.
Have fun.
Cheers.
I was getting molested by GT3 cars, and I said that I was like the white girl sat on the sofa with all the black
Oh
blokes,
my god, yeah.
and he told me off for it. And then I said something else that he bothered me for as well.
Oh yeah.
How many
So,
views?
well, this stream's getting deleted, then, isn't it?
Will it? What? Will it get taken down for that? Will it?
Well, I'm not that popular, mate, so they'd have to find it first. So I'm
You're
sure
not
someone
Jimmy
would
Broadbent.
No,
That's crazy.
it's a shock. Yeah, someone would have to report it. I think I've only got like 3 people watching or something, so don't worry about it. Hello, Scarlett. Sorry, I missed you. I was just having something to eat on the sofa.
What did you have to eat?
I had what is it called? Fricadella.
Yeah, fuck off.
I had Rustler's hamburger. Can't beat, elite level burger.
Oh! Charlie. Imagine living in London. You can anything you want delivered to your door at the click of a finger, and you eat a Rustler's hamburger.
I love them.
Crazy.
I don't know why they get so much hate. Hey, I love them.
Did you have a glass of water with that?
Burn.
Yeah, there's also like half a tenth in doing this, Joe, like blasting yourself off the pit wall.
Yes, I do
There's
that.
half-
I mean, I've got 2 wheels over. I don't go that extreme, but
I'm having so much fun. I don't know why it's happening, because we're not racing for anything at the minute, but...
Mate, I was going to say earlier on that that is the best, that's the most fun stint I've done for years.
oh wow, that's good.
Genuinely, I swear that was great fun. I really enjoyed that.
There is
So
something.
Jamie, do you
think that... Sorry, go on.
I
I just got passed by Charles Rainford.
Ben, stop cutting him off, man.
Yeah, sorry, Jamie, go on.
No, it's alright. I was just like a wee bit scrappy at points, but I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, that's good. I just want to ask about the fact that your eyes aren't like, I don't know how. Can someone explain it better than I can? Because your eyes aren't in VR. Do you like in VR? Is there a sense of crashing that it's gonna hurt or not?
Yes, there is to a point. Yeah. I mean, I don't like. I stopped freaking out by this point, but you're very much on edge. So there isn't really any such thing as a chilled out race in
Well,
VR.
I think there's a lot more fatigue with the VR. Once you come out the stint, you take the big heavy headset off your head. It's hot. Your hair's all sweaty and matted because it's you're sitting over a massive pair of fucking TVs on your head.
Yeah, that is well.
VR,
It gets sore.
Yeah. I used to race in VR like quite a lot.
Yeah, it's a totally different experience, but is it better? Yes, it's more realistic, but I'll tell you what, mate, there's a lot to be said for just sitting down in front of a screen with the rig and everything like that, and just sitting down and putting on a pair of headphones and getting on with it.
I think the VR, you can't beat it for when you just want to pick up a track and a car and do an AI race or testing or just experience like a Group C car or something like that. It's amazing.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you're on like a set of Corsa, say,
yes,
and you've jumped in like a Super Tourer around Donington, and you've got loads of fucking like Jimmer was doing the other day, whatever he was on Race Room or whatever.
I don't think you can beat it. I think that's really fun.
Yeah.
But for a race, I like to have all of I want my timing up. I want to see like all the little different bits and pieces that you have that go like your ancillaries that go along with it. And you don't get that in VR. It's just you and your hands basically, and that's it.
Yeah, it's way more approachable, I think. without VR, VR just adds a little bit of exclusiveness to it, to the point like I always feel that when you put the headset on, there's an element of I'm doing this, fuck off, everyone else fuck off.
Yes, I agree.
Guys, we're not last.
Hey, we ain't gonna finish last in this race. There's no chance. We've got too much heart.
What iRating's James King then? Like 9,042?
which car number? Sorry.
19.
3.9k.
He's what?
No,
3.9k.
Oh, I've got him as 1.8k Triple S. Oh, sorry, car 19. Sorry. Yeah, 3.9k. My bad. RAF Motorsport. Yeah, you're not going to get races like this too often where you're racing the elites, though, are you?
No, but someone's had it off big style up here.
There's a lot of smoke.
I was just like coming out of
like Frisbee DeCosta or something.
I was just coming out of cops and it looked like someone was having a bonfire in the middle of Maggots and Beckett's.
Just you wait until it's dark, mate. You won't be seeing none of that. What's the chat got to say? Anything exciting?
It's been pretty quiet.
Sun's going down now.
Is it? It's only 4:30. No, nearly 5 o'clock.
Boing. Why, man?
Yeah, he was always gonna do it, wasn't he?
Like why? Like, I don't know. It's infuriating me. Turn 3, the fact that you get passed by a GT3 and you have to sit and wait to turn in. Have you filled out any of the information box, Joe, for the stream? So that they can talk about us?
No, I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yeah, it's in the Discord. I thought that would be something that you'd have been all over typing in information about all of us.
No, I haven't seen it. I can do though. Oh, it's on there. Whereabouts would I find this?
It's in the Discord somewhere.
Ah, right, okay.
Someone get the Swindon score up for me, please.
1 sec. Are they playing Accrington
Stanley.
It's just 2-2.
It's 2-2.
Yeah.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
And they're currently on 90 plus 5 or some shit. If you understand what that means.
Well, that's
Yeah, I know.
that's a point each.
Nah, FA Cup, mate.
Oh, is it FA Cup?
Yeah, so we want to win to get the next round.
Of course.
Bit of a shit at the minute. We're in the bottom of League 2. So, it's not going well.
And DJ Barworth had a red card or something.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
In the 41st minute. I take that's how that means. What that means.
Does it say 41 next to it, does it?
Yeah, 41 with a little
comma thing. Apostrophe.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That
that's
one.
the 41st minute, yeah.
Anyone else want me to write anything else?
I haven't been watching.
I'm just writing about the team, just saying a few words for the stream.
Did you put "and we're dead last" at the end as well?
No.
We're not.
What happened to the other car then?
I don't know, he was 9 seconds back. And he's now 13. Does that make me a 3.8k iRacer?
Yes, automatically.
Yeah, I'll file a protest now. When I finish. Come on, you silly bastard. Whoa!
You alright, mate? You have loads of room.
Here she is, white girl.
Nothing. Anyone else wants to say?
Not really.
Okay.
We're going to Le Mans next year.
Yeah. Actually, I can
Oh
get
yeah,
one
you
on
have to see that.
I tell you what, lads, that is going to be fucking fantastic.
In fact, you can say we've been to and going to.
Yeah, I've done it. I've submitted it.
We're tour guides now, Charlie. That's all we are, mate. We're not fucking... That's so stupid, then. Look at that gaggle up there, man.
Done. Now I've got to listen out for it.
Of your car.
Black
Yeah,
flag.
no.
Of them.
390 was black flag.
It takes time to then repair your cars. You want to try and keep average and keep those 4 fast repairs in your back pocket so that you're then able to use them if you do need to in the future.
Absolutely, at this point, you don't want to necessarily rely on them, of course. You don't want to be the person that's like, By hour 6, I've used 3 of my faster pairs. You're likely out of contention by that point, but still seeing Satellite Racing zip around the racetrack. It's been a good year for them in various different series so far. We've just had a black flag awarded to one driver, and it's the 390, and I believe that would have been in the incident a few minutes ago that was seen to be very sloppy all around, if I remember correctly too.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's the
I've got to go and feed my pets a minute, so I'll be back.
Alright, mate. Has got the black flag, and that was for that contact with car 63, which of course is the why is it always when you look for a car number on your timing screen you can never find it? There you go, Quatermass Motorsport, Max Spooner. It was contact between those two that ended up giving them the black flag penalty. We have got in-race stewards here, which I think is another positive of this event. We're getting stewarded and we're getting penalties awarded where they're deserved, and yes, of course, Owen Carroll didn't always agree with all of the penalties that have been handed out, but on the whole, from what I've been seeing here, I think that it has been fair cop for the majority of the cases.
It's been very fair throughout this so far, yeah, absolutely. In terms of the race stewarding, making sure things are done on point as well, and efficiently amongst these drivers. It's worth noting that drivers just got a warning from race control, the whole entire paddock, for blue flags with how things have gone so far. Again, I like to make sure drivers understand that you have being lapped by someone in a different class as themselves, you have to help to facilitate the pass. You don't need to jump out of the way when a car is second behind you per race control. But when the car behind is close to going for the pass, they do not want drivers to block or defend the move. If they're a lap ahead, they have to give the right to pass to that driver who's higher up in the running order. And that's one thing race control just emphasized in the past couple minutes.
We have had a change for second place overall. Tom Griggs has got ahead of Camila De Haan. Something has happened to Camila because it's dropped down a significant amount of time on this lap, and yeah, so something's happened there to our now third place to Alpha Esports. I'm sure we'll be able to give you footage of that when we can, but that means that BRT...
Your GoDaddy order's waiting for you. Bring your great business idea.
45 seconds.
Can confirm there was a slide off the racetrack for Camila De Haan. We'll see once we get the chance to look at what happened there. But Tom Griggs now 45 seconds back of the overall race lead, up to second with it. All that's while we still keep an eye on your GT4 leader. And you have to say, when it comes to an event like this, it's been going on for a couple years now. This style of racing, these different classes mixed together, have put on some intense racing as a whole. This is an event that stands out a lot, you'd have to think, Paul, because of its interesting racing and the product it puts on. After all, it has a lot of connections to the real world, but also has that connection to the entire UK esports community, to be one of those places you want to race and want to compete well in as one of the main standouts in Motorsport UK esports.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you could argue this is one of the biggest events at Motorsports UK esports. Here in sim racing, it is a massive event. And when you look at it, 53 teams entered this race. We've currently got 52 cars currently running. Matt Webber for the WMG 44 team is actually on pit road, not going anywhere fast. So I think they potentially may be a retirement from this race. So yeah, certainly 52 cars still running at this stage of the race with 18 hours and 57.
Your lap times are absolutely mental,
So
Ben.
it says a lot about what's been
you're doing it, mate.
going on here in this event.
Here's what Dahan had an issue-wise, went off the track and just looped it around. Cost himself a good 15-20 seconds just trying to get it turned around.
Oh, right up next to the camera position, which is seeing live pictures of a Mercedes around. This is where, so yeah, it just switches through Beckett's and then it spins around. And now you're facing the wrong way. You don't want to spin it back onto the track because you'd potentially be entering right onto the racing line at a very high speed part of the track. You have to spin it in the runoff area and get it around and then get going again. And that's cost them big style. Like I say, that's cost them the position.
You're lucky to have at least still near a minute buffer for the next spot. Some of the other drivers getting a little bit dicey. How about in the grass to move each other out of the way for some of this traffic?
Is it possible to see when sunset
Down the
is?
straightaway, to say the very least.
I think when you set the server up, you can. I don't know how to do it. Not setting it up.
Yes, hang on.
It's about compromise.
Here it is, the encyclopedia.
To work together. Big style.
The Oracle.
Because you can obviously see the actual weather, but I can't find anything about
Very lucky to have at least
sunset.
It's on this server information, so it'll be.
Boys, the livery's up.
Right up next to the camera position.
Finally!
Finally!
Mercedes around. This is where, so yeah, it just switches through Beckett's and then it spins around.
Oh yeah, Joe, that's a good point. We need you to make us a livery for the 911 GT3 car.
Got one.
No, we need a all spares one.
Oh, we need it for the. We need this. You know, you did my all spares cup car. We need an all spares R.
That's cost them big style.
Okay.
Like I say,
Please.
that's cost them the
What
position.
is this for that Motorsport UK League?
Very lucky to have
UKSR League.
That's what I meant, UKSR. What are you, is it sprint format or endurance format?
Sprint, I think.
I might jump in on that.
You might want to be quick, mate. I know there's only one space left this morning.
Oh, was there? I'll probably leave it then. I don't know if I 100% can commit. So.
And I talked about it earlier. It's
but yeah, I'll send you. I want to get some extra brands on there somewhere as well, so I'll send you a list later if you don't mind.
Mercedes right now.
But for now, I'll continue to drive around in circles.
In 7th place is behind the car
In a slightly slower, less aerodynamic car.
Yes.
Are you going in it, Charlie, as well?
6th place overall.
Yeah,
we're
doing team all spares by connectors.
Nice. Yeah, I'll sort that out next week.
Jesus.
That came from the depths, boy.
Was that one and got it done.
Damon Lewis and Spurway.
God knows why he's going so slow.
And now it's a question.
Yeah, you tell me.
Stay
Slow down, maybe.
We've seen these.
That's a big one if that's a slowdown, mate.
Drivers a lap down in the race. We've seen them already have to utilize.
I mean, tell my brother's getting ready to go out.
Board now with
Not stomping around.
Matthew Jones behind the wheel.
No, the smell's coming through the fucking wall.
He's just losing time and not having as good corner exits right now compared to the 14.
Yeah, you see that Team Lucek Spurwing car just launch off of corner exit at Luffield, and that's where that Mercedes just had the advantage there. But Matthew Jones is trying to get back onto the tail of that Mercedes as we go through Beckett's right now. Meanwhile, further back, we've got racing just outside of the top 10 as one or two GT3 cars come onto pit road for their pit stops. So we're not quite on the cycle. There's a couple of cars, TeamRedX.com, SimSport and Wild Things Racing. They are both out of sync and they are onto pit road. A car 390 is at a standstill at Stowe Corner. they've got moving now, so issues there.
Sunset is 6:49 PM.
28
I got a little while to go yet then.
We've not reached the funny hour of the race yet, have we, Justin?
Hour and 40.
No, this is a little bit early to reach funny hour, you could say, or in that regard, usually funny hours early on in the race, or usually in the dead of the night. But it seems a lot of drivers, this portion of the race, yes, but it's only in sporadic portions so far, I will say, as more pit stops though. More pit stop time for the 28 on screen. This is the 40, I should say. Prismatic coming on in for third service, just past the hour mark.
We've been seeing teams going later, going
longer
than the hour here in GT3. So
fucking hell, come on, mate.
I'm not expecting WSR Esports to be on pit road for another 6 or 7 laps. Yeah, BRT.
You fucking plonker.
Another 11 laps or so before they're on pit road. So it's going to be a while before your two leaders head onto pit road. There is BRT, the basic racing team. And Basic Ollie Fennell, who is heavily involved with that team. I'm used to commentating
on you fucking idiot.
In all-star races in
Porsches. Blue flag race.
Bit different in this endurance race, but they are having a good go at it. After starting in 11th place, they're up to 2nd.
I don't know what to say. I don't know if that was my bubble.
Well,
we kind of got to let him go.
Yeah, interesting.
At least an extra 7 seconds to Ross McFarlane. Would have been a great spawn at least. Oh, some more argy-barginess. That was not
the car, right?
That time, some
feels it.
Look like with the 47. That is the E-Data machine that's getting a lot of argy-barginess as drivers.
I just don't know why he let me pass, and then he's fucking trying to push me around again.
Oh, did he let you pass?
Yeah, you come off. He bled out the throttle coming into Vale. Into Vale, and then he starts trying to push me around again. What are we doing? Are you going, or are you fucking?
The overall standings.
Yeah, that's a weird one, isn't
it? Things here. So yeah, E-Datum getting a little bit bullied there through Brooklands into Luffield, but able to keep it on track and keep going through all of this as they come out the corner, out of Beckett's and that Ferrari. I was saying earlier, JP, that there's
got 4x for that as well.
In pit road whilst they're getting the service.
Never mind, onwards and upwards.
To look at all the fine details.
Sorry, my mate is a donut, but
these cars.
What? That's what they put.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, my mate is a donut.
They maximize every bit of engineering to be able to have as much speed as
I just said no worries, guys. I don't want to make it in the video.
And iRacing too. That's translated over to the scans we've seen on the platform with these cars. A lot of content's come over the years.
Like I say, if he hadn't have let me pass, if he'd have just come up the back of me and I'd not seen him before, then I'm letting him go.
I didn't realise he'd let you go already, so.
On their side, but also understand that people want to be able to try these cars themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you look at it. If you want to buy one of these cars, you're close to 7 figures. You're talking like $800,000, $900,000 for something like the Ferrari or the Porsche. You know, you are talking silly money, and that's just for the car. That's not to run it. That's not for spare parts. That's not for everything that goes on.
How are we playing this game now? Then are you getting back in again after Joe?
Yeah, sure. Are you?
What?
That's just for the car.
What?
So
is it you next?
To go into the sim, and if you've
well, I was just saying to this guy earlier, I'm happy to do a bit of a night sim if you want.
Yeah, cool, mate. Yeah. Well, I'm around for the rest of the race. I know Paige wants to get some good sleep.
It depends what you're more comfortable with, because I'm quite happy to drive in the dark.
I'm happy in the dark as long as it's dark in my house, which it is already now. So.
Even the hypercars.
We can do the night shift with Jamie and
GTP.
Whatever then, no matter.
I'm on my. This is a double here, Joe. I don't know.
Yeah, I clocked. Yeah, I did clock.
I've got opportunity in real world. They wouldn't even let me touch one of these cars. They wouldn't let me anywhere near them. But in the sim, you get.
The thing is, I don't know if I'm going to be up for a double. It's a bit of fucking chaos, really.
Footing a bill at the end of the day.
I found that It's only chaotic when you get a big group of GT3 come past.
Yeah.
Like for these cars, just
every lap.
even thinking to the different
Yeah.
issues you can even try. That in real world, you might
They're
not
coming
see
around
how
in drips
long
and drabs at the
or
minute.
have
They've
the
like
chance to.
separated up.
They've clumped together.
I will say, on top of just buying the car, it is
In places,
cheaper.
yeah.
Yeah. There's like 4 sectors of the track where they've like 5 of them together, 4 or 5 of them together.
Compared to even just renting a
According to
couple
track
laps.
map
I've
anyway.
seen rentals at $600-700 for 2 or 3 laps for some cars that are on iRacing on a similar race.
Well, Ben's got 24 minutes, so that takes us to about ready to
certainly the spectator side of things as well. You can have some.
and then there's about an hour until sunset,
Especially with a lot of people.
and then we go into the night.
I showed some broadcasts
More or less.
They'll say, this is a virtual race. Don't even realize that it's not a real race until you tell them that it's sim racing. In a lot of cases, that was seen a lot over the summertime and some of the platforms that have grown their presence to be able to increase the virtual esports races compared to the real world counterparts as well. By the way, we're keeping an eye on the battle for 11th on track for the GT4s, Team Renex Simsport. ONID Racing also in this grouping, trying to make the pass, is trying to make a couple swoops. And so far, Dan Tomlinson not able to get a full run to make the pass yet. Plus, they're dealing with traffic too, which isn't going to help.
Yeah, and I was saying this earlier to Jake on commentary. There's nothing worse when you're a GT, the faster, quote unquote, faster class, coming up to 2 battling cars, because you know you've got to try and get your way past both of them as quickly as possible. But you also don't want to affect their race, because in these events, in multi-class racing, drivers have very long memories, and they will form a list throughout the race. I've been there, I've competed in many races, both in the iRacing special events, but also
See, look, because I've doubled my gap on that guy this lap.
endurance races,
You've what, mate?
championships. And
Doubled
I've
my
been
gap
there
on that
and
Talon geezer
Yeah,
this lap.
I think he might have just outbraked himself or something, if I'm reading between the
Watch out
lines.
for car number whatever. Watch out for this team. They don't give you any space. They don't do whatever. So you build up that list. You've got a long memory in that team. So you don't want to affect these cars now when they're battling, because if you come up to them when they're not battling, but you're battling, they might say, well, they didn't move out of the way for us, or they didn't cooperate with us, we're not going to cooperate with them.
Yeah, it comes down to 2. Usually in the endurance race, you're battling for the good hour, absolutely. There's a chance you're battling for a long time, as there goes Project Not Last, trying to go for the overlap, while ONID Racing tries to go for a peak. No major sin. I will say, early on in the race, and when it was keeping an eye on things too, some people were more so trying to push against the grain of waiting until the top of the hour, like you'll see in a lot of races. A lot of people wanting to leapfrog so far. Right now, Dan Tomlinson actually cost himself some time trying to make that move, it looks like, through Abbey for the farm curve. So these drivers, for the most part right now, are saying, give me these spots right now, and focusing on that point, it seems, to be able to try and go and run away.
Yeah, it's that balancing act you've got to make as the aggressor. In this case, Onid's Dan Tomlinson. You've got to have that balancing act of when and where to make those moves. And remember that you've got 18 hours and 42 minutes remaining in the race. You're not going to win the race right now. You're sure as heck going to win it, but you're not going to win it at this stage. So you've got to be smart about things and weigh up where and when to make those moves. Now, right now, these two, they've got 3 GT3s coming up behind them about, I would say, next lap that those GT3s will come to them. Possibly a lap and a half, looking at that gap there. So they've got to think, right, Ernid, look in the mirrors, right, there's nobody around us, now's the time to attack. And you attack them, but when you've got other cars around you, you back off, leave that little bit of a space just to say, do you know what, think the big picture here and not make the moves. And, well, Ernid, the Ernid Racing Brit Car, Dan Tomlinson, trials he may, he can't get past that Aston Martin, he can't get his Aston Martin past that Mercedes.
I was about to say that Mercedes so far, good in that first sector, a lot of smoke coming up in that section. That's where pit exit is. Not sure who kicked up the smoke there, but now they've got a lot more drivers in front of them. Including Project 91 that just came out. Gusto's Racing team's just up the road as well now all of a sudden. So things have become a little bit more compressed as there's that GT3 traffic coming in to break up the pack for the time being.
Yeah, and that's why I say, you know, you look at that and you weigh things up and you say, right, now's not the time to make those moves because we've got GT3 traffic coming up. Let's just bide our time, wait, be patient. Patience isn't the biggest virtue that sim racing drivers or indeed racing drivers in full metal racing have, but sometimes you've got to have that. Will Dames! Oh, now that is Will Dames from 3rd place. Gusto's Racing team. Oh my goodness, and that is, it's just getting towards the rear of that GT3 Ferrari.
Yeah, tough spot as by goes Will Dames. He's very lucky he didn't get T-boned there as he just ran into the back of the GT3.
And that unsettles the car. Because you make that contact, it unsettles the car and back around it goes, and what avoidance from that other GT4 that was right there with Will, to able to just open up the steering. You can't brake at that point, because if you brake, you unsettle the car and you end up spinning, so it's rocking a hard place. Now, race leaders catching up to this GT4 battle. It's lap 30 for Ross McFarlane. I think he's going to do one more lap, whereas Ernid, they're onto pit road.
Into the pit lane goes the battle we were keeping an eye on. Owen in Tomlinson. So far, you see the Be Aggressive. They had just gotten around the 904 machine for the time it's going last time by. We'll see if they make a driver change here. This is an organization, mind you, that usually races on our platforms and also has a big charity presence, trying to actually prepare drivers for a 6-hour charity race in the next couple of weeks, just starting off their fundraising route for that. So this is a team that's trying to raise awareness for a lot of different charity focuses, but also trying to just have fun in a very inclusive community, as they describe, as well as fun-friendly.
Yeah, and why wouldn't you as well? And it's great to see not just Ernid, but also a couple other teams have got that focus of trying to do work with charities and trying to fundraise and use sim racing to fundraise. I mean, you just have to look at most recently Jimmy Broadbent with his charity race for mental health. The amount that they have raised over the years is absolutely incredible, and that's the sim racing community doing that. There's Christian Cerruti now on board with the Project 91 ex Thomas Enger sim racing team, and a little wee from the Ferrari in front saying no, don't even try, Christian. Christian is one of those drivers who, again, is a quick driver, but he can sometimes be a little bit inconsistent in series that I've commentated on him racing, but certainly down the inside of the Project 91, his teammate actually in the GT4 car went down the inside of there.
But give him a lot of space that time, his teammate did as well, to let him make the pass. As, speaking of which, his teammate just about went wide off the racetrack coming to the Hamilton straight. Leaders are now coming to the pit lane.
But certainly down the inside of the Project 91, his team, so have got that focus of trying to do work with charities and trying to to fundraise and use sim racing to fundraise. I mean, you just have to look at most recently Jimmy Broadbent with his charity race for mental health. The amount that they have raised over the years is absolutely incredible, and that's the sim racing community doing that. As Christian Zaruta now on board with the Project 91 ex-Thomas Enger sim racing team, and a little wee from the Ferrari in front saying no, don't even try, Christian. Christian is one of those drivers who, again, is a quick driver, but he can sometimes be a little bit inconsistent in series that I've commentated on him racing, but certainly down the inside of the Project 91, his teammate actually in the GT4 car went down the inside of there.
But give him a lot of space that time, his teammate did as well, to let him make the pass. As, speaking of which, his teammate just about went wide off the racetrack coming to the Hamilton straight. Leaders are now coming to the pit lane, by the way. WSR Esports butt kicker are those who have just gone in, as there's a look at the car we see go off, trying to let by some of the traffic. And that's going to be one of those spots we've seen drivers spin around a fair bit today, as you see right now them trying to settle on down after losing some ground a lot of time.
Yeah, that bit of time lost on the exit of Club Corner just affecting them. They'll have to try and get back into that routine. Ross McFarlane, by the way, is staying behind the wheel of that WSR Esports butt kicker car, and the butt kicker sponsored car in the butt kicker Brit Car 24 Hours of Silverstone here. Not doing too bad. I think the sponsors will be delighted by that news if WSR can keep their car there.
Yeah, I think they'd be extremely happy, as simple pit exit. Ross McFarlane to the gas. Gonna be close for the race lead itself for the time being, but it's still in their hands by about a second and a half or so. I will say WSR Esports competes in a lot of different series. We've seen them be strong in whatever type of car, whether it's touring car, whether it's the style of racing. They like to compete, and they like to be up front, to say the very least, and they usually are one of the contending teams by the very end of a lot of different races.
Yeah, we've seen them grow. I mean, granted, this is like the first full year of them being the WSR brand as a team. There were previously a lot of the drivers that were involved in this team down as when they raced under the Pure Sims team, before there was a big, shall we say, tumultuous
mate, what on earth are you doing?
Between Pure Sims and the WSR group that moved away from Pure Sims. So yeah, Ross McFarlane comes out the pits ahead of BRT. Now the important thing to note about all of that is WSR Esports butt kicker pitted on lap 157, 158. You've still got a long time. You've still got a good 5 laps or so before BRT come onto pit road. So they're consistently being longer on each stint of BRT and keeping a good pace about things as well at BRT. So don't write them off yet in terms of this race. There's a long, long way to go in this event, and you could see BRT as well. There's the RAF team. Number 19, RAF eMotorsports, James King. Around he goes, side-to-side contact with that GT3, and they get themselves going.
James King's just had an accident.
Don't write off
number 19
from this race yet, as car 6 has had issues.
Who's just had an accident?
Car behind RAF eMotorsports. Car behind us.
Again, the Gustos
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's what the 487.
Is it big?
Yeah, he's damaged the car, but he's got fast repair, so.
Happy over the radio as he gets sent to the gravel
Gotta get back to pits though.
True.
Stuck glued together, then left hooked.
Sent it down the inside of a GT3.
And that,
mental.
I'm afraid, is on the.
Is that not the RAF car as well?
Yeah.
They are being lapped. BPP are being lapped there.
Hello.
Work together.
Hello, mate.
Because if you're being lapped,
How are you doing, boys?
Yeah, not too bad, mate.
Team.
Having fun.
See
good.
where they're quicker. See what they're able to do, so that you
Yeah.
can
We're not
your
last.
times and your pace.
That's the good thing. If you ain't first, well, don't worry about it.
It's a very, very fast split, mate. Like, it's a lot of esports drivers and stuff like that.
Oh, mate, it's tough. It's tough, and but it's still really early to go. So
Yeah,
don't worry
but
about it.
I don't
Take
think
it easy, legends.
we're not looking at result. We're just happy to be here and be a part of it. We're on Race Spot TV, and you know, this is the official Brit Car 24 hour this year. So there's no real one. So,
Oh man, that's great.
We're a part of history now.
Nice, nice. That's neat. Have fun.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that's
Danny, has anyone else's head been cut off in Mexico or not?
Is there what? Yeah, they are 2 laps down in comparison.
Somebody
to
Anyone else's head been cut off?
Oh, no, not yet. Not that I've no.
Okay, that's good.
yeah, everything seems okay at the moment. Yeah. I don't mean to cut the mood, but yeah, but I mean it's kind of fucked up, but because I think like last week was the sister of one of my classmates. I think she's gone missing, and I think she's like the 3rd girl that has disappeared like this semester in the city I live for school. So yeah, it's fucked up.
Oh shit.
Wow. Yeah, don't mean like to cut the movie. Yeah.
Jesus, man.
I hope. I hope they find her, but you never know what happens. Sometimes they flee with a boyfriend and they just like on vacation, but other times, you know, yeah, it's not. They don't come back. You know, it's fucked up.
Yeah, still a bit on the curve.
That is very fucked up. You are correct.
Yeah.
You've got 5 laps to go, Ben. I'm just going to go for a piss before I jump in the car.
Yeah, no worries, mate.
So there are plenty of cars then at your split.
Is there plenty of cars?
Oh, how much? Yeah.
There's 53.
Oh, that's quite a bit. Is it only GT4?
No. I think there's... Jamie knows the numbers, but I don't know if he's here. There's like 30-something GT3s, and then the rest are GT4s.
Ah, okay, fair enough. Oh, it's full of Mercedes.
Yeah, it's the Mercedes Cup.
Is there any GT4 that isn't a Mercedes?
Yeah, a couple. There's like one Porsche and a few other like Aston Martins.
Oh yeah, fair enough. So there's not like, say, a BOP, so it's more fair, so everyone chooses other cars.
Yeah, everyone should oppose the Merc because it's a bit better.
Yeah. Yeah, makes sense.
Seeing some good speed from Quad Dash in the 202s. They picked up 4/10 on Nomad last time by.
Yeah, Quad Dash slowly just gaining a little bit on that Nomad Academy car, and I think it was that Nomad car that actually had that contact with the Alpha Esports car. So that's what the Alpha Esports car was going through, lap traffic, but I know there's got to be a bit of give and take. Absolutely, you've got to, if you're being lapped, you've got to be a little bit cooperative to a degree, but it's also up to the person who's overtaking to also do so in a safe manner as well. Anyway, I've said my piece on that subject, but this...
Well, I'll be speaking to you later, guys.
Yes, mate.
Cheers.
Catch up in a bit.
Good luck.
Cheers for popping in, mate.
I'll
Cheers,
join you later, probably. Good
All
luck.
right then, mate.
Catch you later.
Catch you later, mate.
Yep.
And this is intense stuff.
He's an absolute fucking star, that kid, mate.
Oh yeah, I love him, mate. He's brilliant.
Shuffle on a pylon right now, but it's one of those battle packs that you see migrate together.
This bloke here is a bit of a fucking bandit, mind.
What, the GT3?
Yeah, he's a bit of a fucking one, he is.
down to
I think we pulled a lap on the car behind as well. But whether that's because they've had to have an accident or whether they've not been passed by the leader or whatever, I don't know.
Pass, mate. It's 3 laps at the line, mate.
Do I need to save? Or am
Nah,
I
you're alright. You're 3.3 at the line, so.
I'll try and hit my box this time. I missed my mark last time.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. I've had way too many X, I'm so sorry.
No props, mate. Starting to get a bit loose, it looks like.
Yeah, if you get a bit excited on the power, it will, yeah.
Okay.
It's just where tyres are burnt and the fuel's a bit light, it just... Track's in a good state though.
There's nothing on the weather radar when I looked last. There's still nothing on there, so we might have lucked out. No rain. Who knows? To be fair, I wouldn't sniff at it. I wouldn't mind it.
So stupid. Tomorrow morning, I think, mate.
Okay. I looked at the forecast, but I couldn't really fucking work it out.
The big spike up is when the rain's expected, about 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Right, okay.
Only for about 2 hours, I think. But it's only 30% chance, and they were saying in the driver's chat like a 30% chance in iRacing. It'll like sprinkle or it won't rain at all.
Alright, okay. One more lap, mate.
How many?
Just a one more lap. Got 1.6 of fuel. 1.5 now, 1.5 laps to go. Bizarre paint jobs on them Ferraris. I don't know if it's just me, but they're just all black. BMW, sorry.
No. One's bright green and one's pink and white.
Oh, right.
Going, is it still 4 wheels on the road? Yeah, nice, cool.
Yes, sir. He's on his in lap when I'm taking over then.
Yeah.
Let's get us up to first.
Yeah, someone had to.
I'm gonna start just doing the national circuit.
Hello. We're nearly quarter of the way through.
Box. It's going quite fast, to be fair. Great stint, mate. Good double. How does it feel then for two back-to-back stints? You knackered, or you alright?
No, I'm alright. Once you're in the flow,
yeah,
you're fine.
Okay, cool. Hopefully, I got a mirror now.
Oh yeah, that was the other thing I was about to say. To be fair.
Yeah, my mirror. Hopefully, I've got a mirror now. Yeah, I've got a mirror now.
Oh god, I need a wee. And I need a drink. It's ironic. Oh.
Is that the strat? Is it go on like a 45 out of the pit box?
Huh?
Did you see that guy come in the pit lane, innit?
Oh yeah, he was in front of us.
Yeah, but he like come round the inside of you, like against the garages.
Well, he's just killed our lollipop man then, so.
We're last again now.
Hey Ben.
What?
We've stood on that balcony just there.
Yeah, I know.
Literally just there as well. That's fucking sick.
That was fucking sick. Good luck, Joe. I'm gonna disappear shortly, mate. So.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah?
Are you going to be alright on your own for a minute?
Yeah, I'm fine, mate. I'm good.
Right, I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Yeah, all good, mate.
Congratulations, we have completed the first 6 hours.
All the way there.
Not last.
Just.
we doing?
All good, mate? Yeah, I'm in the zone.
Mate. I know it's pretty crazy because of the strength of field and that, but I'm just loving being in the rig. Like, it's just in my room.
Yeah, I'm just happy to be a part of this race.
Yeah, likewise.
Jamie's stuffing his face. Haggis? Please tell me it's haggis.
Not tonight.
Is it nice?
It depends, mate, to be honest. If you're having it properly, then if you buy a nice one, if you buy a good one, then yeah, it's nice. It's quite peppery. But it just tastes like minced beef, to be honest. Kinda.
Okay.
Like peppery minced beef, kinda.
Charlie's had a power cut, I think, lads.
Oh no. Do you know if Charlie's got power now, or is he like still without power?
Just talking to him, mate, it seems to be that he's without power.
Oh, I'm getting too many X's here.
What are we up to now, mate?
54.
We do need to fucking calm down, don't we?
It's cops every time.
It's what?
It's cops. Exeter cops every time.
Just bring your braking zone forward and your acceleration point back a bit, mate.
Yeah, I know. That was up to me then whether we had an accident or not.
I'm not watching at the minute, mate, so I can't comment.
Oh, right.
Sorry. I'm just talking to Charlie.
Yeah, I saw that.
It sounds like the issue is within Charlie's circuit rather than the street.
Oh, right.
Because it's complicated to explain, but his next door neighbour is actually where his garage used to be. So they knocked the garage down, built a house, and then sold the house. So it's all on the same utilities, and their electric's gone down, but no one else in the street has. So it's something within his circuit, but he's got a few ideas as to what it could be. So he's hoping to be back before he's due in the car again. But I've said to him, Jamie can go in again, I can go again if I have to, you know?
Yeah, cool.
There was also a update from the organisers about blue flag cars. So if they're in the same class as you, don't race them, basically. I don't know if I triggered that or not, but
okay.
That was in general, though. That wasn't aimed at Connexus.
Cool, right. To be fair, I do that anyway. Well, that is a beautiful sunset.
Yeah, I'm just going to switch back. I've got the football on at the minute. The Arsenal game is 5-2 at half time, Joe.
Who are they playing?
West Ham.
Chelsea playing Aston Villa, aren't they? Today or tomorrow? I think it's tomorrow.
Who's that?
Chelsea booked Aston Villa tomorrow, I think.
That'll be a fucking fantastic match. Yes, tomorrow at 1:30, mate.
Okay. And we'll all be done and dusted by then.
Yes. Yeah, I'm going to be jetting off pretty quick tomorrow after we're done. Into the night we go, boys. Honestly, this is fucking getting me now. It really is.
He's back, baby.
Now that I'm in my room, I'm in the wall, I'm sat here, chilling the fuck out.
Oh,
yeah, nice,
Ethan Kearley, 17 seconds up the road.
Yeah, I see that.
We have a target.
And we're not last. So keep going, Joe. Keep her clean, mate. Is that Oliver Furnell's team?
Yeah. I like the livery this time. It's like a Lancaster or something. Oh, that view.
Look at that. Looking good, mate.
How much more time did he cost himself there by going down the outside and then getting stuck?
Say again, Joel. I wasn't fully listening, mate.
There was an Audi just went like, you know, the bus stop last corner, tried to go around the outside of me but then got stuck. It was like if you just waited a second and gone down the inside, you'd have been free.
People are very it's easily done, don't get me wrong. People are very hasty in their decisions.
That's a very rookie move to do.
We've gained a place as well.
Oh, yes, we have.
Might just be on pit side, but... That satellite racing GT4 is dominating. They're a lap up on the next GT4.
Okay.
I don't know if that's whether to do with the GT3 leader or not, but...
That'd be on us. No, it's the car number 19 is only 20 seconds up the road.
It's the 376 ahead, the Triple S. They're doing very, very similar lap times, mate. Very similar.
Okay.
Now. Well, done, John. Still not rickety. Jamie, are you here, mate?
Yes.
Alright, sound. I'm just going to disappear quickly. Back in a minute.
Okay. And do you want me to go in next?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm kind of. I might like to do a double. I think.
Your call, mate.
Well, it's going into the dark, isn't it? So.
Yeah.
Maybe I will just give it over to you, Jamie, so you've got some light before it's completely pitch black. Might be a little bit better to adjust to it.
Yeah, can do, mate.
Yeah, I think that's probably best. I'll do a double in the night. Joe, come on. Oh.
5 laps, mate.
Copy.
Probably 4 if I'm being honest.
I can save a bit.
Well, you can try.
Yo.
Hello, mate.
Hi. Still alive?
Yeah, all good, mate. Enjoying it. I'm going to gave the car over to Jamie instead of doing a double now. Because it'll get... Oh, unless you want to go. I don't know what's going on because you got power issues.
Does someone else want to go first for a second?
Yeah, so I'm giving over the car to Jamie so he's got some light so he can sort of blend into the night instead of just being hard dark.
Yeah.
Let me know fuel numbers, mate.
I'm just trying to get back in now.
Laps, mate.
Oh, we're 18th now, by the way. What the fuck?
Keep going, we'll be right. 17 hours and 18 minutes until P1, mate. We'll be fine.
Yeah. 3 laps, Joe.
Copy.
flat, mate.
Copy. Oh shit, where's he going?
He's away for that heat storm.
Careful. There you go, he's back.
I think he's out of fuel.
Yeah, he's bogging. Just be careful we don't come in together.
Hey, box.
Oh! Wow.
Watch the speed limit. Back in the stun, mate. Well done.
Cheers, mate. Thank you. I'm out. Oh, that is a lot of fun.
Gonna see us into the dock now, Jamie, are you?
Sees what happens, gets on the anchors, cuts to the inside, and he'll be breathing a sigh of relief there.
Good heads up to be able to see what was going on. I don't think he really lost any time from that either. He lost maybe half a second at best.
Well, we'll see in about 10 seconds' time as your overall GT4 leader comes onto pit road of Satellite Racing, Ian Pfeiffer. So that's their pit cycle started now for them. And there you see them. Ian, I believe, will be jumping out of the car, he says.
Forget cold tyres, mate.
No, he won't. He'll be staying in the car for a bit longer yet.
Copy.
And as people have said, Satellite Racing's been cooking. They've been able to fly around.
Right, I'm going to go and stretch me legs.
Those core also expected to make some appearances potentially for this team. They've been hard to touch on pace so far. As we go back now to the 15, the Team Renix machine. Now continuing on, this is the GT3 counterpart, Jen Duffner, trying to reel on in effect simulations in the 909 entry, led by Joe Spencer at the moment.
And I'm not surprised they're reeling them in, because look at the front of that Effect Simulations car from the contact with the Project 91 Racing Team Orange 92 car on that previous lap. That's going to have a big effect on them. Now they're going to try and go as long as possible, about another 5-6 laps or so for Eunice Yanham, or he heads onto pit road. When
I'm back.
To make those moves. Now, right now, these two, they've got 3
I'm back.
GT3s coming up behind them about, I would say, next lap that those GT3s will come to them. Possible lap and a half, looking at that gap there. So they've got to think, right, look in the mirrors, right, there's nobody around us, now's the time to attack. And you attack them, but when you've got other cars around you, you back off, leave that little bit of a space just to say, do you know what, think the big picture here, and not make the moves, and, well, Ernid,
Thanks, mate.
Brit Car, Dan Tomlinson, try all he may, you can't get past that Aston Martin, you can't get his Aston Martin past that Mercedes.
I was about to say that Mercedes so far, good in that first sector, a lot of smoke coming up in that section. That's where pit exit is. Sure who kicked up the smoke there, but now they've got a lot more drivers in front of them. Green Project 91 that just came out. Gusto's Racing Team's just up the road as well now all of a sudden. So things have become a little bit more compressed as there's that GT3 traffic coming in to break up the back for the time being.
Yeah, and that's why I say, you look at that and you weigh things up and you say, right, now's not the time to make those moves because we've got GT3 traffic coming up. Let's just bide our time, wait, be patient. Patience isn't the biggest virtue that sim racing drivers or indeed racing drivers in full metal racing have, but sometimes you've got to have that. Will Dames! Oh, now that is Will Dames from 3rd place. Gustav's Racing Team. Oh my goodness, and that is, it's just getting the WSR group that moved away from Pure Sim. So, ahead of BRT. Now, the important thing to note about all of that is WSR Esports Butt Kicker pitted on lap 157, 158. You've still got a long time. You've still got a good 5 laps or so before BRT come onto pit road. So they are consistently being longer on each stint of BRT and keeping a good pace about things as well at BRT. So don't write them off yet in terms of this race. There's a long, long way to go in this event, and you could see BRT as, oh, there's the RAF team, number 19, RAF E-Motorsports, James King. Around he goes, side-to-side contact with that GT3, and they get themselves going again. But yeah, don't write off BRT from this race yet, as car 6 has had issues out there as well, and that's the 3rd place, GT4 again, the Gustav's Racing Team.
I see the headlights wrong,
That's
boys.
with the 487. BPP Esports turn around. Will Dames not happy over the radio as he gets sent to the gravel trap. Just got glued together, then left hooked.
And that, I'm afraid, is on the lapping car, in my opinion. They are being lapped. BPP are being lapped there. Just work together, because if you're being lapped, hook in behind them, get in their slipstream, see where they're quicker, see what they're able to do so that you can improve your times and your pace out there as well. And yeah, I just feel that BPP could have given a little bit more space there, personally. And it's again a little bit of an experience, as we've seen in the 4 here in this event at times. A little bit of an experience of how to work these 24-hour races and just work together as here we go. So the fact that they're actually making the move on them, and it's contact. You're a lap down. I know you're entitled to get your lap back, but yeah, I'm sorry, that's not too clever, and I'm sure that the stewards will have a look at that.
Yeah, they are 2 laps down in comparison to Gusto's on the racetrack, and here we go again. Some argy-barginess as off goes the 32 car. That's the Alpha Esports entry getting sent around there.
And that was the car that was in second place for a while, down to third place before pit stops. And just, wide dives to the inside. Again, I think the stewards are going to have to look at that. It's completely off the track, and then just, you're not alongside enough. That's not your spot. That's not your gap to be going into there, in my opinion. Back out of it. Live to see another day. It's better to lose half a second to 3/4 of a second rather than losing 5-6 seconds by being spun around.
On the curbing originally coming out of Brooklands into left field, and now they're adrift. Still a 20-second bump to the next spot, but now Jordy suspensions way back. Here's a look again. Yeah, still a bit on the curb and then up into them.
Yeah, and the thing is that the other car was actually leaving them some space there as well. And I can understand why they've gone for the move, because that other car is leaving them space. But they were leaving them space because they were half there. And again, it's the thing that I was talking about earlier with Jake. You can't half-heartedly go for an overtake around here. You've got to be decisive. And that 32... I mean, that wasn't for position there. That was just lapping. It's just a little bit sloppy and a little bit messy.
Yeah, still a lot of time to go before the sloppiness turns into outright disaster, but you don't want sloppiness setting the tone, to say the very least. Take a look at some of the others as they zip around the racetrack. Right now, some of the teams like Quad Dash Racing holding on to a 12th position in the GT3s, Nomad Racing Academy, should say. Also, the next person up, Prismatic Motorsports Athena, next position down, one of the choo-choo trains that have formed up, so to speak, last time by for this grouping. Seeing some good speed from Quad Dash in the 202s. They picked up 4/10 on Nomad last time by.
Yeah, Quad Dash slowly just gaining a little bit on that Nomad Academy car, and I think it was that Nomad car that actually had that contact with the Alpha Esports car. So that's what the Alpha Esports car was going through, lap traffic. But I know there's got to be a bit give and take. Absolutely, you've got to, if you're being lapped, you've got to be a little bit cooperative to a degree, but it's also up to the person who's overtaking to also do so in a safe manner as well. Anyway, I've said my piece on that thing, on that subject, but this is close then. 13th place for Prismatic Motorsports, Rachel Concoli, right behind Mike Fowler, and this is intense stuff for 11th, 12th and 13th.
Yeah, any major mistake and it'll cause a shuffle on the pylon right now. But it's one of those battle packs that you see migrate together normally by this point of the race. Near even speed in terms of what they've been able to long term. And that's where it becomes down to, there's the planning. The plotting and planning, so to speak, really comes into play when you see these groups really compress together and close up like this.
Yeah, you certainly do, and it just ebbs and flows, doesn't it, an endurance race, and at one point you might be losing track on another car, but then later on you gain back on them, and you just have that ebb and flow of the race and how different drivers handle the different cars as well, how the setups are always a compromise in these cars. It's always a compromise between all of the drivers as to how the car is set up there, so you never quite got the car exactly how you like it. It's very much a case of trying to get it as close as possible across the balance of them. Event Simulations onto pit road, the 909 for their pit stop now. have stayed out. They're going to go 32 laps. So again, going that lap longer than WSR Esports.
Collie really showcasing how smooth you also need to be when you close up to a group like this, or in general, to be able to keep an eye on what's going on in front. Also to keep an eye on, can you have an opportunity to make a move, pressurize a mistake, so to speak. That's one of the pivotal things you can say, as they go for some dives now.
That guy's problem?
Alongside some of the traffic.
Supposed to slow down in that man. It didn't appear they specifically warned people not to do
that. Sim Sport car to work their way past right now, GT4 traffic to get through, and we certainly will see these three go past the RD Sim Sport car and into Brooklyn. So 3 different lines being taken there into Brooklands and then Luffield. The Mercedes, the and the 2 Audis taking those different lines as BRT onto pit road for their pit stop. We have had a question here in the YouTube chat. Is rain enabled? Yes. Yes, it is. We haven't got any in the forecast yet, but there may be some tomorrow morning.
Especially keep in mind the forecast right now has light fog in about 2 hours time. So it's expected to at least get a bit muggy for the evening hours.
Sorry to put in a little bit there. Alpha Esports have had an issue through Cops Corner. They've been at a standstill once again as we continue looking at this race, and it's carrying too much speed through Cops Corner. The classic mistake to make through there.
The mistakes are just piled on for Alpha now. You'd have to think at this point, because that's, I believe, their second slide or spin in that section. Speaking of slides, time to slide side by side, why don't they? On quad dash, trying to defend, Prismatic trying to make the move. No major change, they go back in order.
But what that does mean is Nomad Academy, Liam Doyle can pull away and try and gap these two whilst they can. A little bit of lap traffic to work around as well, so good stuff between these two, giving each of the race room, and we'll be carrying on through this one. Anybody, by the way, at home who's wanting to keep up to date with anything that's going on here in this race, there is a link to the live timing available at the top of the YouTube chat. It's timing3.racespot for that one. You can click on that one, and so that's where to go if you do want to have that on a second screen if you're at home, and be able to keep up to date with this race.
So far, the numbers, seen drivers settle around the 2:02 second bracket. Majority of this field. Looking like more traffic maneuvering coming up right now for this battle for 12th position on the racetrack. Quad dash, trying to figure out a way around. This is interclass traffic, same type of traffic. Project Not Last. I will say Project Not Last is succeeding in their goal so far, but they're also setting up potential opportunities for slipstream trains. Here's the dive for Prismatic. Not close enough to make the dive fully.
Not making that move stick there, and that means that they're look at all this GT4 traffic now that they're going to have to try and work their way past. There's the DCW Racing car of Josh Boot that they're first working their way past. There's a few others in front of them as well, and this is what we've been seeing all the way through the race. In fact, there's the GT4 leaders of Satellite Racing in Pfeiffer behind the wheel there. And this is what we've been seeing all race. We've been seeing these groupings of cars come together all in one go, rather than just getting individual cars one at a time.
Geez, some more battling. This is now for about 20th. Datum, we've seen pushed around earlier, trying to go for crossover. This is on Clark St. James Racing. Back and forth they go for 20th.
And these two have been battling pretty much for the last hour as well. It's been great to watch these two. And Datum able to get ahead once again. Daniel Kell ahead of Tim Reed as down the inside they go of some lap traffic. So more movers and shakers throughout the field here. But the race seems to have finally, and I say this with bated breath, finally seems to have settled down a little bit, and people are focusing on keeping the cars on track and just getting the pace out of them.
Keeping an eye now at RD Simsport. They've been able to reel in the battle for O&N 09 Racing as the 20 machine just up the road for them. This for 13th. And usually we've seen RD Simsport be good in the touring cars, in particular in, let's say, the touring cars in terms of the Miatas. Guy Edwards looking like he's got the big boost to make the pass this time. Big run for 13th.
Great run out of Beckett's into Chapel, but Ernid holding on to that place for now down the inside of Stowe. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. Right, as we start getting an interesting race there. Oh, it's a car off there at Club Corner. I don't know who was that, but yeah, RD Simsport deciding now's the time to head into pit road.
Just so happened to be at the time. Oh, and yet again, another one for Alpha. This time they got shunted. Everything's falling apart.
And they've got Will Hope right with them, and there goes Will down the inside. So that's a change of our podium sitters now. And that means that Team Lusex will Spurwing up to the podium spots.
It's unbelievable what's happened to Alpha in this past hour or so, where they go from running second to having a small mistake, turn into a big mistake, lead to another big mistake, lead to contact from Mark Custers.
Oh, I'm sorry, Alpha, hold your line, is my opinion on that one. Hold your line going into there when you hit the brakes. Do not. The last thing you need is a car to go past you and then immediately pull across and hit the brakes. That's just asking for an accident. Compromise your line going into club, but you're getting past them, and you're getting past them safe. You've got to, there's a certain amount of self-preservation needs to come into effect here.
That car severely wounded too on the back bumper from that hit. So they're going to be hurt for the rest of the run until they get a faster pair in. Looking at some of the R battles, GT4, this is for about 9th. You have DCW Racing Orange that's trying to find a way to get around the Team Red X machine. Team Red X gaining a couple spots in the past lap with how strategy is played out here. That is Jonas Janum behind the wheel of the 904 in front.
Yeah, and
nice consistent laps, Jamie. Doing well, mate.
The 44 has made a pit stop recently for Josh Boot, whereas the Team Red X car of Jonas Janum has not yet. So this is a bit of a false battle that was
very faintly heard a cheers, mate. Then I don't know if you did.
Lighter on its fuel load. Older tyres, of course, but will be coming onto pit road. Not quite yet. Looking at the lap count, you're looking at about another 5-6 laps or so for Jonas Janum, or he heads onto pit road. The Samsung Canaan esports car that we just saw in that incident with Alpha Esports, they will be due on pit road in the next lap or two for them in GT4. So as the GT3 traffic coming through, it's interesting to see how these are all going to be resolved in terms of traffic, in terms of pit stops, in terms of strategy. 74 having to take a little bit of avoiding action, and Josh Boot not being too kind about that.
And trying to give the arc, didn't get clear. That was Team Greenprint, who is 4 laps down in the GT3s with some contact there. That's really cost Boot some ground on the racetrack. Into the strategy. The 904 able to build a buffer, a part of this quote-unquote false battle for the time being. And we'll say being predictable is one of the main things in terms of being traffic. You don't want to end up giving the squeeze. Now, meanwhile, let's talk about Ross McFarlane again. He continues to run away up front, 57 seconds up in the overall race lead. Last time by, he was in the 2:01 still.
Yeah, he's keeping that pace, that relentless pace for him. His 5-lap average pace to 2:01.8. It's a relentless pace that Ross is keeping up at the front there, and that's something that he brings to this team. He's quick. He's maybe not the out-and-out quickest one-lap driver across the whole outfit at WSR Esports, but he is relentlessly quick over an endurance race stint for him. And again, this last lap was a 2:01.2. Nathan's not got it himself there, but modern motion rigs, you do need to be strapped into those, so especially the high-end one. I mean, it's great that we get to see the drivers at work, drivers pushing on, and you can see him pushing up into his seat as he hits the brakes there. But have you ever wondered what it's like to be a commentator and see what we look at? Well, you can do. Hello everybody, my name is Paul Smith, and this is my point of view of what I'm seeing here in this event here today. So I'll quickly just talk you through the screens that I can see here as I'm now actually trying to fix a problem that has happened on my end. So great stuff there. Right, so what I can see here, and by the way, I do not have enough screen space here to be able to do my job properly. Right hand side, we've got the race control incident results here for me to be able to refer to. On the right hand timing screen here, I've got that for the GT4s to be able to keep track of their races. I've got GT3 here with the GT3 timing screen. I've got track map in front of me as well. This is all being powered by the sim, which is behind those screens. Up here we've got Discord.
How are you feeling, Jamie? All right?
As well, for us to be able to type messages to each other off commentary, so you can we can sort of point things out there.
I am feeling fucking brilliant, man. How are you feeling?
This camera
oh, fantastic, man! I'm scoffing pizza.
This
I'm eating pizza and all.
is the most important screen of all. This window right here. That is the view that we are putting out on the broadcast, and it's almost a little bit like Inception there with how it goes. And then on the left here, this is where I've got like my miscellaneous stuff. So I've got the YouTube chat here, so you guys can all say hello. I've got my own Twitch chat. I'm currently streaming on Twitch.
Who's going to go in next, Charlie?
Up on here as well.
Yeah, sure.
And then I've got our little incident sheet for us to keep a track of what's going on in the race. We've got the race control sheet as well.
How long do you plan on staying here,
Joe? We've got
Joe?
our facts about the teams as well. Some of the teams provided us with some information about
Joe's been in after me, hasn't he?
And that's what we've got there as well. So
yeah, just done a stint.
Plenty of information.
Yeah, just for 2 hours. I'm just trying to think how we're going to get through the night. That's all.
I'll do another one or two before bed. Before I disappear. But then I don't want to stay up a bit late.
Important to note, I've still got the flat cap on.
It's very intensive to be able to set things up.
We need to try and, because I don't know whether it'd be worth going.
So it's a balancing act.
No, that's not gonna work.
Trap racing just cut the gravel. Well, I was about to say, maybe keep an eye on Truck Boys.
Fuck it, we'll figure out.
Yeah, it'll be alright, man. No one needs to stress it.
Gave the stories to come on in. They are just a bunch of boys, their quote, that really like trucks. Apparently, one driver, Jake, is tall. One of them is bald. That's Taylor. And another, Alex, has a truck named the Green Goblin. Hence why you would have to think the car is green.
I mean, it's distinctive. You can spot them from a mile off, can't you? And when we're saying trucks, now you see over here in the UK, if you say a truck, that means a heavy goods vehicle, tractor trailer, as you call it over in North America. Whereas in North America, a truck is a pickup truck, isn't it? So I'm presuming that it's more the pickup truck type of thing.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. They are amongst those in the UK and I, as most drivers are.
Okay.
I was about to say, the one thing they did add to the car that it's hard to see because hoods obviously have the different parts to it. They put the drawing of, the fancy horse on one side and the $1 sketch on the other. They made it very fancy and put it all over the race car on how much that is. I'm not sure if I'm describing the sketch the horse well, but they are coming into pit lane where their car is going to get some fuel now.
Okay, so UK, so I would think that would be more truckers. By the way, black flag for BPP. Yeah, I'm not surprised by that black flag, to be honest. And that's why they are that's issues, that's problems.
Oh, that's destruction for the 47. That is BPP, and they on top of the black flag, just absolutely hit on the way. They were lap traffic, mind you.
Is it that they've reached the incident limit and that has put them over the instant limit? Is that what caused them the black flag?
In live action,
I don't see a steward's black flag decision.
We just had an error issue with that same car. They just made contact with Will Danes and they're now in the sand trap. So for the second lap, the BPP esports machines had troubles. This time, contact with Dames.
And I think they were carrying damage from that initial contact. Yeah, you can see they're struggling. And Dames has come through and bang, clattered out the way and into the wall. So massive issues, big problems for that team. And they are heading to pit road to serve not only a penalty, but also to get repairs.
And obviously, not what you want to have happen, but it is time for pit stops for a lot of teams, so this might be a time where we see drivers take the damage repair. Here is Mike Farla. He's gone around in a bad spot.
We've seen that a couple of times today with the contact at the loop. And it's the number 7 there, the Samsung Canaan Esports. Very little they can do because that Audi has just lost it themselves. And you've just got to hold the brakes and wait. And it's Dave Sampson himself, Samsoid himself, behind the wheel there.
Yeah, they've had some bad luck, the Samsung Canaan machines today. Not quite sure what it is, but they've had spurts of bad luck just hit them at the worst times in some of these events. Team Green Print, by the way, we're keeping an eye on now on track. Their Munstos were some of the last in class running. Evan Craven behind the wheel of the Team Green Print machine, just trying to log the laps and find a way to leapfrog some positions here as they work their way around traffic.
Yeah, and they've got Wild Things right there with them as well, and a big compromise through Abbey, and that's going to give Gergely the opportunity, and Gergely Kunzaba makes his way through and makes the position then for Wild Things Racing, or well, make their way past, should I say. As you say, that Team Green Print laps down on the Wild Things car behind.
It's been a pretty day for them. Wild Things move ahead. Right now, they're looking for 2025 for the future. Their aim, mind you, while things are, is, so pardon me, just need to double check the notes, was about to say they look to last longer than the time they had current race control operator commentator David Christie on the team and used up most of the X's in the first 8 hours. We've already seen drivers reach the 100 mark, mind you, in this race. That's involving the Wild Things entry we're referring to.
Yeah, Wild Things will be hoping to have a bit of a calmer race here today, but you never know with them. I can say that I was racing against Berkeley last night as well, so we're getting a lovely sunset here with a little bit of a mist in the air. You can see that little mist in the air. Beautiful sunset here on the border of Northamptonshire and Leicestershire. I'm correct in that, Northamptonshire and Leicestershire, aren't I? Or am I just making things up? Well, anyway, it's great to see, and it's a beautiful sunset here.
A very picturesque racetrack that's changed a lot over the years with history and also with some of the reconfigurations. It's become a lot more modern in the past couple decades to the layout we have now. To be able to provide the racing it does, it's as Wild Things just about got squeezed off the racetrack. That's in a battle with Hyro.
It's getting a bit tense out there as this time is ebbing away, and as the light fades for these drivers. So yeah, Wild Things are getting involved in matters, and you can see now that car in front is very much sight set, and they want to make the move.
Especially with some of the lunges they've already taken. They have in right in front the satellite car, so gonna have to play this smart. Wild Things still taking a peak offset right as they make an offset too wide, entering their way through Megan's, Beckett's, and Chapel. I think right now that Wild Things machine is putting on some wild speed to be able to close things up right now. It's just going to be a matter of how defensive does Robbie Foster want to get.
Try and break the draft is what's happening, but not doing a good job of it. And here we go, down the inside go Wild Things, late onto the brakes, is it too late? No, they've held it to the apex. Nicely done there. And, well, gain a position then for Wild Things, up to 17th over Hyro Motorsport.
Nicely done on the set, and right now they are running away big time. The gap for the time being, so Wild Things gaining a couple spots the past couple laps, now up to 17th on the racetrack. Next is Ram Ranch. For them, that's a fair bit up the road though, to be able to get to the next spot. So already seeing some of the other drivers look to do some things here. We'll see what happens with Robbie Foster the rest of this run. We already talked about some of the real world experience with Hyro from the real world. Right now doing what they can to pull off and away. As let's take a look at the overall GT3 leaderboard. Liam Doyle up 12 positions during this race, has done well with that 281 car. We haven't mentioned that name too much in the past couple hours.
Yeah, they've done a good job of Nomad Academy moving through the field, so yeah, they're doing well there. Also worth pointing out as well, Team Lucek Spurwing up 9 places, BRT up 8 places, especially after the drama they had at the start of the race as well. So RAFE Motorsport, 9 places gained for them as well, so they're doing good as well in all of this. So the GT3s, there was 32 in total, 31 are still running.
Aztec's also gone 8, so has BRT throughout this race today. We talked about BRT's ascension to the field a little while ago. And right now, some of the others, like -12 for the 28 machine. that Sim Dynamics Sunoco race fuels that's gone the wrong way throughout this one after starting up towards the front. Again, let's look at some of the big movers and shakers so far in GT3 as some awkward lines being taken just up the road at the moment. And some sense.
RD Sim Sport, by the way, have had issues out there as we're looking at the TSRC car. RD Sim Sport have had issues through Maggots and Beckett's with a GT3 car. So inter-class issues between them as overall race leaders. WSR Esports butt kicker onto pit road. Does Ross McFarlane hand over the car to one of his teammates?
It's going to be the question when. It looks like he is. Crofton Woodhatch has just jumped into the car. As you can see, they are sharing a pit box, by the way, for those wondering why. What we're seeing here. But Woodhatch behind the wheel. Crofton, we'll see what he can do here.
Well, Crofton Woodhatch had a really good stint earlier before Ross behind the wheel of that WSR Esports butt kicker car, so I think it's a good move to get Crofton back behind the wheel of the car, get him underway and get him back pushing on for that team. But we've also got the GT4 standings, haven't we, Justin?
Yes, indeed. Satellite Racing currently leading the way in those standings. Up to second, though, Altitude Esports by Sim Stickers with Tim Perry. He's quietly moved his way up there, and you have Gusto's Racing Team dealing with damage in third. It's T Racing Esports. You have Cube Controls, part of Corsa, still up 4. +8 is RD Sim Sport from their spot in 13th for those wondering. TSRC Esports up 6. DCW Racing Orange up 6 and 7th. No Limits, along with Samsung Icon and iSport amongst the top 10 right now. Not too much shuffling, I will say.
200 lap
runners here at the moment.
Nice.
It's been pretty stable in terms of this run order for the GT4s. If you qualified up front, you're likely still in a good spot.
Yeah, it's been pretty much stable as the 92 has now got a black
You're all
flag.
spot on, Jamie.
So that is Project 91 Racing
Then that's
Team,
again.
and I think that's going to be
Got
another
enough, thank you.
penalty in the bag for them, and they've actually had a spin in the meanwhile, looking at the replay here. But yeah, so a penalty, a black flag, and that means that they will be getting themselves a drive-through penalty. And it's what, this is what happened to RD Sim Sport, and that's the gravel trap racing that made contact. So gravel trap racing had lost control of the car and collected RD Sim Sport, and Aztec Racing, Corey Price in 22nd has got a black flag, 30-second stop and go for causing a collision with the 487 GT4 car of BPP Esports. That was that one that we saw on the exit of Club Corner, where BPP ended up with massive damage.
So that ends that storyline when it comes to at least that penalty sequence with BPP. But we'll have to see if there's a secondary one with BPP. The contact that they had picked up with Gusto's. Right now, let's keep it on the 15th place car in class. Still with the Aztec 290. Still closing on Sim Dynamics and Paul Allen and his car going the wrong way. These are the first drivers 2 laps down. Let's take a look at pit road. Scott McFall jumps in the Clark St. James Racing Machine. Off onto the racetrack they go.
And back up to speed for them. Looking to leave space for wild things, and nicely done to see. That's it. You've got to be careful on pit exit here and not have people getting involved at with cars coming off of Abbey chicane, and that means that good, clean way to get back onto track and for the faster cars to be able to not interact with them. We have had the question from Bringers Bob once again. Is that Solly? Basic Ollie? Yes, it is. The Basic Racing team in second place. That is Basic Ollie, who is involved in that team. They're in second place right now, overall.
Right now, they're only 13 seconds adrift from that 41 car. We'll see if there's a big change in the pace now compared to earlier with the driver swap they had. But I will say, Sim Dynamics has mentioned they've just gone the wrong way in things. They had Remy Gilbert start off the race, Sean Cooper, then jumped in Paul Allen, David Hornsey, then Paul Allen in for his second stint after pitting less than 10 laps ago, trying to just fight to hold on to the top 15 right now.
Yeah, after a promising start to the race, they've then ended up just dropping further and further back here, so it has been a little bit disappointing for them, I will say. So yeah, definitely they would have hoped for a much better event than what they're getting at the moment. But now they've got that pressure from behind of Aztec Racing, the 290 that's behind them. Both BMWs, and they're both going to be fighting it out there for 14th, and we're seeing just a little bit of slight different lines between the two drivers, but not too much difference between them carrying the same machinery. And the lights are starting to take effect here, Justin. It is starting to get a bit dark with it being 25 to 7 in the evening.
Starting to get a little bit more hazy out there. We've now reached the partly cloudy conditions. The light fog is still expected to reach around 7:15. That'll make it a little bit more difficult to see visually for the later stages of this race, or towards the middle portion, should say. By the way, remember, there was some contact for Sim Dynamics that put them a bit into this box, but they've continuously seen a drop back on pace throughout this run as they reach lap traffic. So, overall though, how big do you think the fog will become a factor now once we reach the light fog conditions in about 20-30 minutes?
It's not too bad when it's in the day, is the fog. It's when you're in the night and you've got your headlights, because you are mandated to have those headlights on with those cars, so you will have that reflection off of the fog, which can affect your vision out there. So yeah, it can have a greater effect at night having that fog around compared to during the day. We have had it pointed out about the lead gap. Yes, it's down to just under 11 seconds, but BRT do owe us a pit stop in the next lap or two, so expect that lead gap to grow once again. But 3 cars on the top 7 on the lead lap in GT4.
Yeah, big difference in terms of what we've seen pace-wise with WSR. Satellite still putting on some great pace for their own right. Well, Wild Things Racing with Gursley Kuhn Chabo has moved their way in towards traffic with Shunt Bros. That's actually a lap up on them, but they are now in range to battle with Ram Ranch and potentially could get to Aztec after a little bit of time here. So Wild Things have continued to put on some rapid pace to close up the deficit.
Certainly have. Gurgley is a quick driver, but certainly he's not been able to move on to the bigger aspects of the higher splits of races in iRacing, and can get involved in an incident or two as well. I'm only saying that because we banged door handles about 3 times last night, so they're being gurgly. So yeah, it lives up to the name, the team name of Wild Things on occasion. But yeah, certainly does have some pace, and it's showing that right now has the pace over Jack Bolton in the Ram Ranch Mudsport car.
Bolton right now trying to see if he can hold on. Last time by a 2:03.6. Wild Things meanwhile put up a 2:03.3, 3/10 quicker. Able to close up the gap and fast. For those wondering in terms of how their pit stop stints look as well, right now things are looking solid for them. About 25-26 laps. Wild Things about 30 laps into their stint. About a 5-lap difference, should say.
Yeah, so I think we're seeing a part of that effect as well, aren't we? About slightly lighter fuel load and therefore able to just go that little bit quicker. Although that BMW does seem to come into its own a little bit later into the stint. It's notorious though for working its front left tyre, and this is something I actually found out last year from speaking to a couple of the teams at the 12 Hours of Monza. The front engine cars work their front left, but especially around a track like this, they work the front left a lot more than the rear. It's the mid-engine or rear-engine cars that work the rear left more around here. So things like the Mercedes and the BMW, they'll be working that front left really hard, whereas the Lamborghini, the Audi, the Ferrari, they'll be working that rear left a bit more than the rest of the tyres. Down the inside, not there.
There is an error peak though, an error chance. Not close enough yet. Some more paint schemes in terms of designs, but right now Wild Things really going aggressive, not waiting here, going peeking, poking, prodding, trying to find a way to get alongside here. And there's that give and take we talked about really coming into play again. Right now Wild Things having a lot of take.
Yeah, and it's knowing when to give and when to take, and that's the crucial thing. Oh, there's a bit of a late lunge down the inside. That means you're going to have the outside going into the loop though, and they have got a bit of traffic ahead, including some GT3 traffic. The number 3 car, the ST Racing Esports car, which is in 4th place in class, in front of them right now. But these two, they're going at it hammer and tongs. This is great stuff to watch. Between the two of them, down the inside goes Wild Things, and they make the move stick.
Took a little bit of time, but able to get it done. To run down the Wellington straight into Brooklands. Brooklands has been one of the more common places for passes today, it seems. So Wild Things out 16th. But again, expecting the pit stop coming up pretty soon for them. It's going to be interesting where they cycle after the next couple hours, because right now that pace seems to be there, if not quicker than these two. It's going to take some time though to get up there. It is pit stop party time, by the way, Paul. So it is time for a lot of these teams to come down soon.
Yeah, BRT, effect simulations as well. Both onto pit road for their latest stop here. 17 hours 20 minutes to go in this race. You can see how those GT3s and being able to go an hour and 5 minutes or so on a stint is really helping them cut down on the amount of pit stops that they will be taking throughout this race. Project 91 Racing Team Orange in 16th place at GT3.
I'm about the unmute button.
Good start, but you've had quite the eventful time out there, haven't you? Been onto the racing line and you're asking trouble there, Ash, I'm afraid. Goodness, that's a huge hit.
I mean, you know, there was a few of us out there doing it, whereas now it's very much in the mainstream, and I think what I'm quite proud of is the fact that I've taken the team with us, and you know, we've built this team up now to be a huge entity, not just sim racing in Romanian ends, but actually as a movement as well to support disabled drivers with our Para Racers Academy. And yeah, it really just put a spotlight on what we're doing and how other disabled drivers could think, oh, I quite fancy doing that, and having the expertise within the team to do that and grow the team to the point we are now, and I suspect in the next couple of years this will probably become my full-time job. The growth of the team is so big.
Just to point out as well, whilst we're talking, that High Road Motorsports have now got a black flag for them. But looking at, as Mike Pierce we've seen with Contact in the DCW racing car, and then you look at this year, oh my goodness, that's a huge hit for Casey Waters with Ash Hill from the Project Not Last at Cox Corner, and it's just moving. You don't move forward there. You're going onto the racing line and you're asking trouble there, Ash, I'm afraid. And
there was a horrific crash coming out of Cops, by the way.
Let's talk about the team as well, because this year you did.
Anyone involved?
Yeah, Lamborghini and a Mercedes had to tow. Geezer came, went and spun it out on the outside of Cops and rejoined the track, nose on. Geezer wiped out, flat out.
What happened?
Oh, I don't know, I was watching it on the stream, it's probably an hour ago, 50 minutes ago.
Well, sim racing is there's always people who want to get into motorsport, and one of the things I always
as long as our wheels are still turning, mate, they can crack on.
was a limited opportunity, and as I said, back when I was studying and racing, sim racing as a sport was all bar.
So please do that, and I'm really excited to see what this next hour has in store for us here at Silverstone.
Yes, indeed. So far, I'm not sure how much you've kept an eye on things, but what's so far stood out to you for this event in what you have noticed so far?
Is that stream any good?
Mate, it's amazing.
Things have really solidified for WSW.
It goes on par with the Eurosport coverage on fucking Le Mans and that, mate. It's so professional.
So I have to fully admit, I'm coming in
guests, interviews,
kind of a last minute call up.
When are you getting on there?
Adore
all
forms of
when you get on the mic, Joe?
so
you get on the mic?
going to be a problem for me.
Hi, we're Connect Motorsport and we're in last.
Of teams and drivers is fantastic for this brilliant event.
Yes, but it's not about winning, it's about being there.
Yes.
Silverstone weather is quite so misty, but it adds to the atmosphere a little bit, I think, to seeing all the...
Just trying to cipher through it, see if they talk about us at all.
Especially with it going to be Simsport not for position.
Yeah, shit
By the way, that is somebody who's an extra lap down, zipping up.
One of the drivers that enjoys a good bit of chance here. Someone to talk to. I'm getting a little bit of understeer at the moment. Mikhail Sikorsky, as he lets another car come on through.
To make sure you use those headlights, absolutely. On racing.
Rule, naturally. It's a very, very flat circuit. He's...
interesting moving parts when it comes to that battle for the podium so far.
Yeah, it's evolved a lot, actually. I'm sure you've had other drivers say the same, but the fogginess of
the penalty's been issued at the moment to that car. Looking like, though, on the pylon at least, BRT is still in good shape. What do you have to say, Webbo, about what they had to say, though, for the 14 cam?
Blink out there from time to time on my aiming on track. So for altitude here, heading with perfect. It's an incredibly expensive thing, and if someone is interested in doing motorsport and doing motorsport experiences, there are limited opportunities and certainly limited calendars for people, whereas sim racing, I find many more people are turning from motorsport to sim racing, both for practice but for the pure enjoyment of it on its own. And I love to see established motorsport brand names. Obviously seeing Red X there on the side of these cars is fantastic for us here as sim racing enthusiasts. It's just the growth of our sport is phenomenal. no better example I can think of right now than this Brit Car 24 Hours.
And now 3 years of history built up with this event. Of course, that connecting to the real world events as well that take place at Silverstone through Motorsport UK. Still talking about this battle on screen in the close-up. Right now, Sean Langton trying to find a way to close on up here and try and find a way to close back up the Shop Bros after the initial pass attempt. It's going to take a little bit to be able to close back up here.
It is, and he had another car in between them there for a moment, but that's clear. Actually, Sean Bros have just gone over the dirt on the apex.
That's 2 laps to go, Jamie.
Some dirt into the interface here of Team Loose.
Who's jumping in now?
To keep things tight and under control.
The big C.
Loose is fun and
probably shouldn't have. You haven't been in since the start.
In a race car over an endurance event, you want predictability and secure handling. But the P5 number 14 at the moment, and what we've heard is that we're looking forward to certainly Dylan. They mentioned, didn't they, their friend and co-driver Dylan, that he will take them through what is the overnight. There's still the early evening of the race, but the overnight stint, they're looking forward to seeing their fastest driver take the wheel.
Battle for 10th. Prismatic amongst this battle on track. The Royal Air Force and NC Motorsports program trying to find a way to slice and dice. Prismatic has done very well in these past few hours to gain a lot of time on the racetrack.
Basic Ollie's such a whining little prick, mate.
Why? What's he whinging about now?
To see
another GT3 car. Just can't fucking stand the road.
What bothers me about him is he, like, if he crashes, he quit. They quit. I never sits right with me.
Prismatic. It's great to see.
No, but it depends. That's a circumstantial thing.
Situations on track here.
But like, you know, they'll quit from 5th because they're not winning.
I'm sure in those small.
Oh right, yeah, I'd not do that.
Today for P1 in both classes. Moving on.
He just goes, "We're dead," and then that's it. And they go, "Well, sorry guys," and I'm like, people have tuned in to watch you race, and they're paying you and stuff.
Trying to make that maneuver through.
I've never liked that.
Yeah, a couple of years ago, I was
yeah, win or quit basis is not a very good attitude.
It's a bad ethic.
Around at the back, they are really well and competitive. That's really heartening for me.
In this lap, then, please drop.
Various teams in the field, but just to point out Prismatic there for a moment and take my hat off to them.
Yeah, Georgie McKay behind the wheel of that car, the RAF, able to make the move on that track to be able to move themselves forward. By the way, we are going to be making a swap soon for our streams on the YouTube side. Again, we'll make the switch in a few minutes' time here for more coverage of the Brit Car 24 Hours at Silverstone.
I know, it feels way later, doesn't it?
Jesus. Third place in the number 6 car, they're 10.5k iRate. 10.5k. Come on.
Number 6.
Yeah.
Owen Carroll.
Get a job or something, innit? I don't understand how people do it.
He was this Owen Carroll geezer. He was racing in that IMSA thing on Sunday night, Charlie. He was running in 3rd for a while. That's the guy that has the crazy underbite, and he had surgery on it.
Crazy underbite.
Huh?
Was it what? How crazy was his underbite?
Fucking mad. I'm not even saying that to be unkind. That's just how I clarify who it is.
Right.
I'll try and find your picture, Joe.
Hours 9 to 17 are coming up here from Silverstone.
I think he's exaggerating it there.
Where the fuck's my phone now?
Boxing in, please, Jamie.
Yeah.
I need to switch things over and get things geared
There
up
you go.
as
This
we
is
reach part 2 of our coverage.
Oh yeah, no, you can see it in his. Yeah. Wow. I've never seen that before.
no, I've never seen someone with an underbite that needs surgery.
And its coverage now open. On that note, it's time to say goodbye to those who are part of our last stint. Andy Webster just about closing up his stint here as we start things off for Derek Watson's stint. First things first, Derek, welcome to the broadcast. And second things second, it's time for more night racing here from Silverstone.
This is when races are won,
Right then.
when things are decided, when advantages
Great
are
stint,
made,
Jamie.
when the
Good job,
lights
mate.
go down at a track for an
Yeah,
endurance
fair play,
race.
mate.
JP, I've been watching
That was
throughout
good
the day
stint.
and watching the
Into
exciting
the dark
moments
as well.
happen. The teams make gains and make up spots, but
He's not
this
streaming
nighttime
this, though.
hours, This is when teams can really cook. This is when teams can make all of the passes. You saw one right there, and really
Good, I'm enjoying this.
an endurance race.
Absolutely.
You can hear it in your
Now, it's
voice.
still a long ways to go in the nighttime conditions here as we continue to zip along with the race.
Jamie likes being way out of his depth.
What stood out the most to you when keeping an eye on the racing so far here today is we've seen 2 dominant performances from the 41 and 64.
Two things that stood out to me throughout the day, JP.
rather
One
than
is still going on, which is how close a battle we
Oh,
are.
we're getting bits and bobs you at the minute, Jamie. Or I am.
And, you know, we're
Yeah, it's cutting in and out.
sorry, I'm enjoying being here rather than being
commentary or racing and endurance races in the past.
beyond
8-hour mark. Those gaps have been
having to concentrate so much that that's all I do, and I turn off chat and shit like that.
Oh, right. Yeah. You're enjoying the atmosphere of it.
Yeah, it's way
making contact.
Great event, this.
But a lot of teams really made some mistakes and self-inflicted and put themselves behind the 8 ball pretty early in
Good
this
luck,
race.
Jeff.
As this race goes on, you got to clean that up.
Good luck, mate. Remember cold tyres.
On track, who's around you?
Oh, it's not Joe going out. It's Charlie. Sorry.
Yeah, it's Charlie.
Right now, taking a look at Team Rudex at the moment. They're amongst the teams that have been squabbling a little bit back and forth. Now they have Shunt Bros just in front in terms of positioning. They've been battling 12 with the 14. Team Loose and Spurwing so far. It's been interesting how things have really strategized out amongst this battle because it looked for a while that Alpha Esports had a top 3 secure for at least the first half of the race, and then things fell off the wagon, so to speak. Now they're back in 7th, and it's become wide open to see who's going to get one of the steps of the podium here.
I'll get in after Charlie again, gents. If that's alright with everyone.
They need to account for, but you're right, that podium is wide open. That's the thing about this race right now, is any team on the podium in either class, right now, I think about the 8-hour mark, it starts to feel real, JP. It starts to kind of feel like, hey, listen, this is going pretty well. Like, maybe we have a shot at this. But then there's those team members who go, hey, it's too early to talk about that, right? Like, so sometimes I don't want to talk about it until the 12-hour mark. I don't want to know where we are on the track until the 12-hour mark. Then let's get hyped about maybe winning. 8 hours is too early to decide who will or won't win this race.
Yeah, still a lot that can happen. Still a lot of things that can shuffle. Of note, Altitude had pit just prior to that swap over, so that's why they're a minute and 12 seconds back. But they had been moving forward. Remember, this race does have a chance of rain. It's also, up until recently, had fog. Yes, the fog that's been dealt around the racetrack has lifted. The estimates are shuffling a fair bit, Derek, because it was expected to be foggy for 3 hours until 11 o'clock. The forecast has obviously seen the fog just dissipate.
And what good news that is for the drivers, right? Because visibility isn't bad enough at night. In iRacing, now you want to add some fog in? No, I'll pass on that. So you got to be thrilled if you're one of the drivers to know the fog isn't there. Now, right now, we're still kind of early into the nighttime, JP. It's still only, 8 p.m. at virtual sin time, 8:03 p.m. So many hours here before the sun starts to come back up.
Which direction does bias work on there?
Commentary before the sun comes up.
So again?
But
So which direction does bias work on here?
It should be, so if you want it to be the way it was, it should be, you need to bring it down to 53.
Yeah, but is that forward or back?
That's back.
It's showing as 53 on my dash though.
Yeah, I know, but I want to bring it back, as into the rear. Like one flip. But I don't know which way it is.
52, you need to make it smaller now.
Right.
Also just driving the track in amongst itself here in Silverstone, here on the September 28th in Sunday. By the way, Leon Penn now into the car for Gusto, so they made it our driver swap for
There you go, that's now at 52.6.
stint in the car. Taking a look at some of the air groupings, looking again at one of the prismatic entries. Seeing them on the move just prior to the swap over. Right now, they continue to try and be on the move from the 11th spot.
So you need to go the other way, but just for context, or did I take the car over from Jamie? When I got in the car, it was on 55.1. Whoever put it on that.
Yeah, that's what I put it to.
Ah, right, okay.
And my traction control, I put the traction control to about 3 or 4.
To help determine which team we're looking at. You can see the number boards there lit up on the side of the cars. But right now, everyone's kind of spaced out, JP. I was looking at both the view on screen and other views, and this, I'm kind of surprised how spaced out we are at this track.
What if we get a dirty message this time?
Everyone seems to be kind
What did we get a dirty message for then?
He was like, did your blue flags not work or something?
Yeah, this is the Palm.
You can report him for that.
It was a lot of elbows out style racing during the daytime.
Oh yeah.
It started to become early evening.
I see that.
If the world of electric has sparked your interest, plug in.
And it's like, we're trying to get out of your way, mate, but you just need to like be patient for about 30 seconds.
Yeah,
like, situationally be in the right place.
Yeah, basically sat about 0.6 of a second behind me for about a lap and a half. And he was flashing away like nobody's business.
You've got to pass him. You've got to pass us, you fucking dickhead.
If he'd got close enough or had a run, I would have lifted and let him past, but he was fucking pussying out the whole way.
Yeah, exactly. You're spot on, mate. If you get close enough that I can let off and let you pass and I won't lose major amounts of time, no issue. But if you're going to sit at 0.6 away for over a lap,
yeah, but in the briefing, in the driver's briefing, they specifically said don't do that, as in don't like go out your way to let someone pass.
Yeah.
The fast cars got to work around you, which is my opinion that I've always had. Obviously, if it's convenient, then do it. But
yeah, I mean, I'd go out of my way to let people past, but I'm not going to fucking if they're 0.6 of a second behind me and not gaining.
Yeah.
And that's one of the main things that was emphasized earlier on, keeping heads up, keeping aware of the traffic.
And ask yourself, why are you struggling to overtake the slowest person on track?
Luckily,
Do you know what I mean? Like, because I am the slowest person on track, so why are you fucking moaning?
I guess the word I want to use is they're very distinct classes, and what I mean by that is that the speed difference is very obvious here, and you should not have a hard time being patient and making a pass on someone at this track if you are the faster class. So, you know, there's other classes of cars you and I could compare, maybe like an LMDH and an LMP2, for example, or maybe a GT4 and a TCR, maybe an okay example where the pace isn't that far off sometimes. It's harder to make passes cleanly, but of these two classes, it's going to be way easier for the faster class to be patient and make those clean and effective passes.
Also critical if you want to have a good race, to say the very least. Still though, a lot can happen during the nighttime conditions at this point. Take a look at some of the others up the road here as we jump up. This involves Samsung Econon Esports. Samson Kadan has been trying to gain back some ground with some damage, mind you, on the DCW entries.
Yeah, see, I like that paint right there, JP. It's awfully bright in the dark time. Isn't that what you want out of a team paint? Hopefully everyone will see that car coming when they need to. That bright orange and purple with the big number 7 on the back of it. Full of Dam's currently in the car here for Samson.
I'm going to go get a drink. I'll be back in a minute.
No, I was going to say before we saw this car, you know, one of the things that happens at night, why everyone's kind of scared of it a little bit with how dark it is if an incident happens here at the track, JP, especially right here where we are, and this is turns 10, 11, 12, and 13. If an incident happens here, it can be hard to see where someone is, and you can actually accidentally pile in, you know, without meaning to. This is where people get nervous about that nighttime racing. Boy, with that big, bright purple and orange car, yeah, it should be pretty visible from a pretty good distance.
Yes. For some people, some of the teams are reporting it's pitch black for some of the
I'm not racing you, mate. You can go or you can't go.
You better be able to have the headlights as the main emphasis, to the very least. We've had a change. Shuck Bros has all of a sudden made a pass on effect simulations, I believe, on the racetrack pylon, by the way. So we still keep an eye on the battle on screen. This is for third spot in GT3. Effect simulations dropping back a spot. Remember, they're off cycle on strategy, but the Shuck Bros car has some pace in it.
Yeah, seen a nice battle going on here. You said effect is off of that off of the strategy, the schedule, if you will, for pit stop. So we'll wait and see how this all works out when all is said and done. But Jack Wilson currently in there in the car for effect, trying to navigate his way through this. You know, this is sort of the one benefit, as you see how bright it is right here, JP. This is why.
One, I know I can't just fucking disappear.
Others, not race others, but race around others at night. Hey,
you're just a fucking carnage magnet, mate.
Actually, in that regard, obviously the more cars the better in terms of visibility, but
just don't want to be like that Wallflower song, you know, the one headlight. That'd be a really bad spot to be in around Silverstone at night.
Yeah, you don't want to lose a headlight, absolutely, at this point. As some say, calm and collected needs to be the mindset as nighttime conditions go on. By the way, we've had a change on the lead for now with the pit strategies. ST Racing Esports for now leads GT4. Still keep an eye on GT3.
So I on with someone the other night when something cracked on my pedals and I couldn't work it out what was going on.
Wide on traffic down the Hinter Straight.
Say again, mate.
Was I on with one of you boys the other night when I was just driving, we was practicing and I felt a crack in my pedals and I was like, what the fuck was that? I thought my pedals broke.
No.
Oh well, I just thought I'd have a look at the pedals because they felt a bit weird in my last stint. One of the springs is snapped in half.
A little bit dicey to say the very minimum.
Have you got a replacement?
Yeah.
This is where
is it a different feel?
No, I've got 2 sets of the same that I've never used. They're the originals I've got on.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, this is a pretty good place to see passing maneuvers, and these guys are taking advantage of it across this track. You see more headlights being blinked, more requests to move out of my way. I think it's the polite words they're using with those headlights. Those headlights are kind of universal, JP. They can mean lots of things to lots of people. It's just sort of how you interpret it, I think.
It's all about the eye of the beholder, as one would say. As pit stop windows open up for more teams, including the 14. So we see drivers continue to cycle in and out. That's Team Loose Berling coming on in for their respective pit stop. All that's wow. Like to shine forward. Silverstone, a lot of history. We've mentioned it a lot throughout the broadcast already. But when it comes to this track, a lot of change. What are your thoughts on the perspective of Silverstone and its history and how much it's changed over the years?
You know, I think almost any change when it comes to a racetrack is a positive change over time. I mean, I know a lot of drivers get very sentimental, very, very passionate about the racetracks and the layouts, or whether it be repaved or not repaved, or whether the off tracks need to be moved. We see that a lot in racing nowadays. I want to come back to that in a second here. Look at this, JP. These guys are, they're still at it. We said about 10 minutes ago how calm and quiet this race had become. It's like someone heard us and someone said, hey, we'll change that for you. It's like a Buffalo Wild Wings commercial is broken out here all of a sudden.
Yeah, that's a way to put it. 25th. You have CRS X-Card Esports, who's gained the spot this lap. That's despite some of the damage earlier on. That car seems to be finding some pace, but is right now just trying to settle it in amongst a hornet's nest. A long choo-choo train of cars are lining up behind him.
Yeah, a long train of cars are lining up here. Now we'll wait and see who gets impatient, who thinks they're fast, and who thinks they can make the move on who wants to dive in the corner. This is those moments where things can happen at night that are sort of unexpected. We'll wait and see. But coming back to your question, what are my thoughts on the changes at Silverstone? I usually welcome most changes to a racetrack. I think evolution is good in almost any form. You have to try to remember, most changes are not made without a lot of research, a lot of science, a lot of data behind them. So I welcome most changes. But that said, listen, there are things that I love in life that I hope never change. So I get why race fans are sentimental, why race fans want to hold on to that idea of what it was. But the one constant in life is change.
And you may be ready for change, whether it's in the case of racing, change for safety, change for modern movement, a change for the better. This is a racetrack that it's become now well acquainted for drivers with its current changes over the past few decades, and has really become more stable now with this layout, now that people have seen some of the battling that can happen here at Silverstone, some of the wild moments in recent years.
And I think that's an important point to make, right? A lot of times when you look at change and we're unsure of it, and the typical human nature when we're unsure of something is to be critical. Well, what was that going to do? Is that going to be better? Or how will that benefit me? That's the typical human nature question. But a lot of tracks, usually when a change happens, there's all that new grip on a track, the racing gets better for the most part. There are some examples where that's not true, but for the most part, the racing gets better. And that will make it more exciting, at least for a couple of years until that grip wears off. So you're right. Change is inevitable, whether it be for the entertainment value, whether it be for the safety value. I mean, it's almost weird to think that you and I can go back on YouTube or wherever else and watch old races and look at
what I've done,
the way they
can
race.
you remind
All
just
these safety
say
rules
internet to
existing,
me?
go, my goodness, like what were they
Internet.
thinking?
Yeah.
And those kind
Yeah,
of
why?
things. So
Because I think my computer is connected to the main home base, not my extension.
Okay, I've got you.
Yeah.
Do you want me to just message you on WhatsApp and you won't read it until then?
Yeah, sure.
Still keep an eye now on the 101 car, as we do have one driver standing on by. Things have ticked away. One of the Prismatic Motorsports.
Not anything bad's happening, it's just it drops out every couple of laps, like for a split second, which I don't normally have with that box.
Welcome to the broadcast booth. How are things going for you and your team so far?
Have you not got wire going from your extender to your PC?
Yeah, but it doesn't always work. Because it'll like brings up the wire symbol, but it'll say like the main hub, not the extension. I don't know if it works like that or not.
In terms of the damage to the wheel, how difficult has it been for your team to drive now with that damage to make sure the car is still in a straight line and is able to make the turns efficiently?
I know from our driver, Kirby's actually having some trouble with doing so. It's the rear right turn that we're working on. And he's a little bit struggling on the braking, but except for that, quite good lap time. I think it's about a second per lap, not too bad.
Of course, your organization having a lot of representation in this series, or rather in this event this year. What's it been like being a part of this year's Brit Car event here with Prismatic?
That's got that cat animation thing on the back, that's funny.
You talked about not using a fast repair yet. I mean, we're only 8 hours in, but you say we're having a trouble with the handling of the car. So I'm kind of curious, like, we have, I believe, 4 fast repairs in this race. What's the criteria for using a fast repair in your guys' mind? Like, if you're having a trouble losing a second a lap, where is that breaking point when you finally decide, okay, like, let's pull the trigger?
I think for me the trigger point is like either so obviously we can't continue driving, or on the other hand, if the car is so damaged that you actually can't control it anymore, like if someone gets wobbly or something, if you just 1 second for that, I think that's an area where you especially, so I think so early in the race, we're so in the first third basically, you don't want to waste the fast repair for such a minor damage that is actually just repairable in a quite short time, probably not even an entire lap that we lose with that, and we just want to save those because, you know, later on in the race, especially second half, it's dark, people get tired, people also try to take more risks because they think it's getting closer to the end. That's really the area where we want to save that fast repairs for, because crashes are getting more likely. Also speaking from all experience of past 24-hour races.
So then my last question for Amy, and then we'll go back and let Justin finish up. Talk to me about the mental side of what happened with this.
Someone's just got off backwards.
How easy to keep Simon calm in the car? Is Simon kind of a cool, calm, collected driver? Does it take a little bit of work to kind of calm him down? What's that like?
I would say Simon.
I said, where was that? I'm just going back through it.
That complex just then. Looked like a BMW.
Yes, something's gone on behind you the wrong way round.
Yeah.
Let me have a look.
I just saw like a glimpse of orange, I think it was.
We got turned around, yeah.
GC
got turned around. The number 92.
Once again, thank you very much for your time speaking with us. Once again, good luck the rest of the way for you and your team.
Net code as well, that's what I mean. I'm just browsing some streams on Twitch, and I've just tuned into this one, and there's some guy in this girl's Discord saying, this isn't even a stacked field though, man, this isn't a stacked field. Like, as if these boys are just like average iRacers.
Now you're only 0.2 of a second away. Everyone in the team kind of perks up. That Discord gets lively. Your team speaker, whatever you're using, and it kind of becomes a lively chat. Saying, all right, we're there. We got it. We got it. Nothing careful. What you got to do here, JP, is make sure you don't push too hard. Now that you're there, don't throw away everything you did to get there.
My mate.
Now that you are.
Go on, son.
And now it's going to be the question how it gets set up here. Lots of traffic for them to deal with as well. This is going to become a hornet's nest.
Yeah, this is going to become a little hairy here in this moment at this track. We're coming around here, and this will be about who manages traffic best, who doesn't make a mistake, who doesn't get rattled. Could be the person who walks away with the lead here. All right, well, we're going to keep watching here and seeing what happens with this battle. See, everyone's kind of single filed it out. A minute ago, we were all side by side, and Now they're going to single file it out, and I wonder if that's just everyone saying, okay, that was a little more intense than I wanted at nighttime, so we're going to kind of back it off here. But here we go. Beautiful camera shot showing everyone there is in line and battling hard here. But it's amazing to see now just half a second basically exists.
How the professionals are doing this stuff.
James and Jeremy in between the 64 and the 111 here.
So I wonder how the professionals are doing this then.
That's why I love this race.
How do you mean?
It's just such great racing.
Seeing what this guy in front's doing, could he P3?
Here we are, 15 and a half hours to go. And we're talking about
I genuinely like, I'm at a wall with my driving, like, I don't know how to get quicker. Like, there must be a way, and it can't be in the kit. You can't keep using kit as an excuse.
By this point, it's a lap, it's 2 laps. And it's about
Maybe we need to do
coming down to the corners, digging up on the curbs,
fucking
trying to find any
driving course.
small advantage they can find, JP.
Yeah, like a coaching.
Yeah.
Now it's going to be the huge thing.
Maybe.
Do they elect to save the fuel too, or do they just go for the move?
Like, I just don't see how I get quicker. I just.
They're going for the move now.
But it's possible too.
Taking advantage with the lap.
Nothing wrong with your pace. Just keep driving. Keep driving for real.
I know, but yeah, I don't know. It's strange.
Let's see if they really were faster.
Your I rate will settle down high, sort of 2.5, 2.23.
But then how are people at like it's clearly
possible.
Wait, what?
Have you changed anything on your microphone?
Yes, I am back on my desk mic.
Right, it's raspy as fuck, that was all. I just wondered what was different.
Oh, sorry, I'm sitting too close.
So good.
I'm sitting much closer to it. Is it much better?
That's better,
That's better. But there's boys who are like 4K, James. Like, there's a way to do it, you know?
Yeah, basically, like, find your pick a class and pick a series. And do like that. To get a high rating.
Yeah, but it's not even the I rating that I'm bothered about. It's like best that I could do here is like a 211 something, and somehow boys are doing 210s.
A lot of that will be down to the fancy setups and shit.
Like the actual car setup.
Yeah, you'll probably find that a good setup for these 9K boys would be worth about a second on what we're on.
I bet there's a bit of consistency in equipment, but not improvement.
Yeah.
How do you mean consistency?
Well, better equipment makes you more consistent rather than faster.
Right, yeah, definitely. But I'd say, for me, from a personal standpoint, I'd say pedals and a frame, that's all that I could potentially improve. My bass is like...
Yeah, my bass, even though it's still belt dry, I don't really have any problems with it. The pedals is the problem.
Yeah, 100% load cell pedals are the way forward if you haven't got them.
Oh, hello.
Fucking hell.
No warning.
Right, update. They don't have the same springs. They are different feel. They do feel softer.
The idea for that event, and I finally got to compete in it this year. Yeah, it's great being.
You're gonna be alright.
Yeah, should be fine.
Events, and yeah, but
I probably would have trouble if it was a GTP or something like that. Since we've got ABS and that.
In turn as well. You mentioned a lot of experience as well with Overtake. How was that?
Yeah, that's true.
Overtake GG and being able to build that brand as part of that organization.
Just go straight onto eBay.
It's been pretty good actually. In fact, we just did Jimmy Broadbent's Race for Mental Health, in which I blasted out my own rendition of "I'm Just."
Can you not like wrap one or two of the coils in tape or something to make it a bit stronger?
But aside from that,
I'll send you a picture, mate. It's snapped clean in half.
I'm really excited to
No, as in your new one.
potentially share with you guys.
It's not that bad. There's more problems in my head than anything.
I get to write about sim racing for a living, and then I get to take part in it as well.
Oh, your brake?
Yeah, you've got basically two springs and then like a washer spring in between the two.
Yeah.
So I'm straight from day one out of the box. I've got two red hard springs. And the other day I was racing and I felt something snap. It's like my pedals had just snapped. And I looked at the pedals, nothing, all the bolts are tight. I was like, sorry, that was absolutely fine. So I started racing, and then my last stint, it just felt like it was a bit notchy, the brake. And I just thought I'll go and have a quick look. So I just thought I'd pop the shaft off, and the two bits of spring fell off either side. It's like, oh.
So you need what, a red?
I need enough. I'm just going to get a set. $9.99.
We're kind of winging it, but we're for the most part doing
2
hours each, like each particular relay. We have had to improvise a little bit. Sophie was having issues getting out the pits after her first stop.
It comes with spare springs. It comes with like 3 different sets. You can mix and match. So I've kept one of the hard, like red springs, and I've gone for the 1 second hardest.
I don't know what we're going to do. We're just
Is that black?
hope for the best.
Yes.
Yeah. I think I'm a red and a black as well. Let me check. See.
Have you got 2 blacks? Can you put them together?
Yeah, but black's the second soft. It's the second toughest, the second hardest one. Reds are the hardest ones. Black's the second.
Right. Okay. What you mean, like interlace them, Charlie?
Yeah, like put them into. You can interlink them and then spit it out.
Potentially.
It's not like going to be
in
like.
theory. Go on.
It's not going to be lovely and flash, but it'll work. It should work if there's a shaft going through the middle. They're not going to fall off, are they?
No, that's true.
It shouldn't.
I'll see how I get on with this because it doesn't feel too bad. I've still got to give it quite a lot of beans to get it all the way down.
See, look, I like my pedals, but there's no range of motion in the load cell.
Ah, right.
It's like when I press it, like it moves, but it's like Charlie's driven it. You know what it's like.
Yeah.
It's like nothing, and I've got no. Like when I'm driving something that's got no ABS, I've got no. The only thing that tells me how hard I'm pressing the brake is how hard I'm pressing the brake. Does that sound really stupid, or does it make sense?
I get what you mean. Yeah.
Like my pressure is never going to be consistent because I've got no. There's no tangible feeling. There's nothing. Like if I could feel my foot getting further away from me, I'd know that. I know what I'm trying to say. But
yeah, no, the range of movement doesn't change with the springs. It's literally just how firm they are. It's just the muscle memory. That's why loads are so good. You go to that pressure by default.
But there's no.
But
there's still a range of motion. There's still a range of motion in your pedal, surely. Like it still moves away from you.
Yeah, but it's the springs are they just adjust the like how hard you have to press them to get to that extent.
Yes, of course. Yeah. But these Fanatec ones, they don't move.
Right. Okay.
It moves, but it's such a minimal amount. So I've got the pressure bit that you've got.
Yeah.
But I've not got the motion. So because I've got no motion, I feel like my pressure will be different every time.
Gotcha.
Very dark orange, and I definitely argue prefer about this. That looks more red than orange, but you know.
So that doesn't work.
This is guys. I've just had a fucking beer.
What?
One of them, I think, the Dutch guy. I don't know. I can't remember. I don't know who was at the wheel. But one of them coming into the pit has clipped the pit entrance, basically on the right hand side, which would be Sorry, on the yeah.
Yeah, my favourite colours.
He's clipped it and went round, and I had an Austin Powers stuck in the middle moment.
Oh, I thought you were saying you'd had a fuck up.
No, they have. That's Suzuka.
See, I'm such a nerd. I assumed it meant your favorite superhero is the Flash. That's why I went with it. Actually,
At Suzuka? We're at Silverstone.
No, you know the ACC guys, they've got a 12-hour Suzuka just now.
Yeah.
Oh, Alex, our boy Shahar Harvey.
Yeah, Alex and the Dutch guy, Kiko, and Dan, I think.
As an American college football fan, yellow and
one
blue
of our
are
team
sword
of the
colors right
Connexus.
now from Ohio State just losing.
Yeah.
I'll let you pass this time, Maluka.
Oh,
Thanks
that's
for hanging out. Go get some sleep.
Alex Shahar Harvey.
I'm sure we'll see you in a few hours.
Yeah, absolutely, and they were doing well too.
Rogers, I expect to be interviewed when they're on the broadcast.
You're just trying to make the gambit, huh?
Yes, I am.
There you go. All right, well, that is Luca from United Sim Team. They're doing pretty well right now, JP, and he says he's off to bed.
Yes, indeed, able to put together.
It's quite cool that we've got a representation in iRacing and ACC at the same time.
Yeah, totally.
Well,
I'll give it a run as well. I'll give ACC a run now that it's on screens and I don't have to go through that fucking headache of VR on ACC, which is just a nightmare.
Thomas on sim racing. And guess who's behind the wheel? It's so thoroughly familiar, William Chadwick, who just jumped behind the wheel for the first time.
Yeah, William Chadwick, a very familiar name across race spots, so had a chance to speak with him before, get to know him a little bit. Here he is. He's a great driver. So he's zipping along here through the track, really attacking those corners, JP.
Tired of big bulky bags of processed kibble?
We've used a lot of X.
Some people
Don't worry about it.
Could be a speedy run, to say the very least. They currently have to catch up a good bit, about near 30 seconds to get up to the 14, though.
Well, we'll see if that happens. Listen, I think sometimes there's different strategies for how you plan these nighttime stints. Sometimes you get a driver like William, and you save them for the nighttime because, hey, a fast driver is only faster at nighttime, right?
Did that twice now.
Sometimes you want to take a driver maybe not as fast. Say, hey, these are the quote-unquote calm hours.
I think that corner there is one of the hardest corners in motorsport.
So
I know that sounds ridiculous, but it's so difficult to get
I
right.
think in the case of William Chadwick, it's more the first. They're hoping he can cook off some fast times.
Trouble is, where I sit in the car, I can't actually see it.
He did cook out a 2:01.488.
Which is why I sort of sit in the middle, because it's kind of a guess.
That quicker than most people in the race. So he is cooking together some blistering fast pace that is right up there with WSR Esports butt kicker, and that's to be expected from a Gold Star driver.
Just
that is to be
under
expected,
half.
but it's also still a great momentum boost and a great morale boost for your
Just
team.
under half a step.
When you look at time, say, hey, we're running that time. Hey, that's what the
Did you not
leaders
get an
run,
X for
and
that?
That's a great morale boost to have in a moment in an endurance race. You know, you're keeping pace. Now you're thinking, I just need one lucky moment.
That looked worse
and
on the
we're there,
replay than it
right?
was.
That's how that mentality can change for a team here in this moment. So again, things have kind of, I hate to say it, JP, last time they've calmed down. It picked up really quickly, but things are a little bit more calm again. As people kind of now riding in a train line. And we're going to kind of just ride out here. Maybe a couple passes. These are be different classes, I believe. Passes we're going to see coming here in a second.
Yeah, just a little bit. I'm having to deal with a lot of traffic, interclass traffic right now. Once those in the choo-choo train, include Aztec Racing's 390 and more that they'll have to deal with to get by efficiently. How about up the middle for a minute? 3 wide, not taking his time.
As a commentator, as a spectator, that's one of my favorite passes, JP. As a team owner, that is my team. That's one of my least favorite passes. That's the most, in my mind, one of the sketchiest ways to make a pass often is up the middle. Because you're at the mercy of the two cars on each side of you, hoping that they behave, and that they have that spatial awareness you need them to have. But when it works, it works. When it works, it's amazing. It's fun. It's exciting. It's exhilarating. When it doesn't work, oh yeah, boy, it's just full of regret.
Coming up to 15 hours to go. This time flying on by here so far today. As we continue to keep an eye on Chadwick, who has built up a big buffer. I think that really solidifies just how quick that car is on raw speed. Last time
you see the GT World Challenge by any chance?
I heard there was a big crash. I don't know the details, but someone had to be mini-backed, I think, in the car.
In the race, there were about 4 of them available. For a lot
I haven't seen it. I just seen a statement on Instagram.
For those, depending on how much they have.
He was conscious apparently, so it must have been bad to release a statement.
The question I had in my mind when I was going through the rules of the race this week, kind of prepping for what we're doing this weekend and thinking about the race and what to talk about it, I kind of stopped and asked myself, JP, how much would that change as a driver or as a team leader how we strategize for the race, right? Does it change how much more aggressive I want to be? Does it change how much more aggressive I'm willing to be to see that pass happen or instead of that corner? And I think for me, I would say no. I kind of want to pretend that for my team, at least, that we don't have a fast repair. Let's not rely on it. Let's just say, hey, if it's there, it's there. But I don't want to race any different than any other day because 4 of them exist. Because it still takes time to get down on pit road. It takes a few seconds for that fast repair to happen. You don't want the incident points. You don't want possibly any penalties because of the incidents. But I think there are some teams out there who probably do race different, JP, because they know that these fast repairs are available.
We're on stream.
I mean, if you play Monopoly, they can get out of jail free card for some teams. And I mean, you know, we talked earlier with Prismatic said we don't want to use it yet. Hey, our car's damaged, but we're going to keep riding it out until it gets worse.
Yep, still in last place. Right, move on, boys.
It's a balance.
It'll be if we win the what do they call it, like the spirit of the race award or something like that.
That's tragic.
And at this point, it's worked out well for them.
These guys kept racing
right now.
Oh, fucking will.
It's cool to do it. It's very, very cool to do it. But it would have been like I don't know how to work. It would have been nice to know, you know, that everyone was going to be way out of our league.
I don't agree with the 4 fast repairs. Why the fuck's that? That's stupid.
Yes, we spoke about this. We spoke about this earlier when you were gone. Me and Jamie spoke about it. It's the fact that you could have 4 massive accidents, and it doesn't equate to anything.
It's crazy. So I'm just hoping the last 6 hours or so everyone's used their fast repairs. Some people are fucking fair whack.
Then, you know, someone shows up to Thanksgiving dinner with that pumpkin pie and that diet's not, maybe tomorrow.
Take a look, by the way, at that battle going on for 4th again. Team Loose.
I left the fucking door open. Come on, go.
Try and get away from Team Red X now. They stay close together for the time being.
Oh, he's doing really well there. She ruined it.
Pretty good job here, holding off the car behind them and that big bright yellow. There's a slow car. Watch out for the traffic and wait and see if we can find out what maybe happened there in a few moments. But that was a touchy moment right there with that car very, very slow on the outside lane. Just received a note from one of the drivers saying they
chill out with these fucking
stop for the repair interest enough for effect. Those cycles from that point, they say they just saved a stop. Is the emphasized point. They're a stop ahead of the people around front from PRT who's on the same strategy. That's now leading to a great
So what's the next stint plan looking like then?
For those looking to save a pit stop to try and out-strategize WSR.
How long have we got to decide?
See how it plays out right now. I mean, you're a pit stop ahead right now, and that can make you feel really good, or to think that you're a few laps.
11 laps left.
It's hard to think your whole pit stop
What's the
ahead,
time?
but maybe some laps
it is
ahead.
20.
Maybe you're off cycle.
Sorry, it's 8:45.
Listen, over the course of 24 hours, and that one extra lap per stop can really lead to something.
I think then should do another one.
You are one pit stop ahead as you
and then we go from there.
Okay.
You know, full distance, quote unquote, to see how you're ahead, and that's an exciting moment.
Because I'm not really sure how we're going to do this graveyard shift yet, but
crunching. Hey, what if we?
Well, I think after Ben does his next one, we should probably switch to doubles.
Those kind of moves early in a race can pay
and that'll give people enough time to have a nap.
Off cycle on the good side.
So if you finish this one, Ben does one more, then he goes off and he has his sleep.
For them, there's still 15 hours for the strategy.
If he sleeps earlier, he can get up a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
Let's love his beauty sleep.
And so then I'll double.
From anything that happens.
Jamie can double. And you can double. And then Ben can come back for yours. And me and Jamie can go sleep.
We spoke with their drivers earlier on.
Well, we can have a break out of the rig anyway. Just have sleep. Well, I'm definitely sleep.
Yeah, I'll kick back in the couch. I've got the couch sitting here.
Sweet.
Okay. Stretching the fuel is such a fun conversation to have, JP, because there's so many ways to do it.
How long to stint again?
Race. A lot of people believe it's really about the lifting and the coasting, and it is. Some drivers will
a little bit over an hour.
That happens in a
we'll
race.
Say an hour to keep it safe.
You sit behind a car and be patient, and that's the hardest thing to tell the driver to do. Hey, you might be faster than this guy, but I need you to sit there. I need you to be patient and save some fuel. It's just hard to tell a driver to do. But also, sometimes the best way to fuel save, and the ones who are the best at it, JP, in my opinion, are the ones who don't need to feel the need to go up and down every gear. Every lap or every corner. A lot of times, if a driver, for example, is more comfortable sitting in third and going through a corner instead of grinding it down to second, back up to third, every time you go down to second and you peck those RPMs, you're pushing more fuel through the system. So a lot of times, if you want to see why you're not as fuel efficient as your competitor on the track, you go to one of the many different analytics sites that exist for stint data on iRacing. Watch how someone goes through the gears, and I guarantee you'll find out that the people who save more fuel probably are not grinding as many gears as you are.
I have noticed one more thing. Shunt Bros has had an issue. We'll see if we can figure out the situation with them. They have now fallen to last out of those in the top 30. Chances to fall out of the top 31. They have not left the pit lane for a while. However, they have no driver that's stuck behind the wheel of their 24 car since then. So something's going on with Shunt Bros where they no longer have a driver.
Well, I was going to say, given that conversation you and I just had about fast repairs, makes me think it's more of the real-life technology side of problems, because it's possible, but almost hard to believe someone would have gone through all 4 fast repairs and now be involved in a 5th incident that has ended that car, quote unquote. So
I'll be right back.
One of the perils of sim racing you and I talk about all the time when we do broadcasts together is the real life factors of hardware failures, or listen, there's a massive snowstorm heading across different parts of the US right now that's affecting how people get internet. So those things are
they don't make it easy, do they?
With the Shunt team, we'll try and find out.
No, they don't.
But yeah, there's no incident on track from what we can find. I bet it's more of a quote-unquote real-life problem.
Yes, something going on. There's no reserve driver available for them either in their situation, from what is being able to tell in the sim. So something's going on. Can't confirm there was an incident. They just ducked into the pit lane. Have not left the pit lane since this point.
Remember, that team was only a team of 2, by the way, JP. That's Charles Rainford and James Rainford. So unlike some other teams here, like Alpha Esports as a team of 5, that's only 2 drivers. That's the downside of being a small team, is when a real life thing happens, you don't have a lot of reserves available to you.
Yes, indeed. Still, keep an eye on the battle for 4th as this is all going on. They're still remaining close together. Dylan Lees gonna need to hold for
he's gone.
Build up the buffer right now. Last time by, they're near identical on strategy. Dominic Hamder is still keeping things tight, keeping them very much honest.
doing a pretty good job at that. I did take a look, by the way, and Charles is not showing online via the Discord communication system we use. I could not find James, so yeah, I think it's going to be, finish that story up real quick, a real life problem. But Brent, look at this battle here and the passes that are being made. This bright yellow car has been in our camera shot for a while now, and he's looking to make another pass here through these S corners.
Yeah, still trying to find a way to get around here, and they have traffic moving out of the way. Very cordial the traffic is being right now. That's the bright side.
Yeah, and I think by this point tonight, traffic is going to be mostly cordial because now we've kind of settled off into where we are. You know, it's not the first couple hours of the race where everyone has that I need to go now mentality. So traffic will probably be a bit more cordial as these nighttime hours move on further and further. But now they've got some clean air in front of them. Let's see what kind of lap times they can't burn off here, JP. Now you're out of traffic. No more dirty air, no more braking points. You have to follow someone else. Now you get to run your laps.
You get to circulate their own times around here, no problem. And that's kind of just the mindset of endurance racing that you really see. Eventually, these cars break into their own little battle boxes, and you become calm, cool, and collected from here. Just like we're seeing the battle for fourth, stay calm, cool, and saving fuel. Meanwhile, okay, I'm sorry. We did not have a clean situation with the 69. Richard Wushu getting turned around. That was after he tried to get around some of the traffic.
Well, we talked about traffic being cordial, and it wasn't exactly cordial that time. There was some contact made. Now, it's kind of hard to tell in the dark from that camera view, JP, about who may have moved where or when or why. And of course, race control will take a look at that and assess any penalties if needed. We'll wait and see. We talked. Oh, here's a different look at it, I believe. That's the different view. I apologize.
Yeah, Richard Simnor. He gets turned around by Nomad.
Well, that's pretty easy to see right there. That didn't take much guessing. You kind of saw it coming, just the way they were moving through the corner, sweeping around. But turn around. But all in all, got it moved pretty quickly here. Now let's go to Andrew Hayward. Back in P1 currently.
How's it going?
On the curbs.
Yeah, we're kind of out our depth, but we're enjoying it. It's fun.
And remember
still on the track.
We're still on the track.
The correct way?
Yeah.
And we still got 4 wheels and headlights.
So far we've like no major catastrophes, but we're running last. But the competition is tough as fuck, man. This is the toughest split I've been in.
Oh, by far.
Flashing the headlights, saying, "Hey, I want to get around."
Spot fun. It's not always about winning.
Yeah, but totally, mate. It's been great fun.
I mean, we've been the only GT2 now for like 2 hours.
Yeah, so there were only 3 started.
And I crashed.
I saw that. That was bad, man.
Where are all the other GT2s then?
What?
Where are the rest of them?
There were only 5 signed up until that last evening.
Ah, right, okay.
Incident at the moment.
The crash is still not funny.
From those incidents at the moment, race control
How did it really
at work.
We did hear.
All that being said,
well, you heard there's a car back with this bit.
Yeah, well, Jamie said that you'd had the block the pit lane crash.
Yeah, I was trying to do a Spa 24-hour, but
oh
it
yes,
didn't help.
The Ferrari.
Yeah.
When a GT3 will need to pit, given a few minutes here or there. But as we tick down
Oh well.
hour in this race, that's
First anyway.
How much longer left? Can't be long to go, can there?
3 hours and 13 minutes.
Nearly there, mate. Guaranteed win. Can't be all bad.
Yeah. Alright, you guys have a good evening.
Thanks,
Don't
mate.
crash.
We'll do our best not to.
You too, mate. You too.
Well, I already crashed.
Yeah, not again.
That could be the challenge that you're trying to face. You talk about
See you, mate.
Have a good night, mate.
And that's a downside of committing to that strategy. Sometimes fuel saving means staying out.
It was pretty bad.
Put yourself in these positions. Well, for as much time as you'll save, quote unquote, fuel saving,
Oh dear.
you kind of lose it being stuck in traffic. So it's a real, balance beam seesaw of a decision to make lap by lap. But I'm with you. Like if I'm one of these cars right here in line, and it's about time for me to pit, I might come in a lap early to get out of this calamity, just to make sure that in a couple laps I'm not involved in something that I had nothing to do with. That's the last thing that would have happened here at this endurance race or any endurance race. That's the decision making. It makes it hard to be a team leader or to be a driver, trying to kind of use your crystal ball and see the future.
And in the future, it's a question of what's going to happen with a lot of these teams. Right now, Aztec Racing, last of those 2 laps down on the pylon last time by. They've been lapped now again by WSR Esports Butt Kicker. They're trying to close up to Wild Things Racing. Wild Things had been on a tear earlier. They're up to 13th. Wild Things are.
Wild Things will make your heart sing is what they'll do here. With that classic
I'm ready to go whenever, lads.
style paint
Sweet.
on that car. You saw there. And we'll see if they can get up through the field. We saw them earlier featured in a broadcast back when Jake Sperry was in the booth and had a long talk about them. And that beautiful paint scheme there. It's very obvious. I love paint schemes in team racing, JP. They're easy to pick out from a distance. I think it makes your team unique. It makes it more marketable. And they're doing a great job at that.
Yeah, taking the identity and running with it with the pink car.
Oh, they're playing.
And reddish car, I should say. But Aztec is closing a fair bit. 203 second lap times last time by. Compare that to the previous time for Wild Things. And Wild Things, Denise Pope, lost a little bit of ground with a 203.9 last time by.
And that very well may come back to that conversation you initiated about 2 or 3 minutes ago about, do you just pit now?
Oh, mate.
Stuck in traffic.
No way.
The hurdle of being stuck in traffic is you're kind of bound to someone else's braking points, and you're bound to.
Just can't. It's so good. Anyway.
Oh, I thought you got punted. I thought you got punted.
No. I clicked the curve.
So we'll see if that silver
Fucking hell, wall ground.
That was just
It's quite alright.
issue with the traffic.
Yeah, it feels alright. It's like me, I was not expecting that.
Yeah.
Hit it side on, which is going to really help.
Just calm down and just become the status quo.
It's America, Spain.
Patient, as we've seen come into play. As some said, these type of groupings are a great way to save gas.
Oh, that's a bit annoying.
Unlucky, mate. Never mind.
Yeah, that's the benefit, right? So we'll see how all this plays out. Again, you see that classic red and white, pink and white car. Oh, there's a pass happening.
The electrics will be fucked, but the mechanics will be fine.
It's consistent road racing, JP, but using an oval term for a second.
That's annoying when you're not just catching up with the car in front as well.
Ross McFarlane not wanting to wait, not wanting to play games.
Because they're only round it. Maggots and Beckett, so you'd been right on their ass.
I tell you what though, these top boys on the stream, it is class to watch. They race so hard but so fair.
Good scrapping, breaking out down the Hamilton Street.
Yeah, I'm gonna do my stint and then I'm gonna sit on the stream for a little bit.
The Nomad has just picked up black flag. So Nomad just received a stop and go, or rather that's going to be coming up for another team. So a penalty for the 456. Stop and go is confirmed for the 456.
That's a rough penalty to serve right now, and it'll throw you off your pit cycle. Listen, if I'm in a stop and go situation, you have to think about this. Doing your pit stop now, putting yourself off cycle. No need to come down pit road an extra time, but that can really kill any plans you may have had throughout the day. We're watching this battle again here. They just got through turn 7 up through turn 8 here, down the slung straightaway.
Feel okay, Charlie?
Yeah, I don't really know what happened. It must have just fucking come down weird off the curve.
I think it's because you had one wheel over, like you basically run it on the floor. Oh, it's just showing it on stream.
Driving Miss Daisy, who had a shot the 31 slides all the way to the edge of
We're famous! Woohoo! Bring the camera, boys!
Timestamp it. Charlie's fucking. As if we're the car in last place. Charlie makes one mistake and we're on stream. Oh.
Turn 8 here down the slum straight away.
I fucking never do shit like that, man. That's irritating as fuck.
To be fair, you don't.
I don't know if there was contact, JP, there, or if they just got spooked by the possibility of contact. But it just got through turn 7 up.
Oh my gosh, yeah. They literally show it.
Slides all the way to the. This got through turn 7 up through turn 8. Very. I don't know if there was contact, JP, there, or if they just got spooked by the possibility of contact, but they moved that car around.
Only P21. Oh.
Then the 31 slides all the way to the edge of the barriers and connects his motorsports. Hadley Simpson.
Did they call him driving Miss Daisy?
Very dangerous.
No, that's the team 4 that had a crash.
Oh, okay, yeah. I thought he said driving Miss Daisy sliding into the wall.
Ah, the team Preston Nomad just got a black flag.
And connects his motorsports. Hadley Simpson also going for a slide.
So we've not had a black flag yet.
No.
So
But they looped that car around.
yeah, see, Charlie, that car in your relative.
31 slides all the way to the edge of the.
Or is that just on
Turn
one?
7 up through turn 8 here down the slum straight away. And we'll see how these teams handle it here. This is Lyndon Noble. And I don't know if there was contact, JP, there, or if they just got spooked by the possibility of contact, but they looped that car around.
Charlie's only got 3 and a bit laps. I'm reckon.
Yeah, just 3.
Connects his motorsport.
3 laps to go. Charlie, we're using a bit less fuel at the moment. Interesting.
From earlier behind the wheel, they look to run and run fast.
Track temp still 20 degrees.
On the cars behind him, so we'll see if this is. I mean, Gilbert brought that black and red.
Oh, yellow ahead.
She's sort of out of the back of this picture, not at the front of it.
Is it Ben or Joe next?
It's Ben, then me, then you.
This will probably be my last one for the day, boys, if that's alright.
You won't
Yeah, we figured that.
I can be up early. There's no issue me being up
Was a
early.
car that qualified outside front row for this event.
Well, I think if we double now, so I'll do 2 hours.
The driver from earlier behind the wheel, they look to run and run fast.
And then I'll get some sleep, and then. Oh no, sorry, you do 1 now, and then I'll do a double. Then Jamie does a double, and Charlie does a double. That gives you 6 hours. It'll be 10, and it'll be about 10:30 that you finish.
Yeah, so half 4.
So if you get about 4-ish, you'll be ready to go again. And then we go back to singles then. And then we'll like piggy, like what we said, we'll like frog leap each other.
Well, Charlie can probably fuck off after this then for a little bit.
Contact, pardon me, and right in the middle of the racetrack having to back up. A 3-car pile of RD Sport also collected. And that's why Effect Simulations just lost a lot of time on the racetrack.
I need a piss, I'll be back in a sec.
Team wanted to see already significant damage earlier, put them off cycle. They've got more damage also. The 903 Dominic Hammander picked up damage as well from that incident. They have a meatball flag from the 4th position. So expect that to get reviewed potentially right there, as there's the look of the 15. They're going to have to come down and get a fast repair, and quickly.
You fucking go in, you just gonna
So more squabbling changes amongst the top 5 with that incident. So we'll have to see what happens here for these drivers now that they've been really shuffled with the damage. There goes the 15 for the meatball flag.
Now you have to think with the meatball flag, JP, coming back to a previous conversation, that this will be one of those 4 fast repairs. in theory, you could turn the fast repair off and you know, take
But
the
Charles
damage, but why would
Rainford's
you
retired.
if you have that fast repair available? So this will probably be a very quick pit stop for that number 15 car. You see him stop right here. They'll get new tires and gas, and that'll be it. There'll be no additional time, I would think, sitting here for repairs. There's been a regular pit stop. Behind you see a car pitting with a driver change.
That Charles Rainford guy, the Porsche Cup guy, he's retired.
And no change on the driver, but they are going to take the fast repair here. This puts them off cycle. Vex Simulations is in a peculiar spot themselves now to see what happens.
See, look, but even right at the front of the
Oh, for fuck's sake, what are you doing?
33-second pit stop service for the repairs.
Yeah, just like almost like nothing happened. It definitely did happen, but you know, in a sense,
Right, 2 lap warning.
it's like nothing happened. And you see an event like this where teams get a second chance or a third chance at making something happen with those fast repairs can be fun. So always nice to see when custom events like this can come along and spice up the rules a little bit.
Yeah, able to mix things up to say the least. Yes.
Oh, mate.
Amateur.
That Ferrari there is fucking dangerous.
Back in position.
It was them earlier, I was having trouble with them as well.
Now in the top 5, taking advantage of these mistakes.
Fucking 3 seconds lost because no one can fucking decide what to do.
Yeah, I think Williams stoked, and I'm sure has been told by his teammates what's going on, so we'll keep an eye there and see how he does and how he handles that, and if he decides to be more aggressive or get fast in this moment because of that spot there with the 15 with Dominic behind the wheel.
Indeed, by the way, as things have now cycled, Altitude has come in for their scheduled service. That means Satellite is back in the lead for GT4 under pylons, keeping on Chadwick. As Chadwick now we'll see the 909.
I think you're in this lap, mate.
For service, so Effect Simulations also coming on. I believe the Effect Simulations stop might be a part of those scheduled. I'm not quite sure, but
I shall.
3 laps into the stint, should say.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that and make sure that is scheduled, but we'll see how this is going to play out here. We're just past the hour marker, so about 4 minutes past. We'll wait and see how that happens. Well, JP, right now, as I was looking up and down the entry list of this race, listen, it's currently about 21:06 or 9:06 p.m. at UK time.
Rubber Trap Racing was
United States is much earlier. This is probably not the time yet when people are going to want to start talking about sleep as far as drivers, but part of the endurance racing I think we'll ever talk about is how do you manage your sleep schedule. I think it's fair to say as we get older, I'll speak for
Fucking hilarious, isn't it? Don't make an error, except the one thing you error, they fucking play out.
It's no longer in the cards. I've tried.
It's fucking mad, isn't it?
Don't worry about it, mate. It's going to happen to all of us, I suppose, at some point.
As a spotter, trying to stay up for this 24-hour race. So right now it's pretty early.
It just might not, like if I do it in an official, it won't be broadcasted on Racebot TV.
But
yeah.
it's so interesting to me how teams manage sleep schedules and how some
If I go
drivers
and do it
can
now,
stay
I
awake for
probably will.
24 hours through these events.
Hit your marks, mate. Don't do a
We're
Kirby.
seeing a lot of conversation for some drivers involving that
Order McEwen.
during some of the conversation.
Why did you do the same? Did you?
We just had
Yeah, I
that
pulled up
black
short.
flag. That's going to go against Gravel Track
Yeah.
Racing UK.
No,
the
you've got no
46
damage
car
off of that. There's no optional.
will now have to survey
Mate,
stop
I
and
literally
go for
just
causing a
like slid
collision.
parallel with it.
Oh,
We've seen
Oh, it used the fast repair.
earlier on in the race, so they'll have
No,
to
it
come down
never.
again.
Yeah, it did.
Well.
And it just speaks to
Okay.
how valuable a lot of drivers think that having race control
We
is
need
in
to
a
make
race.
sure we do
You have
that.
Those penalties served, and there can be
Untick them.
consequences for
Yeah,
moves
basically,
that
lads,
maybe
just don't crash again.
just one can deem to be aggressive or not wise or
Right,
not something that's
basically
appropriate to make on
3
track.
stints,
That's why a lot
so
of drivers are
3 hours
drawn
till I'm
to
in the
that
car
car
next, so I'm going to go and have a wee
because
lie
of the
down.
live
Go for it, mate.
That's good. Basically that'll be
live
about,
stewards and race
I'll come back
control.
about midnight.
It's really the unsung
Yeah,
heroes
that'll be fun.
of an event like this. They get no love.
Sweet!
They
Good luck, lads, you'll kill it, we're all killing
They
it.
get a lot of compliments during the race.
Cheers, mate.
They get a lot
In a
of
bit.
complaints, a lot
See you
of
later.
arguments, a lot of upset drivers, but
Right, I'll take that fucking fast right now. Let's do it right now whilst we remember it.
manages a race well.
We've only got 3 remaining.
Isn't the focal point of a race. Really are the heroes of a race like this.
Yeah, a lot of work put in by those in race control. It takes a lot of discipline to do.
You know, and the way I can reference it, listen, I'm one of the Americans in the broadcast team. Out here, we have NFL football. I know it airs throughout the world on different networks, but you'll often see an NFL game, JP, where an officiating team is known for being penalty happy, and they sort of become the focal points of the broadcast without meaning to, and that really can kind of break up the flow of that event, right? And if you get a race control team who isn't prepared or isn't fully staffed or wasn't trained properly or what if that race control becomes the focal point and those penalties become so either egregious or just so back and forth on the enforcement of them, if race control becomes the focal point, it's a problem. But man, if they're not the focal point, they often don't get the praise and the love they deserve.
No, they don't. It's a thankless job, you can argue.
Into that, Charlie.
Yeah, I've done it.
Something different. But hey, race control. It's the one who makes the calls and has to make them right. Quad Dash Racing keeping an eye on, by the way. But once those trying to battle right now with some of the other drivers. Meanwhile, what happened to 487? Tech issue in his pit.
Wow, he stopped it from hitting the wall, I think, JP did. Taylor Cheek, that number 487. I'm surprised. I thought for sure he was headed straight for that wall head on. Got it saved and got it all stopped in time to Taylor. So congrats to him for doing that, but unfortunately, not congrats on the moment that caused that. We see now a bright green machine on the track momentarily. Now we're back to this battle we've been following for a while. This is the number 74 machine, JP, behind that green machine.
Team Green Print trying to get their way around the Truck Boys car and some of the others in traffic, including that 47 that just had the spin in BPP Esports. Not been the cleanest of runs for Team Green Print, but just continue to just log the laps amongst the 6 lap down club.
It's sort of ironic, isn't it, that you talk about the team name, Team Greenprint, but that's not the green car on track. You would think by your logical mind, if I said that, there you see the green. That's a nice shot there by our race producers to do that. But if I had said, hey, one of those teams had green in their name a moment ago, you would have thought it was the car in front, but it's not. It's that white and hunter green car right there that is named that on that 74. Just at nighttime, JP, as much fun as nighttime racing is, boy, from a broadcaster standpoint, it's not always our friend.
Yeah, well, in general, it's hard to see during the nighttime, right? You never know what goes bump in the night, but also, it takes a lot of stamina to be able to run in a race like this, and you have to have the right roster that's willing to race in the darkness like this.
Yeah, I mean, and very few tracks are what I would call well lit. I mean, I know you probably have a couple other in your mind. The one that comes to mind, of course, for me is Daytona, right? If we do a 24 hours of Daytona, which I'm sure will, while it's not announced, it will be an iRacing special event again next year. That track is so well lit. It's probably, in my mind, the best track for night racing as far as a commentator point of view, because we can see everything. But most tracks, it's headlights only around most of the track. Is there another track that comes to mind for you, JP, that's as well lit, quote unquote, at nighttime as Daytona for a road course?
For a road course?
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of ovals that have great lighting, of course, right? But for road course specific, is there anything else that comes to mind?
Nothing off the top of my head. That's a good question. I'd have to come back to you on that because
Sebring has its moments, but not really all the way around the track.
Yeah, I was about to say spawns at certain parts of the track, maybe. Yeah, it's only on certain parts for a lot of the other tracks that come to mind.
course, weird to think, I know we're at Silverstone, we'll come back to that topic. You think about Daytona and how it's so well, lit for a road course, and those back lights, those stadium lights, if you will, are only like, 30 or 40% power compared to the oval races. So it's incredible to think how low those lights are kept and how well they still light up that road course all night long. Well, here we are, though, at Silverstone, a premier track, an F1 track, a track that's hosted many races across the year, JP, and will host, I think, many of the European Le Mans series is coming here this year in real life, or will be, I think, in 2025, if not was here in 24. So a beautiful track with a lot of history, and we are now almost 14 hours and 48 minutes away from crowning a winner of Brit Car.
It does get a bit fucking dark, doesn't it?
Yeah, mate.
Still a lot of time to go, and a lot of time that things can change. Nothing's a guarantee when it comes to this style of racing, so we'll have to see what happens at this point. But right now, keep an eye on the 74 still with green blueprint. They actually technically are trying to drive up to driving Miss Daisy. That's part of the reason we're keeping an eye on this here. They're within 2 seconds of that, and that's one of the Opmo cars that's done well.
Yeah, doing a great job as a 74 here. They're trying to kind of keep themselves competitive, and that's another thing at night that's hard to do sometimes if you're a driver who gets left alone, is maintain that focus, maintain that competitive edge, because everyone has a different way they prefer to drive, whether that be, maybe just putting us in earbuds and putting on your favorite music, whether something maybe, I don't want to say Kenny G, that's probably a little too soft, a little too relaxing. They maybe want to put in like a Billy Joel or something kind of calmer of that nature.
Wait till there's no cars around. Then you'll know what it's like.
No, it's the cars behind me. It's how strong the headlights behind me are, and they're darting all over the place. It fucks in my eye.
Nothing. They just want pure silence, so they can focus on everything happening on the track. So lots of ways drivers keep themselves motivated here at a track. I know I definitely have raced with some friends who
that isn't a gap for you to go in.
And I've raced with some friends who don't want to talk at all. They just want to be purely locked in.
You fucking
to what is happening here on the track. We're watching a battle here. That's the number 42 machine in the back of your shot. That's the DCW Racing Blue. And that's that. Actually, more yellow than blue is that car in the back there. But they are racing along here. There it is. Now there's the blue in the back. Now I see it. All right. So JP, I'm curious. I talked about, how different drivers kind of get themselves through a stint of racing, and how some like to use music, some like to talk. I know some who watch TV while they race. I'm not that able, by the way. Do you have a favorite method of how you like to kind of get through your stints?
Where I get through my stints, honestly, it depends. Sometimes I feel like listening to stuff like music. Other times, it's just about listening to the track of itself. It depends on the mood.
Do you have a favorite style of music for endurance racing? Are you more of like the softer music? Do you like do you like kind of an upbeat tempo? What is Justin Prince's playlist for endurance racing?
Motivational or rock music comes to mind, like We Will Rock You or something like that. Like stuff that will make you think and motivate.
Ah, man, you picked out a great band for this race. Listen, we're doing Brit Car at a famous, British track, and you just put off one of the greatest British bands of all time. So that's a nice connection there. I like that.
Yes, indeed. So, still keeping an eye on how things go here. Pit stops are coming up for some of these drivers. So, at this point, what comes to mind now, as things have calmed down?
This is the part of the race where I kind of nerd out a little bit, JP, as a strategist. I love building strategies for endurance racing. I love kind of being behind the scenes and crunching the numbers. And right now, this is when you get busy, because now, we're rapidly approaching the halfway point. So now it's about who pitted when, who's going how long per stint, who's been in a car, has X team put in their fastest driver or slowest driver, and you start to kind of think about all those things in your head. And I like having a person not in the car do all that thinking, by the way. So this way you can only relay the information the driver needs. If you let the
Someone's
driver
off, someone's
start
off.
doing all that thinking, that can be a massive distraction, often not in a positive way. Well, here we are on board, JP, with one of the beautiful Mercedes AMG cars. This is Samsoid Canaan Racing with Mark Custers.
Why don't we take the opportunity to listen in to a Race Spot fan immersion with the 7 car for the next little bit here on Race Spot.
Did you manage to see that at all, Joe?
number 7 machine, Samsung Canaan Esports entry as we continue to zip along the racetrack here from Silverstone. And we have had another change on the racetrack, it looks like. A black flag affects simulations. It's just gotten one for an incident. As well, we've had black flags start to build up the 909. That was with the contact with RG Simsport and all of that, and that causing a big collision. So the 909 having problems again. They are running fourth and have to serve a 30-second stop and go.
You know, I'll say sort of in a moment here first, JP. Let's watch this for the 290s. Toby Proser, we watched him earlier, and just kind of barely tapped the ball. Here's Josh Boot, and he just spins that car around, and I think he's going to be okay. Probably frustrated, but no damage to the car. Oh, there's Mark and the number 7 machine. We were watching him with the Race Spot fan immersion, and he got it turned around there. Now, I was going to come back and say, you know, JP, you and I sort of talk about how race control is the unsung heroes of the race. They don't get the love and the praise that they deserve. Well, if you're the 909 or any team that gets a penalty, you might feel different about race control in the moment. I see that sort of, you know, in a humorous
You alright, mate?
Yeah, good.
Say, hey, listen, you know, we don't agree with the race control decision, but we
That's
appreciate
settled right down now, isn't it?
doing your best. And I think
It has, mate. Yeah, it's just about keeping it on the black at the minute.
agree with every decision the race control makes, but you can still somehow appreciate that they're out there making the decisions.
It's a brilliant experience.
Yes.
Certainly is, mate.
Takes a lot of appreciation.
Still a long way to go.
These drivers, as time goes
And
on,
nothing ever runs 24 at Silverstone.
No.
Still though, it's about making
great
sure
track.
strategies
I love it.
come into fruition, right? Make sure you emphasize Ben Cullen trying to do that right now in a battle for the top 10.
And this is an important battle for the top 10. This is one of those milestones you have in your head as a team. And as a driver, we put so much focus on top 10 finishes.
Yes, mate.
Breaking into that 10th place, now you start to get closer to the single digits. It's
Still
just
4 wheels on the floor, not on my roof,
awesome
so we're
mountain to
alright.
climb, right? It's such an achievement, if you will, to get there. And you fight hard for it. You almost fight harder for maybe to get in the 10th than you do in the 9th because of the way we just talk about how important the top 10 finish is.
Absolutely at this point.
Okay.
Still, as we see some of the drivers in the racetrack, comes the question: how do some of these people spend their time through this traffic? It's 3 wide. How about that through the traffic?
Nice. Oh man, but you see how deep he cut it there. That green and red machine, because he was almost up in the grass. That's the 18 machine right there. I mean, that was a deep cut here for the 18 of Wrath eMotorsports.
Yeah. A lot of these drivers getting bolder and bolder, I've noticed, as the race is going on, I will say.
I think that comes from experience, right? You've been in the car, you've turned a few laps, you know, being generous about it. In the case of the 18 machine, has Ben Cullen in the car. Ben has turned, I believe, 86 laps already in the car today. So he, you know, then at patient K, I know the track, I know my limits, I know what the car will do, I know how much grip there is, and you get a little emboldened, right? It's like anything in life, you know, when the first time you cook a recipe, you want to follow the recipe by heart, or by the letter of the recipe, so to speak. But as you begin to become a better and better cook, you know, okay, I can add this.
When you've got no cars behind you, it's bad.
This, little that.
That's what I'm saying.
You just get emboldened and
Brings you to darkness.
Yeah, you gain that confidence as time goes on. That's one of the main things that you do see a lot of is confidence from sim racing drivers. Pit cycles continue on, by the way, as you were saying.
Not good, but the problem, the outside is that, JP. Sorry, we were 4 wide there for a moment. You want to make sure you're not overconfident. That's where it can become a problem, though, right? Is if you get overconfident. I mean, listen, that move that Ben made there, making that pass and being up in the grass, you know, that moment ago, is that confidence or is that overconfidence? Well, the way that's probably defined is the success of the move, right? If that move works, he's confident. If that move doesn't work, he was being overconfident. That's how we would describe it.
Jeffries up in the class lead for their respective side. That's Altitude is retaking the lead. 9 seconds up in that picture of the box as we keep an eye on a hornet's nest of drivers. And what's it almost like, communication-wise, team to team, knowing you've got a lot of traffic navigation, but it's also going to be difficult with how much traffic there is to navigate cleanly?
And that's a great question. Team to team, it can be difficult to communicate with one another, right? Because what I perceive to be a clean move, you know, in front of you as a driver, you can perceive as a vicious block. You can perceive it as I'm slowing you up. You can perceive it as I'm just being rude by not doing whatever you think I should be doing. And so often team to team communication is very, very difficult. We can have some basic words of, hey, like, we'll let you by in turn 1, or we'll let you by on the straight, or please pass this left or right. But a lot of times that message that is perceived differently by the receiver based on how their opinion of your racing is, right? It can just be, well, of course you're going to let us over, or well, thank you, or, you know, you say, hey man, please let us by, we're faster. Those those things are difficult to communicate. Now, if you're a team like Prismatic, for example, where you have multiple cars or multiple entries in the same race, that's easier because you're all kind of friendly as part of Prismatic, for example. But if it's this, you know, I don't know, like RAF communicating to a different team, for example, it's hard to say how it's perceived. It's one of the most difficult things to do in iRacing is team-to-team communication.
Yeah, after all, some sports it's regulated significantly. Others, you end up having open conversation over the radio. It really depends, but so far, the drivers have kept themselves cordial in that regard. By the way, Effect had served the penalty a few minutes ago. They're back to 6th. So the guess who is on the podium conversation now sees the Project 91 entry all the way to the podium with Chadwick, the first a lap down. By the way, still go ahead.
And I think it's important to say that this is what makes endurance racing a little different in Brit Car, is because there's these extra factors of, you know, penalties for bad behavior or penalties for breaking the rules might be a better way of saying it. You know, when you are a team who's in 6th, 7th, 8th spot, even 10th, you don't feel like this race is lost right now because you're like, hey, you know, this can happen. They can still get a penalty. They can still have something happen. They can whatever. Sometimes when we do different events across iRacing where the race control doesn't exist, or maybe where safety cars don't exist, if they
It's time to start your business. Time to get customers. Time to make your future now. Create a website in minutes. How? GoDaddy. Coding? Nah. But all that writing? Nope. AI. Done, built, up and running. You have what it takes. Now take it to the next level. Create a beautiful website in minutes with GoDaddy.
Let's get to work.
Start for free at GoDaddy.com.
Of course, has the naming that's important to this track because of the history of Silverstone. So a nice touch for those teams to pick out that name, as we saw Aria Best get looped around there, I believe, all by himself. I don't think I saw any Kyle. Maybe no, I lied. There is contact.
Let's see which car that was, but that's not going to be a pretty one to look back at. Believe that was a dicey one, to say the very least. Here's a look at altitude, up 9.7 seconds.
Remember how you asked earlier about how teams communicate? Well, I guarantee you those two teams right there will not communicate well the rest of the race. If they're in another spot where they find each other around one another, there'll be no friendly communication. Everyone will remember who spun who tapped who bumped who, and that will put another wrinkle in that communication.
Altitude is the question, can they remain up here? But in the long term, they've had some rapid pace to be able to zip their way past Gal. It took a lot of strategizing to make sure they had more speed than that 64.
Yeah, so we'll wait and see how they do and if that strategy pays off or if they kind of come back down to earth out of that high altitude, if you will. We'll see what gets made of that as this race goes on. Boy, oh boy, look at that single car by itself, JP. Just 2 headlights. Not something we've seen a lot of since you and I started this stint about an hour and a half ago.
Yeah, they've been doing so very strongly up front. Dude, I'm curious what sim stickers are, their sponsors, what they do.
Well, I can take a guess, or we can go to the Google machine to find out for ourselves. Yeah. See what Sim Stickers does. I'm going to guess...
Stickers?
Stickers you can put on your sim rig.
That's a good answer. Yes, indeed. It is indeed that. That includes stuff on your sim rig, for your button boxes and whatnot.
Dynamics, no question what Sunoco does. It's a race field.
Yeah, Sunoco's been a big part of racing, both real life and in virtual for a long time. So always happy to see Sunoco back involved with one of the teams. And there they are with Sim Dynamics for Brit Car. They're almost 3 wide. If they're not 3 wide, they were offset 3 wide for a moment there, JP.
Yes, indeed. And they're finding a resurgence in their pace. They struggled for a fair bit. Now that they put Remy behind the wheel, they found the pace that they were carrying earlier before that big ascension to the order.
And that's the magic sometimes of saving a great driver for nighttime racing, or just having that one great driver who can really come in here and crank out some laps and boost that team morale as Remy can. So wait and see how that helps this team moving forward the rest of the night and the rest of the day. But Remy's coming here and Remy's made a lot of progress in this car. And I think what that does for the team is it kind of shows everyone, hey, the car's fine. It's not the car. It just means I need to maybe calm down. I need to drive, different or better or somehow in a way I wasn't before. And I can do what Remy is. When you get a fast driver like Remy in the car, it's sort of a litmus test of how the car is behaving, right? Because if you can say to yourself, well, if Remy gets in the car and the car is still off pace, well, then it's the car, that was off pace. But if a driver like Remy can come in here, or if you get like a William Chadwick in a car and they can come in and they can crank out the laps, well, it sort of settles it wasn't the car,
Yeah. I remember they put the back foot with troubles earlier. I keep repeating that, but I put them on the back foot, absolutely, and now they're on the forward foot. The downside is they're amongst the 3-lap down group, so they've lost a lot of time in the midst of their struggle moments, and that's going to be something that it's going to be hard to overcome from here because they can't go much higher unless the leader laps anybody else.
Yeah, that's true. At some point you kind of max out on where you can top out at. You just have to kind of be happy and content in that moment. Boy, look at Sim Dynamics here, just all over the back end of this car, kind of being a bit of a menace of how close they're riding. I'm not sure if they're wanting to pass or if they're just wanting to kind of sit there and fuel save. We'll find out in a moment as we get down through the less curvy parts of the track. And they look to be content just riding.
Yeah, just sit in a line and work together. Well, unless you do that. Prove that you have the faster car. Yeah. Yeah, this is not the same lap, mind you, and they are squabbling a little bit. Nomad Academy goes now into the line. Nomad still a fair bit back for the next spot regardless. Let's take a look at the 24. As obviously something happened where Oliver Ettridge just has to pull off and park it.
Yeah, that's a full tow. That tells me that's probably some kind of sim hardware problem. Just to see you want to get off the track here. Or there was some incident before him where that car was broken, one of the two, where maybe Oliver decided getting off the track and towing was the safer option than continue to try to drive it back around. Yeah, up in the grass he went and said, hey, let's call it well, maybe not call it a day, but let's call it a moment while it takes time for that car to get towed back around.
Absolutely at this point. Still looking at some of the other cars as they zip around the racetrack. 24th overall on the pylon. That's still the CRX X-Card Esports entry. Paul Simon now behind the wheel. And they were as far back as 28th position a little while ago, 20 and 29th. Now that's changed. Black flag car 487. As this time it involves a stop and go for not respecting blue flags and causing incidents with Altitude Esports.
Yeah, that's a big one. You have to respect those blue flags. You have to be out there and be willing to kind of pull over when you need to and let things happen. A blue flag exists for a reason to let you know, hey, a faster car is approaching or a car of maybe a different class is approaching. You have to get out of the way for those things. Those things are vastly, vastly important.
They've had a frustrating day EPP has. It's a frustrating night with how things have now situated themselves in this race. Still though, been getting better and better. I was about to say for the 50. They're amongst those who have battled to be able to get themselves going.
Yeah, and I love teams like that who maybe aren't having the best day, JP, but they continue to come out here and battle and make the best of it. That's, to me, what endurance racing is finding out what happens across a 24-hour clock, and not just being mad the moment you get your first incident and sort of, giving up, bringing the towel, or whatever proverbial phrase you want to use. Come out here and fighting for it and really earning everything you get, every spot you get, every pass you make, you earn it when you have to, recoup and rehab from a bad moment early in a race like this here.
Yes. And put yourself back in position to gain some spots, absolutely. They're the highest of those 7 laps down, by the way, at the moment. Still though, terms of endurance racing, what stands out the most to you? It's one of your more memorable moments in a race like this.
Honestly, it's probably the camaraderie that you build with a team. I often believe that the cars that typically run the best, JP, are the teams that have camaraderie. And when you stick together for 24 hours or most of that, and you kind of go through the sleep cycles, and you have that overnight moment, or if it's a little delirious, the ones that are a little loopy, I think there's a bonding moment that happens there. Oh man, there's some dirt kicked up in that corner. But you have some bonding moments that happen because maybe you get to know each other better, right? It's like being stuck in a bunker with one another. You kind of have to just talk, and you learn about one another. You learn about maybe shared experiences, not just in sim, but in life, whether it be what you went to school for, or bad moments you've had in life that, encounters or anything. I love that camaraderie you build. And there's some stories I definitely can't tell that have happened of camaraderie in a team where you just are sharing weird, funny stories, but I believe that friendship you build, and that's why I'm a fan of teams that really stick together. I'm not a fan of one-off endurance teams if you can help it. As a team leader, I don't like the idea of bringing people in for just one race, because I think you miss on that. You miss that camaraderie, that friendship, and with that comes trust. That trust of knowing, hey, when I go to bed, at whatever, 1, 2, 3 a.m., when I wake up, that car's still going to be here. When you're a team of random 4 or 5 people who you meet on iRacing forums or through a Discord, it's harder to have that kind of bond, right?
Yes, it's much more difficult.
And if, for you and I, that relates differently. You and I will probably both agree privately that applies to everyone in endurance racing. It's like watching things in real life, watching commentary teams who work together all the time. It's easier for them than it is for new commentary teams. Anything you do in life, co-workers you have, it's easier when you know someone and trust them.
I agree with that, absolutely. The camaraderie too. Building up that experience, building up that team buffer, but also it accumulates over time, right? As you said, it builds up over time, where you end up getting more and more comfortable, and it leads to more success down the line.
Yeah, and then part of that is this, oh my goodness, part of that is trust. So look at that pass that was made there. Was that the Sunoco team that I saw in the front? No, who is that? I can't tell from the paint job here, I apologize. What a pass that was in that corner there. It caught me off guard for a second, JP, but I mean, part of that is trust, part of it is communication. I'll talk about you and I, for example, we've done commentary together for a long time now, probably coming up on, 4 years together. And you and I can communicate in a way both in broadcast and off broadcast that's different than how you and I will be able to communicate with partners we don't work with that long. And it's just, so when you get into a Discord and you need to tell your fellow endurance driver, hey, listen, here's where we are, here's how the race is going, or hey man, I need you to calm down because you're being kind of aggressive behind the wheel and you're scaring me. That's
fucking
easier
watch
to say
that.
when you trust someone, you have
What happened?
So to say that to a random person.
Jesus Christ.
Exactly.
Shocked which Ferrari it was. The number 46.
Oh, look at that. Mate, he's gone all the way across. What?
That is a
Oh, he's just killed that guy.
That's a report if I've ever seen one.
What the fuck is he doing?
Kicking off here in this field as these drivers continue to cycle.
That's just straight up murder.
There's been a murder.
There's been a murder, but like that's a legitimate.
Timer is now counting. That gap will close.
That's like a legitimate die did someone.
With the pit deltas here, JP, I think there'll be a.
I don't know if I had to get out of it as much as I did, but I didn't want it to
Well, I
come.
think you were right in the right mind to do what you did, to be honest.
On a much different cycle. Remember,
That's him there, though, no?
on that cycle. Once again,
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, so he must have got going quite quick.
Pretty quickly.
Must have damage though.
Yeah, he putted it square on off the wall.
And that's kind of just what Ross does. You have to think, Derek, he is that quick of a driver.
Jesus. That was
Yep, just that quick of a driver there, pulling away here.
when you see that happening in front of you, you're just like, please.
That's good reactions. They could have bounced straight off the wall, straight across you there.
Quicker pit cycle than I thought it would be, but we'll see here. So right now, WSR butt kicker has enough of a gap.
I could see it happening.
Lead both on the in
Was
and
what
out
benefited me there.
of pit cycle. Because, hey, if you're in this race and you're trying to win yourself a butt kicker.
Oh, he brake checked him.
Listen, there's no advantage for having a butt kicker on the side.
He brake checked
him.
He brake checked him.
Right?
No,
Oh,
it can't
dear.
hurt anything at all.
Oh no, that's a DQ, surely.
Speed's been there this entire time.
Well done, dickhead. Why would you do that?
Ross McFarlane still. And at this point, McFarlane has done a lot in terms of machine sports, in terms of racing. This organization, he is this team's top driver, and he's proving why.
Yeah, he's doing a great job in here, running nice, smooth, consistent laps and staying out of trouble, which, you know, at times has maybe proven harder for some drivers tonight than what they would like to admit. But you're right, running incredible laps here in that butt kicker car.
Absolutely, 15 seconds up the road to Josh Benson at the moment. That's how things have gone. For
That was
this
mental.
organization. Next closest car is
Cut across him and then anchored up.
That's how quick
Yeah.
he has been. Not quick enough per se.
If that ain't a
Enough to
report,
lap BRT.
I don't know what to
BRT,
say.
If anything, might end up finishing on
They
the
might
lead
get
lap
DQ'd for
despite
that.
everything, with how things are looking.
You can't
It's
brake
still
check
a
someone
long
on a
ways
straight.
out, but
Yeah, but it's the fact that he's
time
gone
is
from
making it
literally
difficult
one side of the
close
track
since
to
it's
the
about
other.
2 minutes up on the interval.
In
Like-
one swoop
like-
movement.
One big movement,
Yeah, so now
and
the
then
BRT, you've got to hope and you have a strategy worked
just
out.
directly in front,
Or
sat
that
directly
maybe
in front of
have
him
a
as well. He
faster
should
driver
really
that
have
can
cut him up
offset
like that in the first
a
place.
slower driver, quote unquote, in WRT or WSR, pardon me. So
See,
you're
if
guy's
I was
waiting to
if
see
I was
how
in a
that
solo
race
league
plays
race
out
now,
here.
if I was in this UKSR thing we're
Of
gonna
course,
do,
remember,
Charlie,
JP, this is a
or if I was in
unique race
P
where
Cup and I seen that,
two
I'd report that as a third party.
Yeah, report as witness, yeah.
5, right? Yeah.
This guy on relative, is this the guy that you were on about earlier?
William Humphrey having
Which
some
one's
issues
that?
on the replay
Dan
screen.
Cross, for position.
Yeah, we're
on.
like
One sec,
fucking
lads.
weird on stop.
They're talking about it on the stream.
Also having
I want to see what their take is on it.
racing. Evan Craven also
You can't
having
do
problems
that.
going wide and spinning.
Oh, that's a stupid off track, Ben.
To sit right there for a second. Don't, there you go. Don't move around. That may require some
Yeah, it's like
racing
really
to
strange.
That's
We're in a weird pit cycle,
Right.
common to see
so like the car behind is like 20 something seconds behind,
That's wild things getting moved around in that incident. So more
but that's
trouble.
all on pit cycle. So we might not be last depending on pit cycle when the flag drops.
This is all going on. 16 seconds out for WSR is still the gap.
That was
They're growing
crazy.
the gap as time plays along. Now with McFarlane. The only major
Cut in front of him and then hit the brake.
while in this stint is when they have to check up a few hours ago.
Are they showing it on stream? Are they?
No, it was something else. I just thought it was.
They haven't had any major impediments all race.
No,
10 seconds to P19 though.
It's just a much much a part of racing or sim racing as skill, right? Sometimes that luck of avoiding an incident or just not being involved in an incident, being able to check up for the incident, however you want to describe it, is just as important as how fast you are in the car. You and I both know that not every time is the fastest driver win the race. Sometimes you're faster than the field, but something happens and just, you know, takes you out of that moment, takes you out of the race. So these guys are doing a great job. You know, and look at WSR though. When I think about endurance racing, I started to hint a second ago. There's 5 of them on this team, JP. That is kind of a bigger number for an endurance team. Typically, you only find teams of 4 at most, and sometimes the more drivers you add to a car, the hardest is just to land on the setup. It's harder to determine who gets enough hours, who gets this race win. Sometimes it's too many chefs, you know, spoil the pot, to use an old analogy.
Absolutely. At this point,
making sure there's some drivers who just want to race all day, right? I mean, you and I both know a few people like that who they would much rather do 8 hours in endurance car.
My spot was not working.
Mine wasn't either.
Now there are some who are opposite who just are happy to be here, happy to participate and put in their stints and move on.
I don't know if it's turned off for the session.
No, it's not.
A 2 or 3-man car.
Why don't you told me like fuel and shit?
But the thing is, that puts a lot more pressure on those drivers if anything goes wrong.
Yeah, we saw that earlier, right, with the car with the 2-man team that had the connection problems that, you know, had to drop out of the race at least temporarily. So you're right, there's ups and downs to all those decisions you have to make. And remember, you know, the driver fair share rule is on for this race. So iRacing has a formula they use to make sure everyone gets a quote-unquote fair amount of time in the car. So if you sign a driver up for this race, they have to do it. So making that schedule work can be a little bit more tricky with 5 or even 6 people, as some teams are.
Indeed, at this point. And we're seeing a lot of that mathematical equation stuff having to be utilized a fair bit for some of these teams. Others just focused on the drive, just focused on the task at hand. As we continue to see the sights and sounds of the racetrack right now and how things look in terms of the darkness, it continues to be a sparkling scene. And keep in mind, this racetrack is very vast, as was already said by some earlier on with Webster. This track,
Bastard.
you can hear the sound around
that?
this
Just
racetrack without much
skidded away.
noise around the racetrack. Because
Hey?
there's no
What happened there?
forest, there's no forest
Just
to
TC
come
not
on
coming
the
in when I
sound.
thought
You
it
can
would.
hear the
Right,
wild
I've dropped it
sound
one
motors
now.
all throughout this facility.
Yeah, you can hear all kinds of things about the
I've
racetrack.
dropped it down to 8
It's a
now.
racetrack that you know
Okay.
I believe. But how long ago, JP, has it been since we had
Kept hold of it.
a rescan of this track in iRacing? So it's a newer racing surface, if I recall, but I would call it new.
It
right?
feels like there's less cars on track,
It's been a few
but
years.
there isn't.
And remember, it took some time to go from the historic to the current Silverstone.
Right. Yeah, this is a track that allows you to hear everything. You can hear the curbs, you can hear the engines, you can hear there's some long straights where the engines really get to kind of show off their power and their sound. You can hear at times how bumpy this track is. I think that's something maybe if you're watching this because you have a relative or a friend in it and you've not done even sim racing or real life racing. I think that's the most deceptive part about this is that, you know, from an outside view, this thing looks flat and smooth and easy to drive. When you get through some of these corners are anything but flat. I mean, it's full of bumps, full of grooves, and this thing will throw your car around at times if you're not careful. So here's Connor Eggett, part of Truck Boys. Go ahead, sorry.
I was about to say the exact same thing as he stays in this choo-choo train.
If the world of electric has sparked your
Simon Hunt.
See here, it's kind of riding along in that bright green machine. We've seen them in camera shots earlier in the day, so we'll wait and see what they're able to make of this. guys are currently 21st in class right now, JP.
Yeah, good battle for 20th building up with all this, yes. We spoke with Quintermass Motorsport. Paul Smith had a great conversation with him earlier. Truck boys trying to find a way to truck along and get themselves higher than basically where they started. They've been running in place most of this time.
And sometimes you have to find the small positives, small victories.
Someone came back there really quick.
Running in the same place we have been. Well, the positive is we're not getting past. The positive is we're being consistent and we're making things happen for ourselves. The downside is we're not gaining spots.
Someone left Discord and came back really quick as if like the internet trip.
Glass half empty or
I didn't hear
glass half full. And how do you want that to be your
I just got the sound cue for it. That's all.
mantra for the next 14 hours?
Yes, indeed. You see them just in range to potentially move into the top 20 here. That mantra can be difficult to make sure you keep hearing that said mantra all race long. Especially with the different sounds and the different types of environment you have to speak with or listen to. There's a lot of noise that can come up and pop up in these types of battles that can really
It's so easy to have an accident there. It surprises me that they risk it.
For truck boys, they've got the boost, looking for 20th. Do they get the give and take? How about a much deeper run for Quintermass as they go right back in the line for 21st?
There you go. Nice pass for the truck boys. They'll get that spot in that corner right there.
Yeah.
There's a lot of different ways you can hear the noise and a lot of ways you can communicate to come back on topic from earlier. You know, and I think sometimes how a spotter communicates to you what's going on around you.
Are we all alright?
Yeah, good mate.
Yeah.
Your attitude and how you are in the vehicle. You can. It's a spotter can be very factual.
9 laps to go.
A car to your left, or there's a
Copy that.
you know, a car we're catching will catch in 3 laps or what have that information. Or your spotter can kind of add some flair, maybe some attitude, maybe some negativity, and that will eat through very quickly.
I'm in such a weird headspace right now.
A lot of noise that can be heard.
Like, we're club last, and I'm having so much fun.
Good. That's what it's all about, mate.
It's just a weird like thing, you know, like not winning but having fun is a weird.
It's being part of this event.
You know, I think it's about this really, you know, to quote an old TV.
It's a special race.
Right? Just making sure you're just taking in the raw data.
And to be fair, we're sharing the track with some fucking legends.
We're catching him 0.2 of a lap.
Yeah, there is some big names out here.
Good data, right? Or hey, there's a car up on our left.
Like that Ross McFarlane user, he's like won it. If there's something you'd like to win, he's probably had a good stab at it.
See if I can recognise anyone else's names.
When it can become a little dangerous, right? Because that, you know, I would say positive.
There's some big streamers in here as well.
Yeah, that Josh Benson and Oliver Fernal are both big.
Right, so
yellow flag ahead.
If I'm in your ears as a spotter, like, hey, that guy up there is racing like a jerk. He's being aggressive. He's being dangerous. He's not going to let us by. We're going to have to race him hard.
Oh, it's P19.
That's what you're going to go with as a driver, right? And
nice.
Okay, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to race him hard. I'm going to be sketchy. I'm going to just dive in there and make a move. Probably wasn't necessary, right? It's to me, it's all about data and less about feelings and emotions. It's how you have to perceive all that data. Now, and the opposite side is sometimes having a spotter who can get those emotions out of you as a driver, because it's easy in the car, JP. As drivers, we take everything personal. Anywhere from a pass, a block, a move, a blinking headlight, when someone broke into a corner, right? We've both been there. We take everything personal, and it can take a really good friend to talk us out of it.
Absolutely. Still though, Quintermass Motorsport now losing a lot of ground on that strategy differential. They've fallen a fair bit back in 21st spot. Difference on the pace. Almost at the top of the hour already, coming up to 14 hours to go in this one. But in an hour's time, we'll swap things over commentary crew-wise. Why don't we do another race spot fan immersion as it continues to remain patient and calm. Let's
take a listen in and see the sights and sounds here on Race Bar.
Back here, bruv. We've only got 40x lads left.
Yeah, we'll be getting ahead of it.
Doing my spotter.
Tired of big bulky bags of processed kibble? Or defrosting expensive meats? Ah, cold! Well, you've got to try Pure.
Go on, you're running.
Here's what a month's supply of kibble looks like. Here's
Who the
what a
fuck's
month's
this
supply
cunt?
of raw looks like.
Why is he backed out?
Here's what a month's supply of Pure looks like.
GT3 on the end, on the inside as well.
Oh my good lord.
It's super
Oh,
easy
that's
to
big.
store and healthy for your dog. And when
What
serving,
the
all you've
fuck
got
was
to do
that?
is water, stir, and serve to your pup. We've served over 30 million meals. 91%
Bring it
of
to the
dogs
pits,
saw
mate.
improvement in their dog's health after
If it
their
moves.
use. So what are you waiting
Just
for?
moving.
Fill in our questionnaire and help us make your dog as
What the
healthy
fuck
and
was
happy
that?
as possible.
Sorry, boys.
I'll be honest with you, Ben. I think you came over on him. It's tough because the track move goes to the right. And you sort of just went straight.
Well, fast repair, tick fast repair, tick fast repair.
It's done.
Am I going again?
Do you want me to take over?
Yeah, go on, mate. What the fuck? Oh, man. Who's fucking DMing us now?
Can you Crats mega blue flagged David PJ Simpson. Can you report him, someone please?
Yeah, I do come
It's
across
hard
on
to
him.
tell.
I do come across on him. Sorry, boys.
Unlucky, mate. Never mind.
But why is he not gone? Is there other stuff there? This is the thing with racing with a spotter. But like, why is he not further left? He's like, I don't know.
Because he's
So who
allowed
does
to
that-
be there.
Yeah, no, I know. Who does that David PJ Simpson fucking drive for? How do I find out who he drives for? How do I find out who he drives for, Joe?
Go to entries.
That's who it is. That's the guy, that's that streamer.
Who?
David PJ Sampson. Oh, so they're kicking off because I was battling the number 19 and they didn't get past. That's why they're kicking off.
But didn't they was like congrats and stuff like that?
We've got to fucking fight, have our bit of the road as well.
Yeah, we're not just
That's
like...
if that's what they're trying to get at, is like get out of my way. It doesn't work like that. So now we've got 2 faster pairs left and not even halfway yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, one got used on Evo and it probably didn't need it to, yeah.
No, it didn't.
It would have probably been optionals.
Yeah, but it couldn't have been that bad.
I've looked at the steering wheel and there's no intentional movement to go back left. It's just where the track goes right.
Yeah.
Yeah. It is my fault, but
Never mind.
still a long way to go, I suppose.
Certainly is.
Do you want me to stay and do another one so that you can have some rest, Charlie?
Depends what you want to do, mate. Because you got to be up again early. If I...
How many? You was only like 7 laps away from your end of your stint, weren't you, Ben?
6, I think, mate. So do we want to just stick to the plan?
Yeah, I think we should stick to the plan. You go and get some sleep. I'm in for a double. Then Charlie's in for a double, and then Jamie will be back by then.
Right, okay. Alright then. I am really sorry about that, gents. That was fucking stupid.
Never mind, mate. Forget about it. It's in the past.
So what time do you think I need to be back?
I'll let Charlie do the calculations. I can't do both at once. Only a simple man.
So you've got 27 or so laps left, 26 call it. You're only a few laps into this stint, so if we call it 2 hours, that'll be past midnight, past 2. So I need to be back here for about 4:15 then.
Yep,
to
cool.
be on the safe side. Yeah?
Yeah.
About 6 and a bit hours. Probably.
Well, that'll be less than that, won't it? But
washed out. Oof. Shit.
Right, lads, I'll be off.
Who next, mate?
I can quit the client, can't I?
Say again, mate.
Just close it, yeah.
Yeah,
Just don't withdraw.
I can turn my computer off as well, can't I?
Yeah.
Right then, gents, I shall speak to you in a few hours' time.
Sweet. Have a good rest, mate.
Speak to you in a bit, boys.
He just clumped us, mate.
Yeah, I know. I did see. It's what I keep saying there, is they just fucking like pretend that you're not there.
Can you report that one?
Yeah, but what are they going to say?
You just dive bombed us, missed the corner and hit us. Just because they're in fourth place. Seems like a bit of brain fade slipping in with people around here at the minute.
Yeah. He's having a good old crack, isn't he?
To be fair, that's a really good battle for the last 20 minutes or whatever. That's really annoying. God, it's a lot easier to follow someone.
Yeah.
I've had such bad luck with traffic this lap, fucking hell. No one split us like that when I was in front. How's that so unlucky? 2 off out there.
You are?
There was 2 off just then.
Yeah. Oh, we're having a big scrap up there. It's that Ferrari again that wiped out that car earlier.
No, you're joking.
Yeah, literally drive straight. Just drive straight. So the BMW's gone into the corner, as he should have, and the Ferrari's just gone in a straight line. Gravel track racing.
That's amazing.
Unbelievable. I bet that's the same person.
Keep an eye on the lap share, mate. I ain't got a clue.
You are 6 left, I think.
Couldn't afford to get caught behind him then.
They've been done for 2 collisions already.
Oh, it's Hamilton Verstappen.
Not your place to look yet. You are 4.7 at the line.
Copy. Oh, the understeer is a fucking joke.
Yeah, it gets like that towards the end.
There was no track temp either. Alright, just shove me out.
Don't do it, Ben, please.
Mate, you can't get it turned in there at the minute.
No, I'm hardly surprised, to be fair.
It's a shame they don't do compounds in this sim, because that'd be soft tyres all day long now.
That Ferrari just got black flagged again.
The Ferrari?
Yeah, you know that Ferrari that was wiping people out a minute ago?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is their third black flag.
Do you know what it's for? Like, do you know what the actual hold is?
Hold on, let me find it.
It'd be in a Discord, I'd imagine.
Yeah, just trying to get on there now. Penalty, 30 seconds stop and go for causing collision and dangerous driving. Mate, you'll have to watch the replay, at least you just fucking drive straight across the track into them.
He needs to get DQ'd, no?
Hey, literally just straight lines the corner, that's what I don't understand. You're boxing this lap, by the way.
Oh, am I?
Yeah, at 1 point. You're at 1 lap now. That's right, you can go out for another stint. No stress.
God, that went really fast.
Yeah, well, you can go out again now.
Oh, is the damage ticked off?
Yeah, it's fine.
Sweet. We need to make sure we do that every time.
We still have 2 fast repairs. That's right, I'm sure other people are spunking us away.
Oh. Yeah. We took a couple of bumps there, didn't we, from GTs. Over exuberant GTs. Got 18 seconds of optionals. Lucky, did untick it.
Right then, cold tyres.
Cheers, mate.
Another 29 laps or so to do now.
Copy that.
Oh mate, I can't wait to go to bed.
You're in next or after Jamie?
I don't know what I'm doing.
Thought Jamie's coming back at 12.
Yeah, which means you would go next.
So why don't you go and stick your head down then, mate? Because you'll have at least a couple of hours. Oh no, sorry, you'll have 4 hours. Just untick the thing for me.
Yeah, I don't really like leaving people on there.
Sorry, you'll have 3 hours. I've got one more stint left. Jamie's got a double. Yeah, it might not be worth it. You might as well just have a late night and then you'll be out of the car till like 9 tomorrow morning or something. Get some solid sleep.
Trouble is, if I go first, I'm leaving Jamie on his own. So I don't really know which way to do it.
See what happens when he comes back.
I'll be back in a minute, mate. I just need to get a drink.
Yeah, no worries, mate.
would you believe, right? We are nearly halfway.
Car, time flies when you're having fun.
Oh dear. We are also on lap 300.
It's another 100 in the bag. I was all cross-hand there.
So by the time we finish, we would do about 320 laps.
I think you might as well get in next.
620. Yeah. Right.
Because you've been here the whole time. Jamie's rested.
Yeah. And then what? Is
And
Jimmy
and then you go after you've done your stint. We should have said to Ben come back earlier.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Jamie's still going to be on his own for a double. Because the other thing as well is what's going to happen after Ben's done his. You're going to have to come back.
Yeah, I'll be back.
We need to try and tally up who's done what so far as well.
Yeah, that's easy. Just go into results. Tell you exactly how many laps everyone's done.
Maybe that's a little job for you in a minute then after you're done.
Yeah, I will.
Just spend 5 minutes trying to fucking figure out who's done what.
I'm trying like an egg in a minute.
Hold on, 1 second.
What's up? That was probably dumb to do that there.
All I'm hoping is people are going to start running out of fast repairs in a minute.
Say again, mate.
I said all I'm hoping is people are going to start running out of fast repairs in a minute.
Well, yeah, by the amount of crashes that have happened.
Mate, they're happening all the time.
Yeah, so I reckon we're probably towards the end of the race. People will be sitting in the pits for a little while, hopefully. That's annoying, I didn't get a blue flag for him, I had no idea.
He's blue, so he's behind us.
Yeah, he's 31st overall. That's somebody who must have used all their fast repairs.
Yeah. Ready, and big crash.
Fucking split me.
Yeah, only the wrong way. The other way feels more fucking cooler.
Is that blue Ferrari nearly chopped my nose off?
Yeah. Someone else driving it this time.
This is a tough race, man.
It sure is.
Everyone is so fucking fast.
I think I come in here knowing that we bet our depth, but maybe not the 9 to 10k rating.
10,000 I rating is a joke.
There are people in here that are literally 10 times better than me.
Yeah. Shit. That's funny. Can't wait for a cold shower. Lost.
Really?
So hot and sweaty.
Do you not run fans on?
It broke.
Ah.
And because it's winter, I was like, I don't really need to replace it. And of course, forgot about sim racing. They're doing alright, aren't they?
That.
Oh, BRL. BRT, sorry. Please, please, take me with you.
speed limit yet?
I'm alright, a bit sweaty. The attention's still there. What are my lap times like?
13.5-ish.
Consistently?
Relatively, but then you get traffic, so it's hard to tell. I'd say for the most part it's relatively all there.